This story begins with a memory, a time when I was an idol. The stage lights burned bright at the music awards, the air thick with anticipation. And then, our name was called, Saint Coral, the final winner. We looked out at a sea of our adoring fans, their cheers echoing through the hall. Taking the mic, I thanked them for their unwavering love and support. We promised to never disappoint them, waving goodbye from the pinnacle of our career. But after 7 unforgettable years, the group disbanded, and I stepped into the second act of my life. Now, the camera flashes are for me alone, an actress walking the red carpet. My name is Haseon, and I'm 30 years old. Leaving the event, she waves to her fans, gracefully accepting her assistant's praise. But in the privacy of her car, she smiles, knowing her real event for the night is about to begin. A sudden jolt of panic hits her. She's late. The live stream is starting. Fumbling with her phone, she tunes in just as the boy group Kaleidoscope announces their comeback. One member, the striking Yoonjeol, steps up to introduce their powerful new title track. And in an instant, the poised actress melts away, replaced by a fangirl completely lost in the moment. This new concept, she thinks to herself, is absolutely insane. She excitedly shoves the phone at her companion, gushing about how incredible all the members look. Her stylist and manager, Sung Soo-min, can only offer a tired agreement, clearly used to this behavior. She earnestly asks if he thinks they'll be a huge success, but he just looks back blankly. Kaleidoscope, she breathes, a name that means even shattered pieces can create infinite beauty. Seon mentally runs down the roster, starting with the main vocalist, Lee Se-jin. Next is Kian, the charismatic genius rapper who looks chic but is surprisingly friendly. Then there's the quiet lead vocalist, Kwon Min-jin, with his unique, heart-stealing charm. And of course, the youngest, Yo Do-won, the main dancer whose cute looks hide explosive power. But the one who truly gets her is the sub-vocalist, Han Eun-geol, the group's visual center. His melancholic eyes and rare, precious smile are apparently a national treasure. Sung Soo-min is completely lost, asking how she even fell for a group she barely knew. With a pained cry, she corrects his pronunciation, it's Kaleidoscope, and explains it all started with her algorithm. It began on an otherwise completely normal day. She'd just wrapped a drama, had some rare free time, and was scrolling YouTube to check reactions. Amidst the praise for her acting, a strange comment caught her eye, someone thanking Yoonjeol for his cameo. She clicked, and there he was. A handsome part, timer in the final episode, with a shockingly pleasant voice. Yoongeol? The name meant nothing to her, so she quickly looked him up, wondering which of the countless idols he could be. Her search revealed the group Kaleidoscope, who, to her surprise, had debuted 4 years ago. She landed on a compilation of his lovable moments, a video she knew she probably shouldn't watch, but she did. The first clip was him adorably messing up a product placement, his flustered reaction melting her heart. Next came a silly variety show game, their chaotic energy making her laugh out loud. Then, the tone shifted to a tender moment, a fellow member offering his shoulder for support. Yoonjeol leaned against him, a little awkwardly, murmuring that his friend's shoulder was a bit too low. But he stayed there, a peaceful, vulnerable expression on his face, and in that instant, Haseon was completely lost. And there he was, a gentle smile gracing his lips, looking directly at her through the screen. At that moment, Haseon felt a jolt, a strange emotion she had never experienced before. It was a tingling in her chest, the names Kaleidoscope and Yoongeol echoing in her mind. From that day on, she was completely possessed, searching for every video, every fan cam. Before she knew it, she'd bought every album, and was proudly fanning out her collection of photo cards for her manager. He could only stare, asking if she was okay. Because honestly, Kaleidoscope was a flop group. The words hit her like a ton of bricks, her cheerful fangirl mood instantly shattering. Their debut album was a bold, abstract concept called Kaleido Vibes, and it tanked completely. The second album, Aqua Prism, was fresh and bright, but it was overshadowed by a bigger group's comeback. Another flop. Then came their third album, Patterns, but right before the comeback, their main dancer got injured, halting everything. But Seon isn't hearing any of it, passionately arguing that it was all just bad timing and their songs are masterpieces. She explains how their company is broke, forcing the boys to write, compose, and even choreograph everything themselves. Scrolling to a picture of Yoongeol, she says their ultimate dream is to hold a solo concert one day, and she's determined to support them with everything she has until they're on that big stage. But just as she's lost in her fangirl declaration, a notification buzzes on her screen, catching her eye. Her whole demeanor shifts. She turns to her manager, Soo-min, telling him that something's happened. A brilliant smile breaks across her face as she shoves the phone forward. Yoonjeol has a birthday cafe, an official event, with special goods and limited edition photo cards for his fans. There's no hesitation. Her mind is made up. She absolutely has to go. And it seems she's not the only one. The cafe is already bustling with other dedicated fans. Fully disguised, she steps up to the counter and orders the Happy Yoon Gale set, making sure to mention the limited photo card. The famous actress Ha Si-yeon, reduced to a shadowy figure just asking for takeout. The cashier seems a little confused by the intense getup, but calmly rings up her total. Si-yeon breathes an internal sigh of relief. She wasn't recognized. Her meticulous plan, down to the gloves, was a success. Her mission objective is clear: get the drink, secure the photo card, and get out unseen. But then her eyes fall upon the magnificent photo zone, a shrine dedicated to Yoon-gyeol's birthday. Her stealth mission is immediately forgotten as she whips out her phone for a quick picture. Moments later, her prize is ready, a full set of exclusive, sparkling new merchandise. It's the limited edition photo card that truly captivates her, looking impossibly perfect. Clutching the card to her chest, she feels like her life has meaning, vowing to support him even harder from now on. With her collection finally complete, Si-yeon wonders where to take the perfect verification shot. But a sudden commotion nearby makes her heart leap into her throat. Her eyes widen in disbelief. No, it couldn't possibly be Kaleidoscope. Her mind short-circuits as she recognizes one of them. It's Minjin. Then the entire group steps into view. A living, breathing miracle right in the middle of the cafe. Her gaze falls upon the birthday boy himself, Han Yoon-gyeol, looking impossibly ethereal. Clutching her photo cards, she trembles. Certain this has to be a dream, she mentally ticks them off. There's Do-won and Keen, and Minjin, standing right next to the radiant Yoon-gyeol. The actual Kaleidoscope is standing just a few feet away, and her fangirl soul is ascending. Her brain can only form a single, profound thought. He is so hot. But the fangirl moment is shattered by sheer panic if she gets recognized. It'll be a media firestorm. Yoon-gyeol then announces a surprise birthday event for everyone present. And the main event? They're going to take selfies with all their fans. That's her cue. The word selfie sends a chill down her spine. She has to escape. While other fans wish him a happy birthday, she can only watch with a heavy heart. She tearfully accepts her fate, promising to get that selfie with him in their next life. Okay, mission accomplished. With her photo card secured, it's time to slip out unnoticed. She turns to make her stealthy exit, but walks straight into a solid object, or rather, a person. She stumbles backward, her precious card scattering as a concerned voice asks if she's okay. Looking up from the floor, she mumbles a quick apology, explaining she was in a hurry. But her apology dies in her throat as her eyes lock onto her scattered treasure on the pavement. The other idols rush over, concerned for their friend, and one even offers to help her gather her things. They seem to understand the gravity of the situation. A fan's precious merchandise is at stake, and just when she thinks it can't get any worse, a voice cuts through the chaos, asking, "Ha Si-yeon?" Her mind rewinds, replaying the critical moment that led to her downfall. In her meticulously crafted secret life as a fan, she had been spotted. It was Lee Si-jin, who had crouched down to her level, asking if it was really her. She remembers how she panicked and bolted, but her biggest regret was losing a priceless trainee photo card. And now, safe in her room, the full, mortifying reality crashes down on her. It really was Kaleidoscope. And oh, Yoon-gyeol, she remembers he looked even more handsome in person. The memory sends a wave of pure bliss through her as she cuddles her pillow, thinking this is what it's all about. But the happiness is short-lived as she snaps to attention. This is no time to relax. She has a critical mission: find that lost Yoon-gyeol photo card, which means scouring Twitter and every secondhand market online. Back in the real world, at her agency, her professional life calls. She sits down for a meeting with her stylist and team leader to discuss promotions for her new movie. Her team leader, Kim Jae-hyung, proposes a variety show called Hold My Hand, which involves caring for abandoned animals. He asks for her opinion, but Si-yeon can only muster a tight, forced smile, her mind clearly elsewhere. Her strange aura doesn't go unnoticed as her colleagues wonder what's gotten into her. Because while they talk business, she's frantically searching, finding nothing, absolutely nothing. After the meeting, Si-yeon breaks down, telling her stylist she's searched everywhere online with no luck. Sumin tries to be optimistic, suggesting it'll show up eventually. But Si-yeon is despondent. It's been a week. Her stylist points out she has tons of photo cards, but Si-yeon just smirks. "Oh, you sweet summer child, you have no idea. This wasn't just any card. 5 years ago, the idol group Kaleidoscope was just a trainee project. The agency printed cards for them, but nobody cared, and most were simply thrown away like trash. But now, that trainee-era Yoon-gyeol card is a legendary item. Only 3 are even confirmed to exist, which explains why Si-yeon is currently having a full-blown meltdown, slamming her hands against the wall in regret. Her stylist finally snaps her out of it, reminding her they need to get to the broadcast station. Right. Today is the solo comeback for Barry, her old groupmate from St. Coral. With a new purpose, they rush off toward the massive SBB broadcasting station. Arriving at the station, Seon tells her manager she'll head up to the dressing room first. While waiting for the elevator, she figures the dry rehearsal must be over by now. She sends a quick, cheerful text to her friend Barry, who's waiting for her. It's been a while since she's been to a music show, and she wonders how Kaleidoscope's pre-recording went. Just as she wishes she could see them, the elevator doors slide open. Someone's inside, and she quickly calls out for them to hold the door. A young man with striking pink hair holds it for her, looking a bit surprised. They lock eyes, and her brain short-circuits. No way. It's Se-jin from Kaleidoscope. He politely asks if she wants to ride, and while she says yes, her inner fan is screaming in panic. Now they're alone in the elevator, and she forces a smile, trying to act like she has no idea who he is. He finally breaks the silence, asking if she recognizes him, and she can't help but gush that she's a huge fan. But Se-jin completely flips the script, revealing he's actually a fan of her from her St. Coral days. He smiles warmly, adding that it makes him even more honored to have her as a fan of his group. Seon's brain just about melts, a huge, flustered smile plastered on her face. As the elevator doors open, she tries to make a quick escape, claiming there's been a misunderstanding. But he follows her out into the hall, mentioning that she left so suddenly the other day. He then casually brings up seeing her at Yoon-gyeol's birthday cafe, even describing her alien-like disguise. She laughs it off, trying to deny it with every bit of acting talent she has, but he's not buying it. Se-jin just smirks, pulling something from his pocket and asking if this belongs to her. Then, her eyes lock onto it in sheer horror. It's the precious, lost photo card of Yoon-gyeol. Her mind goes blank. Why in the world does the group's leader have her fan merch? He explains he kept it safe for her, but if it's not hers, he supposes he'll have to discard it. Defeated, she turns away, telling him to just take it, but she can't let it go. In a split second, she spins around, grabs him by the collar, and demands he come with her. Without another word, she drags the stunned idol down the hallway into an empty room. She shoves him inside, slamming the door shut behind them with a resounding thud. With her heart pounding, she pins him against the door, her composure completely shattered. Looking up with pleading, teary eyes, she begs him to please, just give her the photo card back. For a moment, he just stares down at her, taking in her absolute desperation. Then a sly, knowing smile spreads across his face as he agrees, leaving her utterly baffled. He correctly guesses she's his senior from her old idol days, a knowing look in his eyes. Without any fuss, he hands the precious photo card back to a tearfully relieved Seon. She clutches it to her chest, thanking him profusely and admitting she'd been searching for it everywhere. Realizing her cover is blown, she gushes that while she fell for Yoon-gyeol, she loves all of Kaleidoscope. He beams, flattered by her praise for the group's work and their leader. She quickly tries to backtrack, nervously saying she just really liked the album. But he leans in closer, his playful demeanor gone, and asks if she truly doesn't remember him. Seon freezes, her mind racing as she stares up at him in utter confusion. He presses on, a faint smile on his lips as he asks if she's sure they haven't met before. The unspoken history hangs heavy in the air, right outside their group's dressing room. Meanwhile, backstage, Kaleidoscope's manager rallies the troops for their big comeback broadcast. But there's a problem. Yo-Do-won points out that one of their members, Se-jin, is nowhere to be found. Their leader, Yoon-gyeol, takes charge, telling the others he'll go find him. Naturally, the rest of the band immediately hit him with their drink requests. With a sigh, he steps out into the hallway, pulling out his phone to track down the missing idol. He tries to call, wondering where on earth Se-jin could be when they're this busy. That exact call suddenly rings, shattering the intense moment between Se-jin and Seon. He quickly pulls away, apologizing that he has to answer this. On the other end, Yoon-gyeol demands to know his location, as Seon internally freaks out, hearing her bias's name. After a quick promise that he's on his way, Se-jin apologizes again, telling Seon he has to leave first. Seon stammers out an apology, holding the note with his name on it. But before she can explain, Se-jin turns back to her, cutting her off. With a knowing little smile, he tells her that her being his fan can be their secret. And just like that, he's gone, leaving her completely frozen in the hallway. Her mind goes blank for a solid second, trying to process what just happened. Then it all hits her at once as she grabs her head, internally screaming at herself. Meanwhile, Se-jin rounds the corner only to find his leader, Yoon-gyeol, standing there with an armful of drinks. Yoon-gyeol's eyes narrow, questioning why he's coming from that direction. Se-jin tries to play it off, but Yoon-gyeol explains he was looking for him before getting sidetracked. He doesn't buy the excuse, wondering who would hide to take a phone call as he ushers him back inside. To break the tension, Se-jin throws an arm around his leader, insisting on a quick photo. He snaps a selfie, all smiles, while Eunjul just stares ahead, completely unamused. Their bandmates' voices echo from the room, complaining that they're going to be late. Eunjul starts to leave, telling Sejin to hurry, but he can't shake the feeling something is off. He glances back down the hall one last time, his suspicion finally zeroing in on something. And there she is, the actress Ha Si-yeon, standing exactly where Sejin had been hiding. His eyes widen in realization as he recognizes her, putting the pieces of the puzzle together. Later, the backstage area is a whirlwind of chaos as staff prep for the live broadcast. Sejin stands ready, earpiece in, his playful demeanor gone as he focuses for the performance. But Eunjul confronts him, his gaze sharp and unwavering, stating plainly that he knows Sejin is hiding something. Eunjul cuts straight to the chase, telling Sejin that he saw Sejin in the hallway. Sejin flinches, caught completely off guard by the sudden accusation. He quickly tries to cover, claiming he just bumped into her at the elevator and said a quick hello. But Eunjul isn't buying it. Hiding the meeting only makes him more suspicious of what they were doing. Just then, their bandmate Do-won calls out that their equipment check is finished. Sejin uses the interruption as his out, putting a hand on Eunjul's shoulder to get him moving. But Eunjul leans in close with a quiet, firm warning, "Don't date behind his back." As the staff calls for Kaleidoscope to get on standby, Sejin is left frozen by the strange comment. He stares after his friend, completely baffled. What on earth is Eunjul thinking? Then it clicks. He thinks Sion is interested in him, not Sejin. And just like that, the mood shifts when a bright, cheerful idol named Barry spots her friend. She rushes over, wrapping Sion in a massive hug to congratulate her on the comeback. Sion asks if her rehearsal is over, and the younger idol confirms, posing playfully. Naturally, they have to snap a few pictures for Stargram to mark the occasion. They wish they could get dinner, but Barry sadly explains she has another shoot right after. Oh, and by the way, she made a new private account and will send an invite later. Right on cue, a staff member calls for Barry to get on standby for her stage. With a quick, energetic goodbye, she dashes off, leaving Seon smiling warmly. But as her manager, Sumin, approaches to talk schedules, Seon's expression freezes. A horrifying realization dawns on her, and she forces a terrifying smile. She messed up. Her manager can't believe it. She got caught being a fan. Seon sheepishly explains how she ran into Sejin, who had her lost photo card, and the truth just tumbled out. But she's just thrilled to have it back, clutching it to her chest after a week of sleepless nights. Sumin, however, is already thinking about the consequences. Is this really okay? What if the news leaks? She tries to warn her that an idol's kindness is just for show. They could use this weakness against her. Seon just smiles, completely brushing off the concern. No way, she insists. Sejin isn't that kind of person. Unconvinced, Sumin simply urges her to be more careful in the future. Later that night, back in the privacy of her apartment, Seon gets down to some serious business, carefully handling her precious photo cards. And finally, with everything perfectly arranged around her light stick, her fan shrine is complete. She stands back, admiring her work. The Eungeol zone is finally perfect again. With a determined look, she slips on her glasses, ready to begin her nightly fangirl ritual. First on the agenda, a deep dive into social media for any new posts about Kaleidoscope. She's even got multiple phones set up, all streaming their music to boost the numbers. Every cute picture gets a like, every update a retweet. She's a one-woman marketing team. The fan community is buzzing, sharing incredible photos of the boys from a recent event. Beaming with pride, she posts her own achievement, a full set of Eungeol cards under her real name. With her duties fulfilled, she takes a satisfying sip from her mug, feeling completely content. The album voting is over, so she figures it's a good time to call it a night. But as she starts to relax, a sudden thought breaks her peace. What exactly did Sejin say to her earlier? Her mind flashes back to the moment Sejin asked if they'd met before. Back in the present, she's cringing hard at the memory of outing herself as a fan. She hopes he didn't think she was a total weirdo, when suddenly her phone buzzes. Ah, right. Barry said she'd message. Seyun casually picks up her phone to check, but as she reads the screen, her expression freezes. It's her message requests, and sitting at the very top is a name that makes her heart stop. Sejin. He actually DM'd her, saying it was nice to meet her, and that he sent a gift. A gift? A photo? What on earth could it be? Her finger trembles over the accept button. She opens it, and is greeted by a legendary, never-before-seen image. It's a fresh selfie of Eungeol. Her fangirl brain short-circuits with pure, unadulterated joy. And the gift keeps on giving. Sejin also sent a group photo and an adorable candid shot of Eungeol eating. Seon's inner fangirl absolutely explodes with joy, practically vibrating out of her chair. She figures he must have sent it because she'd mentioned being a fan. What a genuinely nice guy. Of course, She has to reply quickly, so she begins tapping out a simple, polite thank you message. But then she freezes. A sudden, chilling doubt washes over her. Is this really okay? Her manager, Sumin's warning echoes in her mind, about how rivals can use any weakness against you. Her anxiety spirals, imagining Sejin screenshotting their DMs and blackmailing her for a fortune. If something like that ever leaked, her acting career would be finished, forever branded as just a fangirl. Shaking off the paranoia, she decides that, while the Sejin she knows wouldn't do that, it's better to be safe. The scene shifts to the Kaleidoscope dorm, where the idols are completely unaware of the drama they've caused. Yo Do-won grins, absolutely certain that today is the day he'll get his revenge. His bandmate, Park Chang-sik, isn't worried in the slightest, daring him to try. The battlefield? A tense game of Jenga to decide who's stuck with dish duty. And just like that, Do-won's possessed control fails, and he loses the bet spectacularly. Sejin, who had been laughing, checks his phone only to see his message has been read with no reply. The cheerful mood drains from his face. He was really hoping they could talk more. He sighs, resigning himself to the thought that she's probably already forgotten him. But before he can sink any deeper, Kien bursts in, shouting for everyone to gather round for huge news. He announces that next week, Kaleidoscope is finally making an appearance on a variety show. Kien explains with a smug grin that he just happened to ride an elevator with the PD and gave an epic 3-minute pitch. Do-won and Chang-sik are ecstatic, promising this is their big chance to finally get a full album. Min-jin, ever the practical one, cuts in to ask what kind of show they'll actually be doing. Kien explains they've landed 2 shows. One is a chill healing type, the other is a physical survival competition. The 2 meatheads, Do-won and Chang-sik, immediately call dibs on the survival show, ready to dominate. Kien lays out the details for the other show. It's at a shelter for abandoned dogs, and the lineup is interesting. He lists off the cast, ending with a name that makes Sejin freeze, actress Ha Si-yeon. Without missing a beat, Sejin volunteers for the healing show, and the teams are quickly decided. A silent, determined look crosses his face. This is a chance he absolutely cannot miss. At that very moment, Ha Si-yeon herself receives a notification on her phone, her eyes widening in surprise. The cast for the variety show has been confirmed, and she sees Kaleidoscope's name right there on the list. Her screen confirms it. Actress Ha Si-yeon and group Kaleidoscope. A silent scream echoes from her apartment. There is absolutely no way she's doing this. How could this happen? Being on the same variety show as them? In a panic, she calls her stylist, desperately asking if she can switch, but it's no use. The schedules are locked. Her stylist, Sumin, tries to talk her down, saying it's not even the whole group, just 2 members, Sejin and Minjin. A wave of relief washes over Sejin. Her favorite member, Yoon Gaeol, isn't even coming. Sumin hangs up with a final warning. Just don't let them find out you're a massive fangirl. But as Sejin stares at her own reflection, the playful panic is gone, replaced by genuine dread. They're in trouble. To calm her fraying nerves, she turns to meditation, the clear ring of a singing bowl filling the room. She needs to relax her mind, focus on her breathing, and prepare for the inevitable. Her day begins with a 9 a.m. yoga class, a desperate attempt to escape her worries and find some peace. She tells herself to reset her mind, focusing only on positive thoughts. Leaving the studio, she tries to spin this whole situation as a good thing. She's a successful fan, after all. The self-care tour continues with an 11 a.m. aesthetic appointment, a chance to relax and rationalize. And besides, she thinks, her favorite member Yoon Gaeol isn't even in the lineup, so the pressure's off. But her body betrays her as she jolts upright, startling the poor esthetician. Yeah, right. Who is she kidding? After her treatment, she puts on a brave face, calmly thanking the staff as she leaves. But her composure crumbles as she checks her phone, realizing there's a much bigger problem at hand. A series of DMs from Sejin himself, asking about the show and pointing out that she's left him on red. She freezes, phone in hand, wondering if she can keep ignoring him when she doesn't even know what to say. Her mind races with worst-case scenarios. What if he gets hurt? Or worse, what if he gets angry? This is ruining everything. She can't even enjoy being a fan with this guilt hanging over her. Besides, she realizes they have to meet during filming anyway. Running away is pointless. Taking a deep breath, she sends a desperate text to her manager, Sumin, begging for help. Meanwhile, across town at the EBA broadcasting station, a different schedule is wrapping up. Sejin is finishing up the last episode of his radio show for the season. He gives his thanks and plays a final song for the listeners, one from his own group. As the broadcast ends, the staff praise him for all his hard work. Finally free, he meets up with his manager, confirming his schedule is clear for the day. His manager tells him to get ready for tomorrow's meeting, since he has no more schedules today. But hiding just around the corner is none other than Si-yeon's manager, Soo-min, on a secret mission. A flashback shows her being tasked to deliver a package to Si-jin during his radio show. She grumbles, recalling the strict instruction to only give it to him when he's completely alone. Back in the present, Se-jin and his manager walk through the broadcasting station's massive lobby, and as if on cue, his manager heads for the bathroom, giving Soo-min the perfect opening. Finally alone, Si-jin pulls out his phone to check his messages. He stares at his unanswered text to Do-won, wondering if he shouldn't have reached out at all. Suddenly, a voice from behind startles him, breaking his train of thought. It's Soo-min, who introduces herself as Ha-si-en stylist and says she has something for him. She hands him a small, folded note with a hushed warning. Don't tell anyone, and come alone. Se-jin is visibly surprised by the sudden and secretive request from a stranger. He cautiously unfolds the paper, his curiosity now fully piqued. All it contains is an address in Cheongdam, marked with the number 222. With a heavy dose of skepticism, Se-jin decides to follow the bizarre instructions. He soon arrives at a sleek, private-looking establishment bearing the same number. The interior is elegant and dimly lit, with a table already prepared for a private meeting. And waiting for him, wine glass in hand, is the famous actress Ha-si-yeon herself. She silently thanks him for the photo card, knowing she couldn't risk direct messaging him. To handle this delicate situation, she decides her first move must be to establish dominance. A waiter leads him into the private room as Se-jin steels himself for whatever comes next. A familiar voice calls his name, and he turns to see the actress herself. Ha-si-yeon greets him with a radiant smile, acknowledging how surprised he must have been. He nervously greets his senior, who gestures for him to sit down and get comfortable. Se-jin can't help but be impressed by the venue, and she explains it's an exclusive room, just for them. She makes some small talk as the food arrives, asking if he's eaten yet. Taking a sip of her wine, she finally reveals the reason she summoned him. To thank him. She explains that things were too hectic before for her to express her gratitude properly. He realizes it's about the photo card, but she laughs off his attempt to downplay it. Then, the mood shifts as she begins a monologue about her long career and the importance of image. He tries to explain his silence, noting that there are a lot of weird people in the world. She smoothly continues his thought, adding that you can never really judge someone by their appearance. Her gaze is pointed. She knows exactly why he was hesitant. Se-jin realizes he's been completely figured out and decides to be direct, admitting his lack of trust was the reason. She shows her understanding, agreeing that it's wise to be careful since digital messages leave a permanent trail. He clarifies he had no ill intentions and was just sincerely happy that she liked his group. But this makes Ha-si-yeon panic, thinking she's offended him and he'll stop contacting her. She quickly confesses that she loved his messages but was just too scared to reply. Looking at him with earnest eyes, she admits that she came to like him a lot. Se-jin, however, coolly interprets this as fan admiration, promising he won't cause her any trouble. He tells her that if she's that worried, she can sleep soundly. In fact, he'll promise on his life that he will keep his word. To seal this unconventional deal, their pinkies intertwine. He smiles, confirming their little agreement is now set in stone. With the tension finally broken, he calmly suggests they get back to their meal. A wave of calm washes over Ha-si-yeon, but she has one more request. Just in case, she asks if he'd be willing to sign a formal contract, leaving him stunned. Later, a text from Se-jin arrives, reassuring her that he'll keep his promise. Lying in bed, she reads his message with a look of pure relief, glad he's a good person. She finally understands his charm, smiling as she thinks about how cute his pinky promise was. Surrounded by her fan merchandise, Ha-si-yeon breathes a sigh of relief. She's glad things with Se-jin are sorted and secretly happy Yoon-gyeol won't be on the show. With a determined smile, she psyches herself up to do well in the upcoming filming. Meanwhile, that same night, in the Kaleidoscope dorms, Kwon Min-jin is just relaxing in bed, casually looking at his phone. His quiet evening is interrupted when Han Yoon-gyeol enters his room. Yoon-gyeol gets straight to the point, announcing they're going to swap programs for the variety show. He bluntly tells Min-jin to take the survival show, a demand that catches him completely off guard. Min-jin falls silent, trying to process the sudden, unfair switch. But Yoon-gyeol's gaze is steady, already guessing this has everything to do with Se-jin. The day of filming arrives, and Ha-si-yeon is already a nervous wreck, trembling with a deep sense of unease. Her stylist notices her lips are turning blue, and she internally panics, realizing she didn't get a wink of sleep. She frantically explains the lineup changed. It was supposed to be Se-jin and Min-jin, but now it's her ultimate bias, Yoon-jae. Her mind spirals into ridiculous fangirl fears, like accidentally polluting the air he breathes. But her stylist's simple reminder that this is Kaleidoscope's first variety show hits her like a lightning bolt. For their sake, for her bias's big debut on a show like this, She knows she has to pull it together. Channeling her inner fan, she declares herself ready, the life and color instantly rushing back to her face. Elsewhere on set, Lee Se-jin is calm and composed as he gets his final touch-ups. A manager brings him and Yoon-jeol drinks, letting them know the opening shoot starts in 30 minutes. He slings an arm around Se-jin, teasing him about being nervous, but the idol just smiles, acknowledging the day's importance. Their manager offers some last-minute encouragement, telling Se-jin he's got his back. Yoon-jeol, however, is lost in thought, his mind on the album promotions riding on this. A staff member calls the manager over, leaving the two idols to themselves for a moment. Noticing his friend's bright demeanor, Yoon-jeol asks why he's in such a good mood. Se-jin just beams, saying he's fired up because it's their very first variety show. But then he leans in, cheekily asking if it has anything to do with Se-yeon, making Yoon-jeol instantly sputter a denial. Se-jin immediately drops it, a knowing look in his eyes as he tells him to just forget it. The playful atmosphere vanishes as Yoon-jeol's expression turns serious, asking if he's really okay. He reminds him how forcefully he pushed to switch programs with Min-jin to be here today. Yoon-jeol watches him silently, waiting for an answer that doesn't seem to be coming. Se-jin finally gives his answer, stating plainly that he's not a kid anymore. Before Yoon-jeol can question that cryptic reply, a staff member calls for the cast to assemble. The introductions kick off with actress Ha Se-yeon, a webtoon artist, and a popular YouTuber. Then, the name Kaleidoscope is announced, causing a stir among the other celebrities. Se-yeon's head whips around, her eyes wide with a sudden, dawning realization. And there they are, Lee Se-jin and Han Yoon-geol, stepping forward to introduce themselves. Her mind short-circuits. It's him. Her ultimate bias, Yoon-geol, is actually here. She forces a bright smile, managing to squeak out a greeting while trying not to visibly tremble. But inside, she's absolutely losing it, her voice cracked. Her first impression is completely ruined. The webtoon artist then casually asks if she and the boys have met before, since they're both from the idol world. Se-yeon's mind races, desperately trying to figure out how to answer the question without revealing anything. But before she can stumble through a reply, Lee Se-jin smoothly steps in, claiming this is their first meeting. He smiles warmly, saying he's looking forward to working with her, and she numbly agrees. Then Yoon-jeol drops a bomb, quietly admitting he's been a fan of hers since he was young. Just as she's processing this, a staff member calls them over, telling everyone to move to the shooting location. As they walk, Se-jin leans close to her, whispering that he kept her secret for her. He flashes a confident smile, asking if he did a good job covering for her. Se-yeon is left completely speechless, just staring at him as he walks away. Her mind is a blank, but one thought begins to form as she watches him go. She realizes with a jolt that Se-jin is actually a really kind person. And with that, filming begins for the show Hold My Hand. The day's activity is volunteering at an animal shelter, where they'll be caring for the dogs. The group is split into teams. Moha and Jun eagerly take on the fun job of walking the dogs. This leaves Se-yeon, Se-jin, and Yoon-geol with cleaning duty, and she silently fumes. Of course, she gets stuck with him. They're led into the kennel area, a long hallway of cages that need a serious deep clean. A staff member hands out masks, and Se-yeon breathes a sigh of relief. At least this will cover her face. She quickly takes charge, announcing she'll handle the right side if the boys can start from the left. All she has to do is keep her distance, maintain her poker face, and just focus on filming. But her mind starts to wander, replaying the strange events of the morning. She pictures Yoon-jeol's dashing introduction, but her memory feels fuzzy, almost like she's rewriting it herself. Her heart hammers against her ribs. He actually spoke to her. The sound of his voice, this close, is something she wishes she could record and keep forever. A nearby staff member, initially lost in her own fangirl moment, suddenly realizes the famous actress is acting very strange. Lost in her daze, Se-yeon starts sweeping with way too much force, kicking up a massive cloud of dust. She looks up in horror to see her precious babies, Yoon-jeol and Se-jin, coughing right in the middle of it. Mortified, she frantically apologizes, telling herself to get it together and not mess up again. The team moves on to organizing the cleaning storage room, still under the watchful eye of the camera. Se-yeon desperately tries to tune out their conversation, focusing on supplies just out of her reach. But suddenly, an arm reaches right over her as Yoon-geol leans in close from behind to grab something. And just like that, all her composure shatters, her mind going completely blank from the shock. Still reeling, Se-yeon tries to continue her work, but her mind is just not in the game. Her distraction leads to another disaster, as she wildly sprays Yoon-geol with a hose. And just when you think it can't get worse, she trips, sending supplies flying everywhere. As everyone rushes to see if she's okay, Se-yeon can only kneel in shame. It's not about being hurt, She's terrified. She's ruining Kaleidoscope's precious screen time. The day's volunteer work suddenly feels like an insurmountable trial. Her very soul seems to float out of her mouth, leaving an empty shell of despair. But Sejin's gentle concern snaps her back, and she quickly insists she's perfectly fine. To prove it, she grabs a heavy bag, asking what's next, trying to look capable. But her bravado immediately fails as her hand slips, the bag clearly too much for her. She staggers backwards, the weight of the bag completely throwing her off balance. Time seems to slow down as she starts to fall, a flash of panic crossing her face. Sejin shouts her name, watching helplessly as the disaster unfolds. But just as she's about to hit the ground, a strong hand catches her shoulder. The bag of supplies thuds onto the floor beside them. Still braced for impact, Sejin can't quite process what's happening. A calm voice tells her to be careful, and she turns around, completely stunned. It's none other than Han Yun-jeol, holding her steady. His hands are firmly on her arms, his presence a silent, solid wall behind her. He looks down at her with an intense, unreadable gaze. Her brain short-circuits, leaving her utterly speechless, just staring up at him. This moment feels strangely familiar, like one of the many daydreams she's had about Yoon-gyeol, but her fantasies were never quite this calm. They usually involved her dramatically saving him from a zombie apocalypse, or discovering superhuman strength to rescue him from certain doom. Sometimes they were just plain ridiculous, like her panicking over a toy shark in a pool. Those were just her overactive imagination running wild. But this is real life, and in real life, she's just been caught by her idol while covered in dust and grime. Snapping her out of it, Lee Se-jin rushes over, fussing about what a mess she is. As she changes, Si-yeon groans, realizing she completely ruined her chance to look cool for their first meeting. As her manager gives her a final warning, they're suddenly interrupted. Turning around, they offer a polite greeting to the newcomer. It's Kaleidoscope's manager, Kim Hyun-chol, and he seems thrilled to meet her. He's a huge fan, gushing about how her old group, St. Coral, was a legend back in his army days. He humbly asks her to take care of the boys, since they're nervous about their first variety show. He then praises her comedic timing from earlier, saying she was the source of all the best scenes. But his choice of words wishing his boys could be silly like her lights a fuse in her manager, Sumin. Si-yeon can only watch as Sumin steps forward, her expression turning icy. Sumin demands to know if he's calling her actress silly, catching the poor manager completely off guard. She launches into a passionate defense of Si-yeon's acting credentials, as an embarrassed Si-yeon tries to pull her away. The fierce display leaves Kaleidoscope's manager utterly baffled. He can't believe what just happened. He's not even mad, just surprised. Her manager, he muses, is one feisty woman. With that little bit of drama over, the morning shoot is officially wrapped, and it's time for lunch. The staff is treated to some delicious-looking tonkatsu bento boxes for their hard work. While eating, Si-yeon expresses her admiration for the crew, impressed by how much they handle. She genuinely respects their effort, feeling a sense of camaraderie with the hardworking staff. But her peaceful meal is shattered when two figures approach, asking to sit, and her heart stops. It's Eun-gyeol. She manages a calm, of course, but inside, her fangirl brain is short-circuiting. She can't taste a thing. Making conversation, the pink-haired Lee Se-jin brings up her fall from earlier, asking if she's okay. He then cheerfully points to Yoon-gyeol, revealing he was the one who saved her, and Si-yeon just wishes the ground would swallow her whole. Yoon-gyeol brushes it off with a devastating smile, saying helping was the obvious thing to do. Si-yeon can barely stammer out a thank you, her mind completely blanking. In fact, she's so starstruck that she accidentally tries to eat her own cheek, forcing a staff member to intervene. She plays it off as just spacing out, and Lee Se-jin laughs, telling her she's really cute in person. Trying to regain some composure, she remarks that she always thought celebrities were more distant. As she says this, Yoon-gyeol just continues eating, a quiet and unreadable presence beside his cheerful bandmate. Seeing him barely touching his food, Se-jin playfully threatens to steal it if he's not going to finish. To change the subject, the group starts talking about something a little more universal: their pets. Other staff members happily jump in, showing off photos of a cat and proudly recalling a pet chicken. Se-jin talks about a dog he knew as a kid, while Eun-gyeol quietly admits he's never had a pet of his own. A staff member turns the question to Si-yeon, guessing she must be a dog owner. But Si-yeon explains that, with her busy schedule, she'd feel too guilty leaving a pet alone. She thoughtfully adds that waiting is incredibly hard on animals, especially the abandoned ones. Her words paint a sad picture of pets left wondering if anyone will ever come back for them. This seems to hit a little too close to home for Eun-gyeol, whose gaze darkens. Lee Se-jin is heartbroken, finding the idea that some might never find a family unbearable. But he quickly turns that sadness into resolve, rallying everyone to work extra hard. Their mission for the afternoon is clear: Help at least one of these animals find a loving home. And as they step outside, a massive, glittering coffee truck is waiting to greet them. Sejin and Kim Hyun-chul are completely stunned by the scale of their fans' support. The two are completely overcome with emotion, vowing to work even harder for their fans. Beaming with pride, Lee Sejin begins handing out drinks to all the grateful staff. From a distance, Ha Si-yeon and her manager, Sung Soo-min, watch the scene unfold. Soo-min turns to her with a knowing look, correctly guessing that Si-yeon sent the truck. Oblivious to her good deed, Sejin politely offers his senior a coffee. He gushes about how incredible the support is, admitting he's never experienced this before. Si-yeon just smiles and congratulates him, enjoying the coffee she secretly bought for everyone. But the happy mood shifts when he asks if she's happened to see Yoon Jaeol. A flicker of concern crosses Sejin's face as he scans the area for his friend. He can only hope he's okay, his gaze falling back toward the shelter building. And there he is, Han Yoon Jaeol, standing alone amongst the kennels. He watches a small, hopeful dog, thinking about how they're always waiting for a home. His expression turns somber as he reflects that eventually, that hope just fades. Suddenly, his quiet moment is broken by Sejin, who's been searching everywhere for him. Yoon Jaeol turns as Sejin asks what he's been doing all this time. His answer is simple, almost detached. He was just watching the dogs. Sejin playfully suggests getting one for the dorm, but Yoon Jaeol dismisses it. They can't even manage themselves. With a soft smile, Sejin has to admit that he's got a point. But then he leans in, cheekily adding that he already has a big one to take care of, leaving Yoon Jaeol completely baffled. Sejin just grins, grabbing his friend and telling him it's time to go. Yoon Jaeol glares back, deadpan, and informs his friend that he is not, in fact, a dog. The scene cuts to a much smaller, fluffier puppy named Pashong, striking a pose for the camera. It's Sejin and Si-yeon, who's excitedly snapping pictures after picking out a cute ribbon for the little guy. He compliments her photography skills, noting she seems to have a real knack for it. She laughs it off nervously, thinking she can't exactly admit her hobby is taking professional-grade photos of idol merch. Back with the group, she admires a photo she just took, and Sejin suggests they should post it. All the while, Yoon Jaeol just stands there, a silent, unimpressed observer to all this excitement. Sejin finally turns to his friend, asking him to help out a little. But Yoon Jaeol's only contribution is to stare down at the massive husky at his feet and state that it's just too big. Si-yeon, however, thinks the huge dog is adorable, already wondering how they'll manage to give it a bath. And as she watched him, a thought suddenly struck Si-yeon. Internally, she's squealing. His grumpy face is a perfect match for the husky's stubborn expression. Meanwhile, Yoon Jaeol and Sejin wrestle with the massive dog, just trying to get through the afternoon shoot. With the last shot finally in the can, the crew calls it a wrap, everyone breathing a sigh of relief. A shelter worker comes over to thank them, admitting they made mistakes but hoping they helped the cause. The experience was so meaningful that some of the other volunteers are already talking about adopting. Naturally, the question turns to the quietest member of the group. How was it for him? Yoon Jaeol just stands there for a moment, his face completely serious, lost in thought. He finally admits that, honestly, he was scared to even come here, leaving them all confused. Then comes the quiet bombshell. He grew up in an orphanage himself. Si-yeon can't believe what she's hearing, the revelation hitting her like a physical blow. Yoon Jaeol continues, explaining he once hoped for a new family, a miracle that never came before he aged out. His friends listen in stunned silence as he describes the cold loneliness of being truly on your own. That's why he so desperately wants these shelter animals to find warm, loving families, so they won't end up alone, just like he did, a sentiment that pierces right through Si-yeon's heart. But she refuses to accept that narrative for him, her mind screaming that he's not alone anymore. Stepping forward, she tells him that no one chooses their past, and now he has people who care. He has his bandmates, a true family who are with him through thick and thin. And he has countless fans, an army of people who truly, genuinely care for him. She looks him in the eyes, her voice steady, telling him that if he ever feels that loneliness again, she blurts out that from now on, she'll just be his sister. The words hang in the air for a moment before she frantically tries to laugh it off. Sejin immediately jumps on it, teasing that Yoon Jaeol just gained a new family member. But his gentle smile shows he understands the kind, if clumsy, sentiment behind her outburst. As the crew starts packing up, the praise starts rolling in for a job well done on their first show. Min-jin approaches Yoon Jaeol, apologizing for getting so intense and emotional earlier. But Yoon Jaeol takes it in stride, and Min-jin reassures him that he came across as nothing but confident. Si-jin, ever the mood maker, throws an arm around his friend, ready to celebrate. He leans in close, unable to resist one last playful jab about his new sister. But then he softens, explaining that Si-yeon was probably just trying to lighten the mood for him. But Yoon Jaeol cuts him off, stating plainly that he doesn't need a sister. The only family he needs, he says, is his brother, Se-jin. Later that evening, the mood is slightly different in another apartment. Ha-seon is curled up in a ball, deep in a cringe spiral over her on-camera outburst. She's absolutely mortified, wondering what could have possessed her to say something like that. Her manager calmly points out that if she asks for an edit, it'll cut Kaleidoscope's screen time. That thought sobers her, but she's struck by a more serious regret. She knew nothing about Yoon-gyeol's life. All she'd ever seen was the polished, perfect idol, never considering what lay beneath the surface. His situation, it suddenly feels uncomfortably similar to her own. And the day after the show finally airs, a piercing scream echoes through an apartment building. The scream sends the members of Kaleidoscope into a panic, grabbing a baseball bat for defense. It came from their manager, who's hunched over, stammering about what just happened. But he's not hurt, he's absolutely ecstatic, crying tears of pure joy. The show's most emotional clip has gone viral, hitting trending charts with millions of views. And as the news spreads, Ha-seon sees it on her phone, her heart sinking into her stomach. Her mortifying fangirl moment is now a legendary meme, immortalized for the world to see. But in the shadows of a dark room, someone else is watching, and they are not amused. They're seething, wondering why the network would ever air a moment like that. A secret that only they felt entitled to know is now public knowledge. Surrounded by photos of the idols, a hidden figure curses Ha-seon's name, their obsession turning venomous. Alone in her room, Ha-seon is spiraling, wondering how to handle this disaster. She stares at her phone, her heart pounding as she debates watching the clip. Surely there must be nasty comments. She's terrified the fans will think she was being cocky. The anxiety is too much. She collapses, admitting she's more nervous now than for her first drama. Seeing her panic, her manager Sung Soo-min sighs, and Seon begs her to check the comments for her. Soo-min takes the phone, her eyes widening in surprise as she scrolls through the feedback. It's not hate at all, in fact. She tells Seon the fandom is about to explode with new fans. Taking back her phone, Seon sees it with her own eyes. The comments are all incredibly positive. A wave of immense relief washes over her, tears welling up in her eyes. As she cries happily about the growing fandom, Soo-min dryly reminds her to get ready for her next schedule. Meanwhile, the boys from Kaleidoscope jump on a live stream, greeting their fans after a long day. Lee Se-jin apologizes for being sweaty. They've just finished their mini-album promotions. Their #1 fan, Ha-seon, watches intently from her bath as he announces they have something to celebrate. He pulls Han Yoon-jeol closer, prompting him to greet their suddenly massive audience. Yoon-jeol seems genuinely moved, admitting he never expected such a huge response. Seon can't resist, furiously tapping her phone to screenshot his perfect styling. But then the members notice the viewer count is climbing into the tens of thousands. The group stares in disbelief. They've never, ever been this popular before. Scrolling through the comments, they see message after message from new fans who came after the variety show. As the boys get overwhelmed, Seon smiles, her heart swelling with pride. The fandom really grew. The sheer emotion of the moment is too much for Kian, who breaks down in happy tears. Lee Se-jin playfully shoves him out of frame, admitting he's so happy he doesn't even know what to say. He looks straight into the camera, giving all the credit and a heartfelt thank you to the fandom. Watching from her tub, Seon feels that gratitude personally, thinking they're the ones who deserve praise. She breathes a sigh of relief, remembering how she'd secretly feared their collaboration was a total flop. She even recalls Yoon-gyeol's quiet satisfaction, simply glad to have been of some help to her. And that single success story has sent shockwaves all the way back to their agency. In a meeting, Se-jin is stunned by the news. The company is talking about a full album. A manager explains that while their last album's sales were terrible, their sudden viral fame changes everything. All of their old content is now surging, from variety show clips to music videos, all thanks to the algorithm. The manager declares that with all this new attention, it's time for another go. The other members are instantly fired up, ready to jump straight into album production. They're buzzing with ideas for new choreography, already dreaming of topping the charts. But the manager turns his attention to Se-jin, specifically mentioning a solo concert. He gently reminds him of the promise they'd all made to each other. Se-jin can only manage a quiet agreement, his smile not quite reaching his eyes. Later that night, the bright lights of the meeting room feel a world away. Alone in his room, Se-jin thinks to himself this might just be their last chance. He'd already come to terms with the end, believing the group was set to disband. Because in his heart, he had already given up on everything, and now he's being pulled back in. And he knows none of this would be happening if it weren't for her Ha-seon. A quiet determination settles over his features. He pulls out his phone, wanting to finally thank her properly. But he hesitates, seeing her name in his message history. Is it okay to just DM a senior like this? For a moment, he's completely still, weighing his options. Then, a voice in his head tells him to just go for it. This is his chance to move forward. He types out a heartfelt message, telling her about the album and offering some of their new merch. To his shock, a notification pings almost immediately. She replied, "Already?" His eyes widen, wondering what she could have possibly said. She congratulates them, and then humbly asks if she could have one of the dolls he offered. Seijin stares at his phone in complete confusion. A new message from Sion? He can't believe what he's reading. There's no way this is real. She's not just accepting his offer, she wants to come pick it up herself. And she asks if he's free tonight. Meanwhile, Ha-seon is having an immediate panic attack. She thinks she definitely went too far. But her inner fangirl quickly takes over, justifying everything for a limited edition Yoonjaeol doll. She remembers the trauma of a previous delivery gone wrong. She's not letting rare merch slip through her fingers again. So, after finishing a photo shoot with a practiced, professional smile, her mind is racing, trying to figure out how to get a gift to him without being obvious. Asking her manager Sumin is out, she'd promised not to drag her into her idol-chasing antics anymore, which left her with only one, very direct, and slightly embarrassing option. And as one person schemes for a doll, somewhere else in the city, the night holds a much darker secret. In a shadowy room, unseen eyes are watching. At nearly 2 in the morning, a phone buzzes to life. A smart camera has detected motion. A hand reaches out, wondering who could possibly be out at this ungodly hour. But this is no casual glance. This is surveillance, as a shadowy figure raises binoculars to their eyes. Through the lens, they spot a man in a cap and mask, lurking outside. A quick adjustment, and the stalker's eyes widen as they recognize that familiar pink hair. It can't be. Is that really Lee Seijin, the idol from ZN? He stands there, waiting, clearly expecting someone to arrive. A moment later, a sleek black car pulls up, and a voice from inside tells him to hurry and get in. And the driver is none other than the actress Ha-seon, telling him to hurry before they're spotted. The door shuts, and the car peels away into the darkness. Safely inside, a nervous Lee Se-jin asks his senior where exactly they're going. She gives him a knowing look, cryptically replying that it's somewhere no one will find them. His eyes widen, a flicker of uncertainty crossing his face. The car journeys further and further away from the city, down a dark, isolated road. Inside, the two of them sit in a tense, unspoken silence. Finally, she removes her sunglasses, her tone shifting as she asks if he brought the stuff. He confirms, reaching into his bag to present the package she requested. But little do they know, a hidden observer has been watching this entire exchange. With a sly smile, Lee Se-jin suggests she check the contents for herself. She eagerly takes the bag, ready to finally see what this was all about. Inside, she finds an adorable, sparkly chibi doll of her favorite idol, Hanun-jol. She's absolutely beside herself with joy, thanking him as she gushes over the cute little figure. It's a limited-run item Shed almost given up on ever finding. Something impossible to buy now. He brushes off her thanks, casually mentioning his company could just produce more if they wanted. In fact, he gives her the credit, revealing that thanks to her, they're preparing a full album. But she's stunned, insisting that this has absolutely nothing to do with her. Kaleidoscope's success, she argues, comes purely from their own heart and passion. And as his words sink in, a shocking realization begins to dawn on her. Lee Se-jin listens intently, a faint smile playing on his lips as he agrees with her. He admits he never expected to hear that from her, and genuinely thanks her for her words. Then, he completely flips the script, asking if he could possibly get her autograph. She's flustered for a moment, realizing she doesn't have a pen but he's already got one ready. He asks her to sign the back of his phone case, a surprisingly personal request. As she leans in, he asks her to also write down her name and the current date. She confirms the date, June 13th, her focus entirely on the small task. But his eyes are fixed on her, his expression unreadable and intense. He then asks her, by her full name, how she felt the very first time she signed an autograph. The question sends her back in time, and she recalls being a nervous wreck, just happy to be liked. He admits that at his own first signing event, he was a nervous wreck, sweating buckets. He was already feeling that pressure even before he officially debuted. But just as the mood gets sentimental, a terrifying scream rips through the night. Frozen in their car, she asks what that noise was. It sounded chillingly human. The scream echoes again, and her eyes widen in disbelief, wondering if she imagined it. Realizing someone might be in trouble, she wants to investigate, but he immediately tells her to stay in the car where it's safe. She refuses, arguing she can't just let the leader of Kaleidoscope walk into danger alone. So, together, they venture into the darkness, phone flashlights cutting through the gloom. As they walk, a horrible thought crosses her mind. What if they stumble upon a gruesome crime scene? Her imagination runs wild with killers and cults, forcing him to tell her to stop scaring herself. Just as she's spiraling, a rustle in the bushes stops them dead in their tracks. Lee Se-jin points his light forward, confirming something is definitely hiding in there. A large dark shape rises, and Sion instinctively asks if it's alright. But instead of a person, a wild animal lets out a piercing shriek. It's a deer, and it bolts past them in a terrified flash. They stand there, completely stunned, blinking in the sudden silence. The tension instantly shatters, replaced by a wave of sheepish relief. Sion can't believe it, a deer? All this time she was preparing for a murder scene. Laughing it off, she turns to suggest they finally head back. But in her relief, her foot slips on a log, and she cries out as she loses her balance. But just as she's about to hit the dirt, a hand firmly grabs her arm. Se-jin moves in a flash, catching her and pulling her safely into his arms. For a dizzying moment, Sion can only stare up at him, her mind completely blank. He looks down, and the entire scene feels like something pulled straight from a movie. Then reality crashes in, and she starts frantically apologizing for touching the group's leader, much to his confusion. Once she's steady, he asks if she's all right, and she awkwardly laughs it off, blaming the darkness. But her heart is pounding. Why is she feeling this way for him? Not even her bias made her feel this flustered. He just smirks, lightly teasing her about how often she stumbles, as they finally head back. Soon enough, they arrive at a quiet residential building under the moonlight. The car glides to a smooth stop, bringing their chaotic night to a close. Inside the car, Sion finally breaks the silence, thanking him for the late-night ride and the autograph. She beams, going into full fan mode, genuinely wishing his group success on their next album. With their goodbyes exchanged, Lee Se-jin reaches for the door, seemingly ready to leave. But then he stops, a brief, thoughtful pause filling the car. He turns back to a surprised Sion, holding out a small, folded piece of paper. It's his contact information, he explains, placing it gently into her hand. He leans in with a warm smile, telling her to reach out if she ever needs help with anything. She can only stare back. Caught off guard by his sincerity, he wants to be helpful to her. With a final wave, he steps out, wishing her well as he closes the door. Left alone, Sion looks down at the card, a faint blush warming her cheeks. She stares at the note, her mind racing. What is she supposed to do with this? Meanwhile, back at the dorms, someone is waiting up. Lee Se-jin quietly slips back inside, thinking he's gotten away with his late-night excursion. But he stops dead in his tracks, his eyes widening in surprise. Han Yoon-jeol is standing right there, arms crossed, with a single, chilling question. Where was he? His gaze is icy as he explains that he's been looking for him. Se-jin stammers, asking why he's not asleep, but Yoon-geol just scoffs. Who goes out at 3 a.m. anyway? Trying to brush it off, Se-jin claims he just went to meet someone for a bit. But Yoon-geol isn't buying it, cutting right through the lie. He met with Se-yeon, didn't he? The denial dies on Se-jin's lips before it even starts, and he caves immediately. The guy is just a terrible liar. Se-jin scrambles for an excuse, claiming he just wanted to thank her and give her something. He can't exactly admit he was returning her adorable little plushie, can he? So he lies, saying he gave her their new album and some merch for promotion. Yoon-geol seems to drop it, telling him to get to bed before their manager finds out. But as Se-jin apologizes, Yoon-geol cuts him off. That's not what this is about. He looks at his friend, his only hope being that this newfound attention doesn't change him. Meanwhile, Sion collapses to the floor, completely overwhelmed by what was just delivered. She stares at the small note in her hands, her mind short-circuiting. Did he really give her his contact info? She's a bundle of nerves, debating if she can even handle saving his number in her phone. All she can remember is Se-jin's kind words, telling her to call if she ever needs help. She still can't process it, thinking they'd probably never need to talk again. But this feels strange. All she wanted was to get a doll, and now she's holding a celebrity's personal phone number. Lying on the floor, she just stares blankly, her mind racing with possibilities. But then she snaps out of it. This is no time to be dramatic. She has a photo shoot, and a new doll for the Yoon-jeol shrine. The next day, it's back to business, the set beautifully arranged for her upcoming shoot. The flustered fan disappears, replaced by the calm and professional actress Ha Se-yeon. She's a natural in front of the camera, easily taking direction from the photographer, and with a simple, elegant pose, she captivates everyone on set. The staff watch in awe, one of them mentioning her husband was a huge fan of her old group, St. Coral. They all agree talented, pretty, with a great personality. No wonder she was the leader. One staffer muses that she's like a real princess, but her colleague scoffs at the simple praise. They know the truth. Ha Se-yeon has endured hell, from vicious rumors to obsessive stalkers. They marvel at how she remains so kind, admitting they would have quit the industry long ago. Her mental strength is just on another level, all hidden behind that warm, professional smile. With a final great job, The exhausting but successful photoshoot finally comes to an end. But as she's getting ready to leave, a staff member approaches her with a curious delivery. He hands her an envelope, explaining a courier dropped it off, thinking it might be urgent documents. That's odd. Sion wasn't expecting anything. Cautiously, she begins to pry it open. Her eyes widen in shock at whatever is waiting for her inside. Her manager asks if it's from the company, but Sion quickly denies it, hiding the truth. Because inside is a memory, a raw, unpolished dance practice from Kaleidoscope's past. A glimpse of their fierce determination. Their eyes shining with the will to transcend their scars. The memory isn't perfect, though. As a frustrated Yo Do-won calls out another member, Chang-sik. Hess exasperated, pointing out that Chang-sik's footwork is completely backward. Do-won's frustration boils over into comical rage, sarcastically offering to label left and right. The other members are used to this, just watching the familiar bickering play out. But Lee Se-jin seems on edge, calling for a break while anxiously glancing at his watch. Chang-sik picks up on it, asking if he's waiting for someone. A question Se-jin nervously deflects. Lee Se-jin just laughs it off, playing coy about who he could possibly be waiting for. But in the next instant, his cool facade completely shatters. A message lights up his watch. It's from Ha-se-yeon, asking if they can talk. He practically launches himself to his feet, startling the entire group with a panicked yelp. Stammering an excuse about a quick call, he makes a mad dash for the door, leaving his members baffled. Han Yun-jeol watches the whole chaotic exit, a single thought crossing his mind. Is Se-jin dating? Safely in the hallway, Se-jin fumbles with his phone, typing out a promise to call her back soon. He tries to get a grip, his heart pounding. He really did not expect her to reach out. Now he's in full-on preparation mode, even checking his voice to make sure he sounds perfect for the call. Taking a deep breath, he finally makes the call. He tries to play it cool, introducing himself and asking why she wanted to talk. Her voice on the other end isn't light-hearted. She tells him it's not just a casual check-in. Standing on a quiet street, Se-yeon explains that something serious has come up. Her tone is grave as she tells him they really need to talk about something important. Then, the bombshell. Someone might have seen them that night, and there's a threatening photo to prove it. A photo? His mind freezes. She tells him she'll send the evidence to his agency, but she gives him a strict condition. He must retrieve the package himself, and alone. The call ends, leaving Se-jin with a heavy feeling of dread settling in his stomach. His bandmates call for him, but Se-jin quickly waves them on ahead. He needs to stay, he says, claiming he has to work on some music. The moment the door closes, he pulls out his phone, his mind racing. He texts Se-yeon that he's alone, and her reply is instant. She sent something to the first floor. Confused, he heads down to the lobby, wondering what on earth she could have sent. He nervously scans the area, trying to figure out where he's supposed to go. Suddenly, a voice asks if he's the one there to collect a courier package. The delivery person asks for ID, but before he can even protest, they call out his name. Under the helmet, a familiar voice says it's her Ha-se-yeon, right there in disguise. And so, he smuggles the disguised actress into the ZN Entertainment building. Se-jin admits her disguise is perfect this time. She says they have to be careful after the last fan event. He quietly leads her down the hallway to a more private location. Inside a studio, she nervously asks if there are any cameras, but he assures her they're safe. With a soft click, she finally unfastens the suffocating helmet. Se-yeon lets out a sigh of relief, her face finally visible. Now that they're secure, Se-jin gets down to business, asking to start their strategy meeting. The subject of their meeting is a disturbing photo of them, defaced with a threatening message. She explains that the sender is unknown, but it's likely a fan. The real question is how anyone knew. Se-yeon's grim expression says it all. They were followed. This wasn't a coincidence. It was stalking. Se-jin tries to downplay the threat, arguing his group isn't even that famous yet. But Se-yeon knows this isn't about popularity. It's about a twisted sense of possession and control. She deduces the stalker's real motive. They didn't want her getting involved with Kaleidoscope. He asks Chennai. Chennai so. The idea, without physical harm, the police are useless, and the press would be a nightmare. She reminds him that Kaleidoscope is just gaining momentum, and a dating rumor right now would be devastating for them. The mere mention of dating sends Se-jin into a flustered panic, insisting they're just fans who met by chance. Se-yeon cuts through his naivete, explaining that the public won't see their innocent connection that way. He sobers at her words, realizing the cold truth of the situation doesn't matter to outsiders. What matters now is the dark reality. Kaleidoscope has a dangerous, obsessive fan watching their every move. Se-jin looks lost, but Se-yeon's objective is crystal clear. They have to catch this person themselves. A fire ignites in Se-yeon's eyes. She refuses to let some malicious fan tarnish Miro's honor. She explains the first step is to prepare for any situation by making their connection publicly acceptable. Her plan is simple yet brilliant. They'll turn their secret meetings into an official business collaboration. Tomorrow morning, her agency will send a formal cooperation proposal to ZN Entertainment. That way, if any photos leak, they can simply claim it was a pre-arranged work meeting. Sejin realizes this masterstroke not only provides cover, but will also trigger the stalker into making a mistake. With the strategy set, Si-yeon picks up her helmet, promising him they'll keep Kaleidoscope safe. But as she turns to leave, he calls out her name, stopping her in her tracks. He stands up, a heavy apology in his voice for dragging her into this mess. She reminds him it was her idea to meet, but the guilt still lingers as she prepares to depart. He looks on, the weight of the situation still heavy on his mind, but Si-yeon just flashes a reassuring smile, telling him she's been through far worse. She instructs him to focus on the album prep while she handles this, and to keep it from the company for now. With their plan set, the scene shifts to the Kaleidoscope members' dorm. Kwon Min-jin swings open his door, excited to see a package has arrived. His cheerful expression immediately vanishes as he inspects the delivery. Inside, Yo Do-won looks up from his ice cream as Min-jin mutters that his package has been opened again. He explains he ordered sneakers, but the tape on the box has clearly been resealed. Sejin, toweling his hair dry, suggests maybe a neighbor opened it by mistake. But Min-jin reveals it's happened before a package once vanished, only to reappear at his door the next day. Sejin tries to rationalize it, suggesting a delivery mix-up, but admits the items are never actually lost for good. Suddenly, Kian bursts in, yelling for everyone to check their phones right now. A notification pings a massive deposit has just landed in their account from GN Entertainment. It's their first ever settlement, and the entire group huddles together, absolutely beaming with joy. Min-jin wonders if this means they can quit their part-time jobs, though Kian realistically says they probably can't just yet. Their manager, Kim Hyun-chol, reminds them to stay focused on their ultimate goal, a solo concert. But he's not done, teasing that he has one more piece of very good news for them. The bombshell drops. The famous actress Ha Si-yeon will be appearing on their variety show. Min-jin immediately gets hyped about the ratings, while Kian figures the network wants to recreate the magic she had with Yoon Jeol. But for Si-yeon, this is no mere variety show appearance. It's her chance to turn this meeting into business. Back at the dorm, Lee Se-jin is deep in thought, realizing what his senior had meant. He tells Yoon Jeol that the whole situation with the famous actress feels kind of strange. Yoon Jeol agrees, remarking that it seems like Si-yeon is intentionally trying to link herself with them. Elsewhere, Si-yeon is being confronted by her own manager. Sumin demands to know why she's appearing on Kaleidoscope's show without consulting their manager first. She's worried, asking if the boys were somehow threatened or blackmailed because of Si-yeon's fan account. Si-yeon just laughs it off, calling the idea nonsense and asking why she'd go on a loser show otherwise. But in her mind, she sees the real reason, a defaced photo and a threat she must keep secret. She quickly puts on a smile, telling Sumin that as a fan, she simply wants to help the now popular group. Her ultimate dream, she claims with sparkling eyes, is just to see Kaleidoscope hold their own solo concert. Sumin finally relents, telling Si-yeon not to bash fans but that she just doesn't want her mixed up with boy groups. Si-yeon smoothly cuts her off, insisting the manager handled it and thanking Sumin for her understanding. With a final warning to stay away from Kaleidoscope, Sumin gets a cheerful, but very empty, promise that she'll never do it again. When asked about the show's concept, Si-yeon just plays dumb, saying it's all being planned by their agency. And indeed, over at ZN Entertainment, the wheels are already turning. The manager reports to his CEO that Si-yeon's agency is offering their full support, even clearing her schedule. He suggests they should prepare a special plan, since this is their first time having a guest on the show. The CEO steeples his fingers, a sly grin forming on his face. With a top actress like Si-yeon joining, he agrees they need to do something spectacular. His grand idea? A 2-night, 3-day trip to the famous Jeju Island. The day of the big vlog shoot finally arrives, taking place at Gimpo Airport. A massive crowd of reporters is already swarming the entrance, cameras poised and ready. The Kaleidoscope members show up, completely baffled by the media circus, for what they thought was just a vlog. But Han Yoon-geol isn't fooled. He knows this kind of attention only follows a true A-lister. And right on cue, the reporters' lenses all swing in one direction as they spot their real target. Ha Si-yeon makes her grand entrance, effortlessly commanding the attention of everyone present. She gives the press a warm, practiced smile, thanking them and promising to return safely. The camera flashes erupt as she poses, a seasoned professional soaking in the spotlight. After a quick photo op, her team begins to usher her through the frenzied crowd. But a familiar voice calls out to her, and she looks up from the chaos, genuinely surprised. And there they are, Kaleidoscope, formally introducing themselves with a polite bow. Ha-seon returns the greeting, playing the part of the calm senior actress. But inside, her fangirl heart is about to explode. She's so nervous she could actually puke. This was supposed to be a simple studio gig, just playing games and having fun. Not a massive, media blitz travel show with articles already plastered everywhere. She knows the fans could turn on her, and she swears she won't let anyone harm Kaleidoscope's reputation. Composing herself, she suggests they finally head over to the opening shoot location. But as she turns to lead the way, she's being watched by the group's pink-haired member, Lee Se-jin. A curious, almost knowing smile crosses his face as he observes her. And with that, the crew announces the start of filming right there at the airport. The PD kicks things off, welcoming viewers to Kaleidoscope's original content series. He introduces their amazing guest star, former idol and current actress, Ha-seon. She puts on her professional face, surrounded by the boys and the cameras for the opening segment. On screen, she's the picture of poise and charm, playing her part flawlessly. But as the group makes their way through the terminal, they're being watched from above. A shadowy figure in a hoodie and mask raises a telephoto lens, tracking her every move. This person isn't just taking photos. They're scrolling through their phone with grim intent. They're already monitoring the news articles, and the hateful comments starting to pour in. A message is typed out, cold and direct. A vow to ruin Ha-seon's life. Down below, two crew members chat excitedly about their luggage, completely unaware of the danger. The male staffer smirks at his colleague, greeting her with a cocky familiarity. He's thrilled about the shoot, openly admitting their views will explode thanks to Se-yeon. She calls him out on his rude tone, but he just scoffs. This is a win-win, right? He claims it'll improve Se-yeon's image, but his colleague snaps that her image was already flawless. He then brings up that the shoot was Se-yeon's idea, prompting her to almost spill the secret. She stops just short of revealing that Se-yeon is a massive Kaleidoscope fan, leaving him confused. Frustrated, she decides to drop it and tries to walk away from the conversation. But he's not having it, and his hand darts out, grabbing her shoulder to stop her. He demands she finish what she was saying, but she just tells him to let go. Turning back with a glare, she explains there's one thing people can't stand, and she's about to tell him what it is. It's an arrogant know-it-all who thinks they're the smartest person in the room. He just stares blankly. Then, without another word, he simply turns and walks away, leaving her speechless. He glances back with a smug little grin, pleased with himself for getting the last laugh. She's left absolutely fuming, completely unable to stand his condescending attitude. The scene then shifts, leaving the airport drama behind for a beautiful, sunny coastline. The crew has arrived at their destination for the shoot, the famous Jeju Island. It's the perfect setting for a reality show, with clear blue skies and a gentle sea breeze. The island is known for its vibrant, sweet citrus, a fitting welcome for the idols. And speaking of idols, the stars of the show, Kaleidoscope, are ready for their segment. We get a quick introduction card for the charming, pink-haired member, Se-jin. And he's not the only one. We get a look at Se-jin, looking cool and composed with his little cat, followed by none other than the group's leader, the ever-intense Han Yoon-gil. Then there's the sweet-faced Do-won, happily munching on a Jeju tangerine. And finally, the playful and sharp-eyed Kian rounds out the group's introduction. But it turns out the boys won't be enjoying this trip alone, as a guest arrives with her luggage in tow. The show's special guest is revealed to be the famous actress, Ha-seon. With their guest star present, the show officially kicks off. Wanna go watch Kaleido? And just like that, the director yells, "Cut!" signaling the end of the formal opening shoot. The crew tells everyone to go unpack and get settled in before their next meeting. But as soon as the cameras are off, Se-yeon desperately asks her manager for calming pills. Her nerves are completely shot. Her manager gives her one last warning: stay sharp for these 3 days, and whatever you do, don't get caught. As they head to their rooms, Se-yeon waves her off, promising she'll be fine on her own. But her composure is immediately shattered when she runs into Lee Se-jin, who politely offers to help with her suitcase. He insists, saying he's going upstairs anyway, and before she can protest, he's already carrying her bag for her. Now she's forced to walk beside the members of Kaleidoscope, trying to act natural with her ultimate bias. Han Yoon-gil, just inches away. Meanwhile, the boys find out their room assignments, with Yoon-gil, Do-won, and Keen sharing a suite. The trio excitedly bursts through the door, eager to check out their home for the trip. And they're not disappointed. The room is huge and sparkling, leaving Do-won completely stunned. Do-won immediately leaps onto a bed to claim it as his, while Kian rushes to the window to admire the incredible view. Kian then explains the rooming situation to the others. They're split by age, so Se-jin and Min-jin have their own room together. Kian, however, can't resist a playful jab, noting that Min-jin is technically older by a few months. Han Yoon-gil's patience is clearly wearing thin, as he clarifies that this isn't about the room. The real issue, he deadpans, is that simply being around these two is utterly draining. Meanwhile, Lee Sejin has successfully delivered Ha-seun's luggage to her door. He kindly tells her they're right next door, so she should call if she needs anything. As they part ways, Kwon Min-jin enters his and Sejin's room, his jaw dropping at the sheer luxury. He explores the spacious layout, even finding a huge terrace perfect for stargazing. Deciding he needs to capture this moment, he pulls out his phone, and Sejin offers to take a picture for him. But it's Seon who steps in with some professional advice, pointing out the perfect angle for the shot. As Min-jin snaps his photo, Sejin watches with a smile, assuring him this is just the beginning of great experiences. Seon offers some final words of encouragement, saying Kaleidoscope's future is only going to get brighter. For a brief moment though, her professional mask slips, revealing the starstruck fan underneath. She quickly makes an exit with a flustered goodbye, disappearing into her room. As the boys watch her go, Sejin remarks on how great of a person she seems to be. Min-jin turns to him with a sly grin, finally understanding why Sejin had a thing for her. He then puts Sejin on the spot, asking if he still likes her. But while the boys are having their moment, Seon is dealing with her own internal chaos. Alone in her room, she breathes a sigh of relief, cringing at how she almost let something weird slip out. She's actually thankful she isn't rooming next to Yoon-jeol. Being so close to her bias would be too much to handle. Flopping onto the bed, she clutches her phone, questioning if joining this show was a good decision after all. But her quiet moment is quickly interrupted by the pull of her phone, as she starts scrolling through the news. Unsurprisingly, the comment section is already a war zone, questioning why she's on a trip with a male idol group. Despite the negativity, Seon steals her resolve, telling herself she isn't scared and will just see this through. Meanwhile, over at the staff accommodations, everyone is getting settled in. Her manager, Soo-min, arrives with another staff member, who offers to help carry her bags to her room. The staffer notes all the luggage, but Soo-min waves it off, saying she's worked with male idols before and knows the drill. This surprises the staffer, who thought she only worked for Seon, but Soo-min clarifies that's how she started her career. A shadow crosses her face, however, as she admits those early days don't hold very good memories for her. The conversation shifts back to Seon, and Soo-min's demeanor brightens immediately, praising what a nice person she is. They part ways at the door, agreeing to talk more later, leaving the mystery of Soo-min's past hanging in the air. Just as Soo-min is about to enter her room, the door next to hers cracks open. A familiar face peeks out, and her blood pressure instantly spikes. Why is Hae here? He cheerfully suggests they go to the beach since they have some downtime. Soo-min immediately recoils, asking why on earth she would ever go to the beach with him. Turns out, he wasn't asking her at all, but the stylist standing right behind her. The stylist thinks it's a great idea to get some fresh air before the shoot begins. Mortified, Soo-min quickly shoves them out, telling them to have fun without her. Hyun-chul just smirks as she flees, finding her flustered reaction utterly adorable. A little later, everyone gathers in the living room as the cameras get ready to roll. Min-jin politely offers Seon the center seat, much to Kian's delight, who gets to sit right beside her. Seon's mind is racing, her eyes spinning as she tries to process that Min-jin and Kian are right beside her. She glances across the room, feeling a wave of relief that her ultimate bias, Yoon-jeol, isn't the one sitting next to her. Her heart would have exploded. Trying to calm herself, she repeats a mantra. This is all for Kaleidoscope. Just then, the director announces the shoot is beginning. The show's premise is revealed. A trip to beautiful Jeju Island, filled with scenery and delicious food. But there's a twist. For their first episode, they'll be Jeju fishermen, tasked with gathering their own ingredients from the wild. The boys are stunned. They have to catch their own dinner? Was this some kind of last-minute mission? Kian immediately protests, thinking it's way too harsh on their guest. But Seon quietly admits she actually approved the idea. The producer, drawn like a little devil, chimes in that the guest's presence is exactly why it needs to be more entertaining, earning a glare from Kian. Min-jin leans in conspiratorially, whispering that their PD just loves to torture them, and Seon can't help but laugh and agree. He asks if she knows their producer, but she quickly deflects, saying most variety show PDs are just built that way. The producer brings out a mystery box, announcing it's time to draw lots for their teams. The mission will be done in pairs, a fishing team, a diving team, and a shell-picking team. As the other members draw their lots, Seon's mind races anything but being paired with Yoon-jeol. With a trembling hand, she reaches in, praying to the variety show gods for a safe pick. She pulls out her paper, smiling in relief. She's on the island fishing team until a familiar voice echoes her choice. And of course, it's none other than Han Yoon-jeol himself, coolly revealing their partners. The two stand side by side, and while he's perfectly professional, Sion is just chanting one phrase in her head. Just me and him. She puts on her best actress smile for the cameras, but inside she's wishing for the sweet release of the apocalypse. With the teams decided, they're whisked away to the beautiful, sun-drenched coast of the island. Their fishing gear sits waiting, ready for them to begin their very, very awkward mission for two. Meanwhile, the other teams are already getting into it, with Yo Do-won confidently declaring he'll show everyone how a man from Busan handles the sea. The rest of the group watches on, commenting on how Kian and Do-won are already bickering like an old married couple. Kwon Min-jin decides it's time for him and Se-jin to head out, leaving Si-yeon with a sinking feeling. Trying to sound breezy, she turns to Yoon-jeol and suggests they should probably get going too. He immediately offers to carry the heavy equipment bag for her, ever the perfect gentleman. As they walk away from the crew, he warns her to be careful on the slippery rocks, and her heart just about explodes. It's finally happening, just the two of them. They find a spot by the shore and begin unpacking their gear in the salty air. But the silence that falls between them is absolutely deafening, and Sion has no idea what to say. Her mind is a total blank. The pressure of being alone with her idol is proving to be way harder than she thought. Just as she's about to short-circuit, Yoon-jeol breaks the tension, admitting he's never fished before and finds it all a bit complicated. He asks if she's ever been fishing, trying to make conversation. Sion's mind flashes back to a glorious catch, a proud moment from a past filming gig. She can't help but brag that she's surprisingly good at it, before immediately regretting her own forwardness. Seeing he's a total novice, she takes charge, offering to teach him how to put on the bait. And then he sees it, a writhing, spiky nightmare of sea worms in a box. Sion, completely unfazed, just plucks one of the creatures up while he watches in silent horror. She notes it's a bit too long and prepares to cut it, shattering his cool idle composure. As she calmly describes pushing the hook through its body, Yoon-jeol looks like he might actually be sick. With a cheerful "done," she holds up the perfectly baited hook, asking him if it looks easy. But when she turns around, he's already scooted a safe distance away, utterly disgusted by the whole display. After the Great Worm incident, the two settle into a peaceful, if slightly awkward, silence on the rocks. Sion is internally screaming. Her ultimate bias is right there, but she can't even bring herself to look. She knows the second their eyes meet, she'll just word vomit her feelings and embarrass herself completely. But it's Yoon-jeol who breaks the silence, suddenly thanking her and catching her completely off guard. He clarifies that he's grateful for her help back when they filmed that variety show together. Oh, that. The memory of her declaring she'd be his sister comes flooding back, and she wants to just erase it. He doesn't seem to mind though, musing that her passion reminds him of his bandmate, Se-jin. Yoon-jeol begins to share a story, explaining that he met Se-jin at another company before Kaleidoscope even debuted. A flashback reveals a younger Yoon-jeol at a keyboard, looking completely new to the craft. And it was Se-jin, his senior back then, who patiently taught him everything from piano to singing. But after 2 grueling years, their company went bankrupt, and their debut was cancelled just like that. While the other trainees packed up to go home, Yoon-jeol had nowhere to go. He had no family to return to. He was completely alone, ready to give up on everything he'd worked for. But just then, Se-jin appeared, telling him to stop sitting there and to come with him to go home. In that moment, Yoon-jeol realized he was looking at a true role model. Se-jin took him in, and through his kindness, taught Yoon-jeol what a real home and family felt like. Back in the present, Yoon-jeol tells Se-yeon that if it weren't for Se-jin, he wouldn't be here today. He admits it so openly as they fish. Se-jin is one of the most important people in his life. He finishes his story with a slight smile, saying he just wanted to share that, and Se-yeon is left speechless, her mind racing, wondering why he would tell this to her. Their quiet moment is interrupted by a voice from behind, asking if they've caught anything. It's Lee Se-jin, smugly presenting a bucket full of shellfish, while Kwon Min-jin nurses a headache beside him. Se-jin cheekily remarks that they must have been talking about him for him to appear so suddenly. Yoon-jeol admits they haven't gotten a single bite, leading Se-jin to conclude their spot is just bad. As they wonder where the other members are, Yoon-jeol's fishing line remains stubbornly still in the water. But then, a sudden, violent tug nearly rips the rod from his hands. Se-yeon shouts in excitement he's hooked a big one, and she warns him not to pull too hard. She quickly moves to help, coaching him to let the line out and pull back in rhythm. With a final heave, a massive, glistening red fish leaps from the churning water. Except what actually ends up in their cooler is a single, comically small crab. Yoon-jeol swears he caught a massive red snapper, but no one's buying it as they all stare at the pathetic crab. He insists it's true, explaining the magnificent fish is just back in the ocean because he pulled too hard. Just then, Se-jin and Jae-hyung arrive, and everyone's hopes turn to their buckets. But their luck was no better. Se-jin confesses he tripped and sent their entire haul scattering across the rocks. So, all eyes fall on the diving team, Doo-won and Minjin, who look like the only ones who might have succeeded. They proudly present their catch, a single, glistening turban shell. The silence is deafening. Doo-won stares in disbelief, asking Minjin where all the seafood they gathered went. Minjin launches into a wild story about filling the net, only for Kian to sneakily cut a hole in it. The excuse devolves into chaotic bickering, and Si-yeon voices what everyone is thinking. So, they don't get to eat? As the group despairs, a crew member's voice cuts in, assuring them there's still another way to get a delicious dinner. The reason, he explains, is that Kaleidoscope has a sister with them for this trip. The PD gathers the group, noting that despite their best efforts, they failed to find a single ingredient. But he'd already prepared a massive BBQ feast, all to thank Si-yeon for joining them. Just as their hopes soar, he adds a little twist, because where's the fun in just eating? The challenge is announced, a Kaleido Too Much Information quiz. And the boys can't believe they have to work for their food again. The rules are simple enough: answer a question correctly, and win a delicious ingredient for the grill. But then comes the bombshell. Only Si-yeon is allowed to answer the questions, leaving her completely speechless. Kian immediately protests. How could she possibly know their personal trivia? Hess convinced they're all going to starve. Si-yeon, however, flashes back to a memory of acing the official Kaleido fan exam with a perfect score. She's trapped. If she plays too well, they'll know she's a diehard fan. But if she fails, the whole group goes hungry. She weighs her options as the first question is asked, her entire fan identity on the line. The prize is announced: delicious, high-quality beef, and the tension immediately skyrockets. Yoon Gyeol can practically taste it already, his expression pleading for her to get this right. But Si-yeon remains silent, the weight of their dinner resting on her shoulders. Seeing their worried faces, she finally turns to address the anxious members of Kaleidoscope. With a sudden, confident smile, she assures them not to worry. She'll make sure they all eat well tonight. Her confidence stems from a lesson learned long ago, back in an acting class 6 years prior. Her coach had drilled into them the harsh reality of the industry and the need to stand out. He taught them that the most crucial skill for an actor was something called image training. It was the art of deceiving oneself, of completely becoming the role so no one could see the real you. Clenching her fist, Si-yeon realizes her entire life as a fan might have been practice for this one moment. She steels her resolve, deciding to act her way through the quiz by channeling her memories. With her mind set on securing Yoon Gyeol's beef dinner, the Too Much Information quiz finally begins. The first question is a softball for a real fan, and her inner self is dying to scream the answer. But she holds it back, coolly suggesting the fandom name Mirror, as if it were a simple deduction. The host praises her senior intuition, and Si-yeon breathes a sigh of relief. Her performance is flawless. Next up is a tough one. The real name of their member, Kian. Si-yeon pretends to ponder, though she vividly remembers seeing this on a fan wiki. Was it Chang Seop or Chang Shik? She puts on a show of making a lucky guess, locking in Chang Shik and getting it right again. The quiz continues, this time asking for the main dancer, and the answer is obvious. Of course, it's Doo-won. The host even praises her dancing, buying the whole talented senior act completely. Next question. Who is the second oldest member? Another easy one for a die-hard fan. She coolly explains her logic, tying it to who rooms with whom, a perfectly plausible guess. And then it comes the final question. The one standing between her and that glorious beef. The host starts asking what the group ate after their first paycheck. But Si-yeon's fan brain moves faster. She excitedly blurts out grilled chicken. And the entire set, including Kaleidoscope, just stares in stunned silence. The host is completely bewildered. How did she answer before even hearing the options? Si-yeon's heart plummets. She needs a cover story, and fast. She claims she just happened to catch a live broadcast once. She recounts the story she remembers vividly about a grilled chicken truck that was always parked outside their dorms, a food they could only dream of until they got their first paycheck, and finally made that dream a reality. To sell the lie, she shares a relatable story of her own rookie days, a time when her group had to split one burger. Her tale of hardship resonates with the Kaleidoscope members, who look on with newfound respect for their senior. And just like that, the crisis is averted. She's declared the winner and finally gets her hands on that prize beef. With the quiz over, it's finally time for everyone to enjoy the dinner they've earned. The boys dig in immediately, clearly savoring every single bite. Lee Si-jin, ever the gentleman, makes sure Si-yeon is taken care of, offering to get her anything she wants. But he can't help but notice she seems a bit off, barely eating anything. Si-yeon confesses that despite her calm exterior, her nerves are so shot she can barely taste the food. Impressed by her professionalism, Se-jin offers her a glass of water, which she gratefully accepts. Just then, her bias Han Yoon-jeol appears, holding an empty tray and asking for a cut of the beef she won. Si-yeon immediately offers to grill some for him, her heart skipping a beat. Inside, She's absolutely losing her mind. She gets to personally feed Yoon-gyeol. The other members thank her for the delicious meal, impressed she got all the quiz questions right. Kian and Yo Do-won, looking up to her, ask if being an idol was always her dream. She pauses, then explains her real dream wasn't to be an idol, but simply to make people happy. She reminisces about how idols can bring joy and meaning to someone's life just by existing. The boys are completely captivated, listening to her heartfelt words about their profession. She tells them that they're already special, just like Kaleidoscope is to their fans. Yo Do-won looks at her with newfound respect, deeply moved by her sincerity. Just as the moment settles, a voice from off-screen announces that the shoot is officially over. As the crew packs up, one of the staffers, Kim Hain-chul, tries to make his move on Sumin. He playfully invites her for drinks, but she just gives him a polite, but firm, brush-off. Undeterred, he starts getting personal, asking for her age, which she reluctantly answers. He beams, introducing himself and declaring their 4-year age gap perfect, much to her disgust. Sumin tries to shut him down for good, stating there's no reason to get friendly on a 3-day shoot. But this guy is smooth, leaning in with a smirk, reminding her that life is unpredictable. Just as she's about to tell him off again, a call for help interrupts their little moment. 2 other staffers are struggling to lift a heavy box, one scolding the other for not asking for help. Hyun-chul swoops in, lifting it effortlessly as his coworker jokes about being in love with him. And it finally clicks for Sumin he's not hitting on her, he's just friendly to everyone. How annoying. After the meal, the group faces the daunting task of cleaning up, but Si-yeon and the others quickly volunteer to help. Kwon Min-jin cheerfully leads the way, grabbing plates to take to the kitchen. Si-yeon follows him inside, carrying her own stack of dishes, but she freezes at the kitchen entrance, seeing a familiar back already at the sink. It's her idol, Han Yoon-gyeol, casually washing dishes as she approaches. Si-yeon is having an internal meltdown. This is a fangirl's dream. She tries to act normal, complimenting him on the earlier quiz. Yoon-gyeol pauses, turning his head ever so slightly. He looks at her, his observation cutting straight to the point. She seems really interested in their group. His gaze is intense, analytical, as if he's seeing right through her professional demeanor. Then he drops the question that makes her blood run cold. Is there a specific member she likes? The question hangs in the air, a perfectly laid trap. Si-yoon's mind races in pure panic. There's no way he could know, right? But Yoon-gyeol's sharp gaze suggests he's already figured it all out. She stammers, completely caught off guard and unable to form a coherent lie. Just then, Lee Si-jin appears, seemingly saving her from the interrogation. He chimes in, reminding them all how she studied their vlogs and even watched their live stream. With a charming smile, he thanks her for putting in so much effort for the show. Si-yeon quickly grabs the lifeline, claiming she's just always enjoyed their music as a senior in the industry. Yoon-gyeol remains silent, his expression unreadable as he listens to her convenient excuse. As the day's shoot finally wraps up, the unresolved tension lingers in the air. Back in her room, Si-yeon finally gets a moment to breathe after a hectic day, checking her schedule for tomorrow. But a sudden sound from her doorway puts her on high alert. A male co-star is leaning against the frame, oozing a confidence she finds instantly repulsive. He smoothly suggests they have a drink together in his room. Si-yeon is stunned by his forwardness, especially since it's their very first night here. She wastes no time, shouting a hard no thanks before slamming the door right in his face. Shaking slightly, she can't believe the nerve of the guy. A private drink on the first night? Yeah, right. The whole encounter just leaves a disgusting taste in her mouth. Meanwhile, the rejected co-star sighs to himself, muttering about getting turned down yet again. He finds his other castmates, including Kwon Min-jin, and asks where Su-min is, clearly looking for his next target. He reports back to the others that Si-yeon turned him down, and they just think it's a shame. Unbothered, they figure she must be tired and decide to just start the party without her. But back in her room, Si-yeon isn't thinking about that guy at all. She's reeling from a different close call. Her mind flashes back to Han Yoon-gyeol's piercing stare, asking her if she had a favorite among the members. She was so flustered, realizing she wasn't as subtle as she thought and had almost confessed everything. It's an agonizing situation. She just wants to be a normal fan and not worry about her image. She imagines just telling him everything, that she's a huge fan who bought 200 albums for his photocards. But she snaps back to reality, knowing that would just overwhelm him and make things awkward. It would be uncomfortable for him, and she decides she can't become a burden to her own idol. Just as she steals her resolve, a knock at the door interrupts her. The main writer is looking for her. Si-yeon opens her door to the main writer, who's come to discuss tomorrow's schedule. But this isn't a normal briefing. The writer leans in, whispering a secret plan that Si-yeon readily agrees to. As the sun rises the next morning, their little scheme is officially in motion. And right on cue, a phone buzzes, waking the unsuspecting housemates. In the boys' room, Lee Sejin groggily checks the first message of the day. The production team announces the start of their second day with a brand new mission for the vlog. Their task is laid out with dramatic flair. Their sister for the show, Ha Si-yeon, has disappeared. The guys are instantly awake, scrambling out of their rooms in a panic after finding a note she supposedly left. Sejin takes the lead, reading the mission details. She's within a 2-kilometer radius. But the note itself is no help. Just a simple, "Please find me," with the real pressure coming from the 6 p.m. deadline. And to sweeten the deal, the production team dangles a massive prize. A wishing ticket worth 1 million won. Kian and Doo-won's eyes light up, their minds already racing with all the music gear they could buy. But their excitement quickly fades as they realize the sheer scale of the search area. Meanwhile, the missing Si-yeon is calmly reminded that this plan means she'll get very little screen time. She just smiles, perfectly content, as long as her favorite idol group gets the spotlight. The writer confirms what we're all realizing: this entire mission was Si-yeon's idea from the start. She came up with the whole thing, all on her own. Her goal was simple: push the boys to interact with the public, and help them finally get the recognition they deserve. And so, with a deep breath, they approach 2 strangers to begin their search. Kian and Yo-do-won immediately get to work, asking if anyone has seen the actress Ha Si-yeon. The first attempt is a bust. The young women they approach haven't seen her. Ever the gentleman. The boys thank them with a smile and continue their search. As they leave, the pedestrians are left stunned, wondering if they just saw real-life idols. And then it hits them: that was kaleidoscope. The plan is already working. The search continues across the quiet seaside town. Meanwhile, Lee Sejin tries his luck with some local women working at the port. They don't know Si-yeon by name, but they recognize her face from a TV drama. Still no help. They're far more impressed by the handsome idol, asking what brings him here. He introduces his group, but they just mishear kaleidoscope as kalguksu, the noodle soup. So close, yet so far. Though he struck out on info, Lee Sejin still happily poses for a photo with his new fans. The search presses on, taking the members to different establishments around town. Han Yoon-jaeol tries his luck at a local cafe, asking the worker about the missing actress. But once again, no one has seen her. Another dead end. As he thanks her and turns to leave, the girl suddenly recognizes his famous face. She's a fan. She excitedly tells him she saw him on a variety show recently. Always one for the fans, he graciously agrees to give her an autograph. Yoon-geol steps outside to report back to Kwon Min-jin that the cafe was a bust. But, he adds with a slight smirk, he was recognized and even asked for his autograph. Min-jin claps him on the shoulder, clearly pleased. Their fame is spreading, just as planned. Meanwhile, the other Kaleidoscope members are fanned out across the island, continuing their search. Kian and Yo-do-won try a more rural approach, asking for information at a local horse ranch. Kwon Min-jin and Han Yoon-jaeol are literally running through town, following a tip from a local kid. Kian and Do-won then try their idol charm on some high schoolers, but still, nothing. The entire seaside town has become their personal search grid, but every lead is a dead end. On the phone, Lee Sejin reports that he's checked the galleries and restaurants with no luck, but he suddenly has a hunch. He tells the others he'll send a list of cleared locations to avoid wasting time. As a confused Kian and Do-won stare at the message on their phone, Sejin's eyes lock onto a peculiar building, decorated for Christmas in the middle of the year. He's sure this is it. He approaches the front door, and with the soft jingle of a bell, it swings open. Stepping inside, Sejin politely asks the cafe worker if she's happened to see the actress Ha Si-yeon. To his relief, the woman knows exactly who he's talking about and simply points him deeper into the cafe. Sejin follows her gaze, his eyes landing on a quiet corner. And there she is, lost in a book, until his voice cuts through the calm and she looks up, startled. He rushes to her table, relieved he finally found her. Si-yeon is just stunned, demanding to know how he did it. A small, knowing smile plays on Sejin's lips. It all came down to a simple fact. He knows she likes trees. He explains that he remembered an old interview where she said she always seeks out places with large trees when she travels. Si-yeon is shocked. She only ever mentioned that once, a throwaway comment from years ago. A memory surfaces of her on a variety show, back in her idol days with her group, St. Coral. The host had asked a simple question, and she gave a simple answer, just once. And somehow, he remembered. And with a quiet sincerity, Sejin admits that just as she's his fan, he's a fan of hers, too. The scene then cuts away to a beautiful, sun-drenched beach resort. Si-yeon's stylist, Sung Soo-min, is finally taking a well-deserved break, feeling totally relaxed. She and the other staff are just grateful they found Si-yeon so quickly, earning them this surprise vacation time. It's been a while since any of them have seen the ocean, and they're soaking in the peaceful view. But as Sumin sips her drink, her eyes catch a familiar figure out on the waves. It's their co-worker, Hyunchul, looking like an absolute pro as he surfs across the water. The girls are completely stunned, guessing he must have a background in physical education or even the special forces. Just then, he finishes his run, walking out of the water and happening to look right at them. Catching their gazes, he shoots them a cheesy pose, leaving them speechless and slightly bewildered. Sumin can only laugh at Hyunchul's antics, muttering that the sight is hurting her eyes. Later that evening, the day's shoot finally wraps up. The production director announces a celebratory dinner, telling everyone to eat well without any missions. Over a delicious meal, Kian and Do-won happily recount their day, even getting snacks from fans they met. Min-jin chimes in, impressed that Yoon-jeol was even asked for his autograph by a cafe worker. He then turns to Si-yeon, mentioning he heard she was the one who planned today's mission. Si-yeon admits she just thought it would be a good way to give Kaleidoscope more exposure, touching the boys with her thoughtfulness. Sejin gets praised for finding the wish card, though he humbly deflects, saying anyone would have found her. But Do-won isn't letting him off that easy, casually asking if he didn't become an idol because of Si-yeon. He grins, confirming for everyone at the table that Sejin used to be her biggest fan. Before things get too awkward for Sejin, Min-jin quickly shoves some food in Do-won's mouth. Yoon-jeol decides it's the perfect time for a toast, raising his glass. Kian playfully calls him out for starting alone, rallying the whole table to join in. He then puts Si-yeon on the spot, suggesting their senior should be the one to say a few words. She thinks for a moment, a warm and thoughtful smile spreading across her face. With a clear voice, she wishes for Kaleidoscope's continued success, right up to their first solo concert. Later that night, after the joyful dinner has ended, the villa grows quiet. The director wishes Si-yeon a good rest, reminding her it's the last day of filming tomorrow. Walking down the hall, she realizes she got swept up in the moment and had a bit too much to drink. Deciding she needs some fresh air, she heads for the sliding doors leading out to the terrace. Stepping out onto the terrace, she lets the cool night air wash over her. She leans against the railing, enjoying a quiet moment to herself. But rather than just relaxing, she decides to catch up on all the fan activity she missed while filming. Her phone lights up with posts from fans who spotted Kaleidoscope all over Jeju today. A warm feeling spreads through her chest. They really did run all over the island for her. She keeps scrolling, pleased to see that fans even showed up to greet them at the airport. It's so good to see the hashtags trending, and she silently wishes for their fanbase to keep growing. But her happy scrolling comes to a sudden stop, as her eyes lock onto a single, jarring comment. Beneath a photo of her and Sejin, someone has bluntly told the poster not to post about Ha-si-yeon. She clicks the profile and a chill runs down her spine. It's a brand new account, filled with bitter posts targeting her. The posts are a stream of pure vitriol, escalating from telling her to disappear to wishing for her death. Si-yeon just stares at her screen, the warmth from earlier completely gone, replaced by a cold dread. A voice cuts through the silence, and she turns, startled to see him. It's Sejin, asking her when she came out here, and if she wasn't tired from the day. He admits that running around was tiring, but a fun experience, as they both reflect that it's already their last day. He then quietly asks her if she's been okay since that incident. She stammers that everything's fine, but he gently tells her not to worry, that he'll take care of it. Her expression hardens with resolve. Right now, the only thing that matters is getting Kaleidoscope famous enough for that solo concert. A sudden memory flashes in her mind, and she turns to him, asking if he recalls them meeting before. She explains she once went to get his autograph, leaving him stunned as he asks when and where that could have possibly happened. She begins to tell him the story of a fan signing event back in her high school days. It was there she met a young fan, who shyly introduced himself as Lee Sejin. He told her he had just become a trainee, and she remembers congratulating him warmly. But it was her next words that struck a chord deep within him. With a kind smile, she had promised to wait for him, to one day meet him on stage. Back in the present, Sejin confesses that those simple words gave him incredible strength. Through all the tough moments, that memory was what allowed him to hang on, to not feel so alone. He tells her he hopes she can feel the same way about him now, because he knows how strong she is. Just as she protected Kaleidoscope, he declares that now, they want to be the ones to protect her. He looks at her with unwavering sincerity, asking her to please rely on him, and not face her burdens alone. Because he tells her, he's her #1 fan, a confession that makes her heart pound. Si-yeon is left completely flustered, wondering why her heart is racing like this over Sejin. But the intense moment is suddenly broken by the rest of Kaleidoscope calling up to them. They're heading to the beach for their last night, and excitedly ask her to come along too. In no time, the boys are all running carefree toward the ocean waves. Kwon Min-jin and Han Yoon-jeol are already splashing each other, laughing in the cool night air. Nearby, Kian carries a gleeful Yo Do-won on his shoulders. while Sejin captures the moment on his phone. Kian waves her over, but Seon just smiles, content to watch them have their fun. As she looks on, Sejin's promise to protect her echoes in her mind. She feels a deep warmth, understanding that this mutual support is the very heart of their bond. And through the lens of a camera, someone is capturing Seon's quiet, unguarded moment by the sea. A gentle smile plays on her lips, completely lost in thought as the recording continues. Later, back at their lodgings, the filming has wrapped, and the staff say their goodbyes for the night. But as her manager Sumin turns to leave, one of the male co-stars casually calls out to her. He suggests she come to his room for a drink, putting her completely on the spot. She quickly escapes down the hall, fuming internally. Is he hitting on her? What an annoying flirt. Pausing to collect her thoughts, she remembers she already had to turn him down yesterday. The social pressure is immense. She's caught, wondering if rejecting him again would be too much. With a frustrated sigh, she relents. Fine, one beer, and that's it. She wouldn't even be here if not for Seon. Taking a deep breath, she walks up to his door, bracing herself for the uncomfortable night ahead. Steeling herself, Sumin arrives with a plan. One courtesy beer, and then she's gone. But instead of a private room, she finds a party, with the actor cheerfully welcoming her in. She freezes, realizing with a jolt that everyone else from the cast and crew is here too. He casually hands her a drink, completely unaware of the drama she'd built up in her head. A wave of secondhand cringe washes over her. She'd misunderstood him completely. The next morning, sunlight pierces through the curtains of her room. Sumin groans, waking up to a skull-splitting headache. Ugh. How much did she end up drinking last night? The memories start to trickle back of her getting way too comfortable and making a fool of herself. At least she made it back to her bed, she thinks, slowly trying to pull herself together for the day. But her groggy mind registers something else in the bed, something hard. Her eyes snap open to a horrifying sight. She is not alone. Lying right next to her is her boss, the ZN manager, and her brain short-circuits. A piercing scream suddenly rips through the quiet morning air. He jolts awake, instantly clamping a hand over her mouth, asking if she plans on waking the dead. Muffled and panicked, she stares at him, demanding to know what he's doing in her bed. He just looks back at her, a hint of disappointment in his eyes, asking if she really can't remember. In another room, a much more peaceful morning is dawning for Seon. She slowly sits up, gently rubbing the sleep from her eyes. A soft, thoughtful expression crosses her face as she recalls the night before. She gazes out the window, a little sad to realize it's already their last day here. Just then, a knock sounds at her door. It's her stylist, Sumin, announcing her arrival. Seon opens the door to find her friend, who seems a bit dazed and out of it. Concern immediately fills her eyes as she notes how terrible Sumin looks, asking if something happened yesterday. Sumin quickly dismisses her worries, blaming her exhaustion on some late-night drinks with the staff. Trying to regain her composure, she gets to work, reminding Seon they'll be outdoors and need lots of sunscreen. But as she applies the makeup, her mind is racing, trying to figure out what happened because she definitely wasn't in her own room. The memory is a blur of shock and running away, but a horrifying thought begins to take shape. There's no way, right? Did she actually spend the night with him? The possibility is too much to handle. Seon's voice snaps her back to reality, pointing out she's caking on the makeup, forcing a flustered apology from the distracted stylist. With her preparations complete, the announcement is made. The final shoot is about to begin. The entire cast steps into a massive tangerine orchard, and the boys immediately light up with excitement. Yo Do-won and Kwon Min-jin are already asking if they can eat the fruit and take some home. The director confirms they can keep what they pick, but naturally, there's a catch. Just picking tangerines is too simple, so he reveals they've prepared special missions for everyone. The rules are simple. Complete a secret mission with a designated partner to win, or fail and get nothing. But then the director drops a bombshell. If Seon fails her mission, the stakes are much higher. The wish coupon Kaleidoscope earned yesterday will be completely nullified, causing Lee Se-jin to panic he'd already reserved gear. Suddenly, the entire group is swarming Seon, begging her to succeed for the sake of their new album. The immense pressure settles on her as a notification dings on her phone. She can only pray it's an easy mission. Her phone buzzes, and Seon's heart sinks as she reads her mission. She has to take a selfie with her ultimate bias, Han Yoon-gail. Her mind races a photo with him? Just the two of them? The pressure is immense. Meanwhile, as the rest of the crew happily picks tangerines, another drama is brewing. The ZN manager finds Su-min and calls out to her, his tone serious. He corners her, asking if she's really going to pretend she doesn't remember last night. He scolds her for just running off in the morning, but Su-min frantically denies everything. Annoyed, he calls her unbelievable and begins to recount exactly what she did. But before he can reveal her embarrassing secrets to the entire orchard, Su-min lunges forward, clamping a hand over his mouth to shut him up. Seeing her desperation, the manager relents, agreeing to talk back in Seoul. Meanwhile, Si-yeon continues picking tangerines, her mind miles away. She sighs, completely overwhelmed by the daunting task ahead of her. She'd run away from the last shoot thinking a picture together was an impossible dream, and now she has to take a selfie with Yoon. The idea feels absolutely insane. The thought of her face being in the same frame as her idols makes her heart pound, but then she remembers what's at stake if she fails. The boys lose their precious wish coupon. Lost in her thoughts, her hand slips, and she accidentally drops a tangerine. She watches in a small panic as the fruit begins to roll away from her, but just as it's about to escape, a hand reaches down and gently stops it. The hand belongs to none other than the pink-haired idol, Lee Si-jin, offering the fruit back with a charming smile. Si-yeon stammers out a thank you, and he casually asks how her harvest is going. She proudly shows off her crate of tangerines, and he immediately insists on carrying the heavy load for her. His reason? He doesn't want her to fall down again, a comment that catches her completely off guard. Her mind flashes back to that dark night at the shelter when she stumbled right into his arms, causing her face to burn red. He clarifies he just meant the shelter filming, and she awkwardly agrees, trying to hide her embarrassment. Sejin then asks if she's completed her mission yet, kindly reminding her that the members are on her side. As if on cue, her target, Han Yoon-geol, glances over with a cool, unreadable expression. Just then, a new mission from the producer pings on a phone. Hold eye contact for 10 seconds. Stealing her nerves, Si-yeon turns to Eun-geol and begins to ask for a moment of his time. But as she musters her courage, Yoon-geol simply turns to face her, his expression completely blank. He just stares. His gaze so intense and unwavering it feels like he's looking straight into her soul. She tries her best to hold his gaze, her heart starting to pound against her ribs. For 10 silent, agonizing seconds, their eyes are locked, the air thick with unspoken tension. Her mind races, completely bewildered by his silence. Why wasn't he saying anything? The pressure becomes too much, and her resolve crumbles as she begins to look away, flustered. The moment she breaks eye contact, he mutters a quick thank you and walks away, leaving her utterly baffled. Watching him go, Si-jin puts the pieces together, realizing Yoon-geol must have had the exact same mission. He turns back to Si-yeon, who's still frozen in place, and gently calls out to his senior. But her brain has short-circuited. A sudden notification showing her affection for Si-jin has just skyrocketed to 148 points. Meanwhile, Kian is beaming, proudly showing off a crate overflowing with tangerines. But Do-won quickly deflates his ego, reminding him that picking fruit means nothing if he fails his actual mission. The panic sets in as Min-jin runs past, frantically shouting that there's only an hour left. Do-won casually admits he gave up on his own task a long time ago, which gets Min-jin curious. He smirks, flashing his phone to reveal his mission. Get the stubborn Kian to say thank you. Min-jin immediately understands why he failed, agreeing that getting those two to be polite is basically impossible. Away from the chaos, Yoon-geol is diligently working, asking a local where to stack the filled crates. Si-yeon watches him from a distance, the pressure mounting as she realizes her own time is running out. Seeing him occupied and momentarily alone, she knows this is her perfect chance. She sets down her own box of tangerines, taking a steadying breath before making her move. She steels herself and approaches him from behind, ready to execute her plan. Yoon-geol, she calls out, and he turns, his gaze cool and unreadable. With a hopeful smile, she holds up her phone and asks for a quick selfie together. It's painfully obvious this is her mission, but to her surprise, he calmly agrees. Victory is so close. She fumbles with her phone, trying to switch it to selfie mode. She raises the camera, ready to capture the moment, and begins her countdown. Click. The photo is a success, the two of them posing perfectly side by side. But just as she's about to celebrate, he leans in close and whispers her title. Then he drops a bombshell, asking her directly if she has a thing for Si-jin. Si-yeon is completely frozen, her mind short-circuiting at the unexpected question. His voice is low, but his words are sharp, cutting straight through her confusion. With a cold, steady gaze, Han Yoon-geol makes a declaration. He's not giving Se-jin to her. Not now, not ever. He explains that Si-jin is like family, and he can't just stand by and watch him get hurt. So, he has one simple, chilling request for her. Don't mess with Se-jin. The warning echoes in her mind, leaving her utterly speechless. Her hand starts to tremble. Did she really just get threatened by her ultimate idol? But before she can even process it, a staff member's voice cuts through the tension. The final mission is over, and the entire cast gathers to review the results. First up is Do-won, who cheerfully admits he gave up on his mission to get a thank you from Kian. Next up is Min-jin, who smugly declares he cleared his mission to get Do-won to ask for help almost immediately. Kian flashes a peace sign, just as proud. His mission was a piece of cake. Just high-five Sejin. Sejin smiles, confirming he also succeeded by casually putting an arm around Minjin. Then it's Yoon Gaol's turn, and he reveals his mission was to make eye contact with Seon for 10 seconds. He looks directly at her, a faint smile playing on his lips as he asks if she recalls their little moment earlier. Seon, still reeling from his threat, can only manage a weak, flustered yes. She tries to regain her composure, pointing out that Doo-won is the only one who failed. But inside, it's suddenly hard to even look at Yoon Gyeol. The PD then announces the moment of truth. Seon's mission determines the fate of Kaleidoscope's wish coupon. Her task, she reveals, was to take a selfie with Yoon Jaeol, and she pulls out her phone, showing the proof to everyone's shock. The boys erupt in cheers, amazed she pulled it off without them noticing, already dreaming of upgrading their gear with the prize money. With filming wrapped, the staff is in high spirits, but Seon feels a pit in her stomach. She should be happy, but she isn't. A quiet resolve hardens within her. She decides she absolutely cannot give in to him. Her mind races, wondering how on earth she ended up in this complicated mess. Later, at Gimpo Airport, the team officially disbands, ready to head home after a successful shoot. The PD personally thanks Seon, admitting he's a huge fan, and that it was an honor to work with her. Keen and Do-won catch up to her, cheerfully inviting her to their next vlog to see their upgraded gear. But then, a calm voice calls out her title, Senior, and she turns to see who it is. It's Sejin and Yoon Gaeol, with Sejin thanking her for making the filming so enjoyable for them. Yoon Gaeol's gaze, however, is far more intense as he tells her to call them if she ever needs anything. Seon forces a polite smile, wishing them well on their album, her heart pounding in her chest. Yoon Gaeol agrees, hoping for the best, but Seon can't even bring herself to respond. She keeps her eyes downcast as he turns to Sejin, asking if he's heading to practice now. It's too much. She can't even look him in the eye after that intense farewell. As Kaleidoscope finally departs, Seon feels a wave of relief wash over her. Her manager, Soo-min, is feeling it too, thinking she just wants this entire trip to be over. But just as she's about to escape, a familiar voice calls out her name. It's Kim Jae-hyung, one of the staff members, popping out from behind a pillar with his phone out. He's all smiles as he confidently asks her to give him her number. He reminds her she promised they'd talk in Seoul, teasingly asking if she planned to run away. As he playfully lays on the pressure, Soo-min can only scream internally from the embarrassment. Soo-min frantically tries to quiet him down, worried about making a scene. She insists they'll talk later, and he better keep this whole thing a secret. Taking matters into her own hands, she just grabs his phone to give him her number. A faint, satisfied smirk plays on his lips. He got exactly what he wanted. With a casual promise to call later, he strolls away with his luggage. She's left standing there, completely stunned, wondering how she just got roped into this mess. Meanwhile, back at her apartment, Seon is finally trying to decompress, letting out a long, exhausted sigh. She just wants to forget the whole trip. Her plan was simple: get back to her computer and lose herself in some good old-fashioned fangirl content. But now, her screen is flooded with photos from that very trip. A harsh reminder that there's no escape. She clicks her mouse, realizing she can't enjoy a single thing anymore. Frustration boils over as she wonders how everything became such a huge misunderstanding. Her mind flashes back to Yoon Gyeol's ice-cold gaze, his warning not to mess with Sejin. She now understands that even when they were together, Yoon Gyeol's guard was always up. Does he really hate her that much, just for being associated with Sejin? She racks her brain, trying to figure out the reason why. Then, a wild, almost fanfiction-like idea strikes her. Could Yoon Gyeol be in love with Sejin? She immediately shakes her head, dismissing it. She's not his rival. Sejin is just a cool leader. It's not like she ever felt butterflies around him or anything. But then she remembers that one time, when his touch made her heart flutter, just a little. No, she decides. She can't let this continue, not when she feels this way about Yoon Gyeol. It's one thing for your bias not to know you exist, but being actively hated by him? That's the worst-case scenario. Her thoughts drift back to another time, a moment she remembers between him and Sejin. They were working on a song, with Sejin suggesting they add a low harmony to the chorus for depth. He had offered the tricky part to Yoon Gyeol, promising to teach him how to do it. Yoon Gyeol had accepted without hesitation, ready to take on the challenge with Sejin's help. But in the present, his phone lights up with a message from Seon, asking to talk and clear the air. His eyes scan the words, his expression hardening instantly. There's a moment of cold silence as he stares at the screen. Then, without a second thought, his finger hovers over the delete button, ready to erase her completely. His mind, however, was clearly elsewhere, forcing him to admit he hadn't heard a word Sejin said. He quickly grabs the headphones, asking him to play the track one more time so he can focus. It was a simple, creative moment between them, with Sejin coaching him on harmonies. But with a final, cold tap, that memory and Seyun's message are both gone, his phone screen going black. The scene shifts to a quiet building as a new day begins to dawn. Here, Sung Soo-min awakens to a world of pain, wondering what on earth she did last night. Her brain is screaming at her, a frantic spiral of trying to remember while desperately wanting to forget. Taking a deep breath, she decides to retrace her steps, forcing the fragmented memories to surface. It starts with her arriving at the get-together, feeling so awkward that she started drinking to cope. The drinks kept flowing, and soon enough, people were peeling off to bed as she passed out at the table. But then, a hazy memory of a man's voice gently trying to wake her. The image sharpens slightly, it's Kaleidoscope's manager, asking if she's alright. And then the final, horrifying memory fragment snaps into place. His face, looking down at her. Back in the present, Soo-min is spiraling, her mind screaming in denial. Did they really do it? Just as her panic reaches its peak, her phone begins to buzz, an unknown number on the screen. She hesitantly answers, and the voice on the other end is unmistakable. It's Kim Hyun-chul, the manager. He tells her he's outside, and that he's coming to pick her up, his car waiting on the street below. Stunned, she can barely process his next words. He reminds her that she was the one who wanted to talk. He tells her calmly that they should just meet right now and get it over with. And so, the stage is set for a confrontation she is in no way prepared for. And so they meet at a cafe, a slice of cake sitting untouched between them. The air is heavy with unspoken questions as they sit in an awkward silence. Soo-min finally breaks it, needing to know what really happened last night. He looks at her coolly, asking if she truly doesn't remember a single thing. Then, he drops the line that makes her blood run cold. It was both of their fault. She can only stare back, confused, as he maintains his unreadable expression. His words send her mind reeling back to the party from the night before. The staff was wrapping things up, but Soo-min was completely passed out at the table. Kim Hyun-chul had volunteered to take care of her, since her room was just next door. He tried waking her, but she was incoherent, only mumbling about wanting more to drink. Her hazy mind finally registers Kim Hyun-chul, who's asking if she can even make it to her room. But instead of answering, she suddenly grabs his face, blaming him for making her so embarrassed. The drunken rant begins, insulting his looks and style, insisting he's not her type at all. But then her voice softens as she admits the real reason for her outburst. It's because of him that she keeps getting so confused, and she leans right into his chest. He tries to create some distance, warning her to go back to her room because it's hard to hold back. She just looks up at him, a challenge in her eyes, daring him to prove it. She tells him to see for himself, whether he can truly hold back or not, but he gently pushes her away, saying they shouldn't do this while she's drunk, worried she'll forget everything. But she's not taking no for an answer, grabbing him by the shirt with a fiery determination. She silences all his protests by crashing her lips against his, ending the debate right there. For a moment, he's completely stunned, frozen by her sudden, bold move. He tries to call her out, saying this is harassment, but she just pulls him closer, telling him he can cross that line too. And as he finally gives in, a single thought crosses his mind: if they both do it, then it's both their fault. The next morning, the drunken haze is gone, replaced by a burning blush and a slow, horrifying realization. She stammers, piecing together the fragmented memories, asking him if they really slept together. The confirmation sends her into a spiral of pure mortification, while he calmly says they both made a mistake. A mistake? Hearing him say it so casually stings more than she could have ever expected. He misreads her pained silence, noting that it now feels like she's uncomfortable even being around him. But he's not taking this lightly at all, admitting this is a first for him too. She confesses she slept with him with the intention of starting a relationship, shocked he was thinking the same thing. Her mind flashes back to all the times she went out of her way to act like she couldn't stand him. And then, completely out of the blue, he just says it. Let's date, leaving her utterly speechless. He just looks at her, dead serious, reminding her that he wants to be in a relationship. The reality of it all finally sinks in him and her. Dating? The thought alone makes her blush furiously. He smirks, teasingly asking if maybe she was just after his body this whole time. After a moment of pure, flustered silence, she finally gives in and agrees to start dating. He immediately declares them an official couple, much to her mortified embarrassment. Still trying to compose herself, she holds something out for him to take. It's a strawberry on a fork, which he presents to her instead of roses. She's completely flustered, wondering what on earth he's doing now, but she can't help but find his cheesy, silly romantic gesture kind of sweet. A week later, we cut to the offices of Dodo Entertainment, where a new project is underway. On the table is a script titled The Marriage Plan That No One Knows. The production team is in agreement. The script was practically written for Ha Si-yeon. The writer happily confirms this, adding that she loves the story's mix of romance and family. When asked about other roles, a producer mentions they're already in talks with Kang Na-wheel for the male lead. They look to the writer for her input, but she deflects, saying the casting choice is up to them. Still, they ask her to keep an eye out for any actors she likes, and she cheerfully agrees. As the meeting about this year's lineup continues, Ha Se-yeon's mind is clearly somewhere else. Her phone sits silently on the table, a constant reminder that it's been a week with no reply from Yoon-jeol. She can't help but wonder if He's ignoring her, and if this is really how things are going to end between them. With the meeting wrapped up, she and a colleague exchange goodbyes with the team. Walking through the office, he tells her the fans will be thrilled to see her in a drama again. He then casually brings up Kaleidoscope's vlog, asking if she knew it aired today. He praises her decision to appear in it, saying it makes her look like a great senior supporting her juniors. She just plays along, a little dismissively, as if their gratitude means nothing to her. But later that night, the peace of her apartment is shattered by a single notification. Then another, and another, as fans bombard her phone, demanding to know why their Hongsi hasn't reacted to the vlog yet. Messages pour in, accusing her of abandoning Yoon-jeol, questioning if she's really switched sides. Overwhelmed, Se-yeon collapses onto her couch, crying out that she just can't bring herself to watch it. She remembers a time when she used to eagerly wait for their vlogs every single week. But now, she grits her teeth, deciding she has to at least give it a view, maybe with the sound off. The video starts, and there he is, Han Yoon-jeol, smiling so brightly it feels like a punch to the gut. Her expression hardens with resolve. She isn't planning on just handing him over. Frustration boils over as she clutches her head, wanting to scream that she's doing all this because she likes him. All she wants is a chance to explain, a chance to like him without all these painful misunderstandings. And as if on cue, her phone dings with a new message, his name flashing on the screen. Hess asking if she's seen the vlog. She just stares, frozen, at the one question she has no idea how to answer. At that very moment, Han Yoon-jeol is in the studio, pouring his heart into a new song. The lyrics speak of finding a star in the darkness, a warmth that lets him breathe again. Behind the glass, his bandmates Lee Se-jin and Kian listen intently, ready to perfect the take. They meticulously tweak the audio, discussing how to layer the vocals to give the track more body. Just then, Se-jin's phone lights up with a notification from none other than Se-yeon. He sees her message explaining she's been too busy to watch the vlog, and his eyes narrow instantly. Something is definitely off. He tells Kian he doesn't like the sound of this at all. Without a second thought, he gives her a call, and a weary Se-yeon picks up, surprised to hear his voice. He asks if she's okay, and though she quickly denies anything is wrong, he can tell she's lying. He calls her bluff, pointing out that for her, nothing is more important than Yoon-jeol, so skipping the vlog means trouble. Her eyes widen in distress as the truth finally starts to spill out. Over the phone, she confesses the whole mess to Se-jin, a misunderstanding with Yoon-jeol. Now, his bandmate thinks there's something romantic going on between her and Se-jin. Instead of concern, however, Se-jin just bursts into laughter, much to her annoyance. He apologizes through his chuckles, promising to clear things up with Yoon-jeol himself. But Se-yeon immediately shoots that idea down, terrified he'll only make things worse. So he pivots smoothly, offering a much better solution. He'll help her meet him in person. Elsewhere, her manager Sumin is staring at her phone, utterly mortified. She can't believe the barrage of cringy, emoji-filled texts her new boyfriend Hyun-chul is sending. A flashback reminds her of the impulsive moment she agreed to date him, a decision she is clearly now regretting. Her mind is made up. Sumin can't go on dating someone she's so unsure about, especially when he's not even her type. She decides to end it today, tapping out a message to meet him, and finally clear the air. Elsewhere, a plan is being set in motion inside a very classy, very expensive-looking restaurant. Se-jin leads a confused Yoon-jeol down a corridor, who wonders why they're suddenly eating out. Yoon-jeol grows even more suspicious seeing they have a private room, but Se-jin just plays it cool, saying it's fine for once in a while. He tells Yoon-jeol to get comfortable, and then excuses himself to make a quick call, leaving his friend to browse the menu. But just as he turns to leave, a timid voice calls his name. It's Ha Se-yeon, looking like she might faint from nervousness. Se-jin smoothly informs her that Yoon-jeol is waiting inside and that he'll leave them to it. She's so anxious she feels sick, admitting that having him watch would only make her more flustered. With a reassuring smile, he tells her not to worry, confident that once they talk, the peculiar but good kid Yoon-jeol will understand everything. Promising to do her best, Se-yeon steels herself as Se-jin leaves her to it. She takes a deep breath, reminding herself to just be honest and clear up the misunderstanding. All she has to do is confess she's a fan, and with a click, her hand opens the door. Yoon-jeol looks up from the menu, casually complaining about the prices to the person he assumes is Se-jin. but the voice that calls his name isn't his friend's, and his eyes widen in surprise. Standing in the doorway is Ha Si-yeon, the very actress he's been so confused about. She meets his gaze, gathering her courage to finally tell him everything. Elsewhere, Soo-min looks at her phone, resolving to speak her mind as soon as they meet. She looks up with determined eyes, ready for a confrontation of her own. Kim Hyun-chul finally arrives, breathless, cutting off Soo-min just as she prepares to speak her mind. But he's not even listening, instead beaming as he announces he's made a reservation for dinner. He proudly calls it their first real date, completely steamrolling her serious mood with his own plans. But when they arrive, the maitre d' greets them with a polite smile and an unfortunate refusal. Hyun-chul is baffled, insisting he has a reservation, only to be told about the restaurant's dress code. The news hits him like a truck, while Soo-min hides her face, already dying of secondhand embarrassment. He begins to make a scene, loudly complaining about the dumb rule as other patrons look on. That's it for Soo-min. She's had enough, grabbing his arm and telling him they're leaving immediately. As they walk away, he's still fuming, ranting about his expensive hiking clothes, utterly clueless. Soo-min tries to explain basic etiquette, telling him he should have checked the dress code for their first date. But Hyun-chul just looks dejected, mumbling that he only wanted to take her somewhere nice. His simple, earnest apology catches her off guard, and for a moment, her resolve wavers. She loses her nerve, suggesting they just get gukbap and brushing off the serious talk she had planned. Meanwhile, in a much quieter, more elegant setting, another confrontation is underway. Ha Si-yeon finally sits down with Han Yoon-geol, admitting she had to ask Sejin for help since he ignored her DMs. Yoon-geol's expression is ice as he asks what misunderstanding she's so desperate to clear up. She looks him in the eye and states it plainly. She does not like Sejin. She insists they only got close because he was a fan. But Yoon-geol's face remains unreadable, his silence deafening. But Yoon-geol cuts her off, stating he knows exactly how Sejin feels about her. He says it would have been better if she just admitted to liking him. Instead, she calls him late at night, leading him on without any real feelings. She tries to deny it, realizing she has to tell him the truth before this goes any further. But the words die in her throat. She starts to confess she's a fan, then immediately backpedals. That's the last straw for Yoon-geol, who stands up, ready to leave, having heard enough. Si-yeon panics, calling out his name as he walks away from the table. In a desperate move, she grabs his arm, forcing him to a stop. With a thud, she pins him against the wall, determined to make him listen. She finally gathers the courage to apologize, to try and fix this mess. But Yoon-geol has had enough games. He decides to just be brutally honest. He looks her dead in the eye, and tells her plainly that he doesn't like her. Without another word, he turns and walks out, leaving her completely frozen. As he enters the next room, he's met by his bandmate, Sejin, who cheerfully asks how it went. Sejin immediately realizes from the deafening silence that something is very wrong. Yoon-geol's cold fury pivots, demanding to know why Sejin meddled in his affairs. He asks if Ha Si-yeon is so important that he'd go behind his back to set this up, but then he sneers, admitting the truth he's far more annoyed with Sejin right now. Sejin tries to talk some sense into him, but the air is still thick with anger. He can't help but feel a wave of guilt for causing this whole mess. Turning away, he decides to check on the person who was truly hurt, Ha Si-yeon. He peeks into the room, gently asking if she's okay after Yoon-geol's outburst. Her response, however, isn't what he expected. She calmly tells him it's over. With a startlingly clear gaze, she declares that her days as his fan are officially done. She tells him not to worry, insisting it isn't his fault, but she needs some time alone. So she finds a quiet spot by the water to drink and process the end of an era. But her peace is short-lived, as a pair of passers-by immediately recognize the famous actress. One of them points, wondering if that person drinking alone could possibly be her. But they laugh it off. No way a star like Ha Si-yeon would be chugging soju from the bottle. Once they're gone, she lets out a heavy, heartbroken sigh into the night. She clutches the bottle, wondering if being a fangirl is always this agonizing. All she ever wanted was to see him happy, and she was willing to give everything for it. But now, every memory, the variety show, the fan sign is just another source of regret. She looks down at the little doll of him in her bag, a painful reminder of how much she cared. She tightens her grip on the bottle, his name echoing in her thoughts. And finally, the tears fall as she chokes out the words that broke her. He said he hates her. Her heartbroken wail echoes across the river, a lonely sound against the glittering city. And elsewhere, on the quiet late-night streets, Han Yoon-geol is also alone, staring down at his phone. He sees the urgent messages from his bandmate, but he has no intention of responding. A cold, unreadable expression settles on his face as he makes a decision. He types out a curt reply. He's not coming home tonight. Instead, he gets up and makes a call to someone else entirely. After a brief apology for the late hour, his voice remains steady. He asks if he can stay over at their place, leaving everything else unsaid. And on the other side of the city, a desperate, drunken call rings out for Sumin. She arrives at the Han River, annoyed beyond belief at being summoned by Sion at this hour. But when she tries to call back, there's no answer, which only makes her more worried. Then, she spots her. A lone figure passed out on a bench, using a newspaper as a blanket. Sumin rushes over, and a dazed Sion finally stirs from her drunken slumber. She helps the actress sit up, exasperated that Sion thinks hiding her face is enough to avoid a scandal. Sion tries to stand, but her legs give out completely, forcing Sumin to catch her. When asked why she was drinking alone, the heartbroken actress has no answer. Sumin somehow manages to get her to the car, leaving the empty park behind. Driving away, she glances at her passed-out friend, pleading with her not to get sick in the car. Sumin glances over, asking if she's feeling sick already. But Si Yen's pain isn't physical. She quietly confesses that Yoon Gyeol said he doesn't like her. He accused her of taking things too lightly, even though she has no feelings for Si Jin. Completely lost, Sumin demands to know what she's talking about, and if something happened with Lee Se-jin. Si-yeon erupts in a drunken mess, insisting her heart only fluttered for him once. But for Yoon Gyeol, it's constant. Then, her voice cracks as she asks a devastating question. Why do the people she likes always hate her? A painful memory flashes through her mind, a childhood friend leaving her behind. Then another, even worse. Her own parents pretending not to know her, abandoning her in plain sight. The weight of her past crashes down, making her wonder if she's even allowed to like anyone at all. Slumped in the passenger seat, she comes to a bitter conclusion. She's just not worthy of having someone precious. Sumin drives in silence, her friend's heartbroken words still hanging in the air. As they cross the bridge, she can only think one thing. Si-yeon, you haven't done anything wrong. Finally, they arrive back at the apartment building. Si-yeon is now fast asleep, finding some temporary peace after her emotional storm. Her manager watches over her, relieved to have gotten her home but exhausted by all the drama. Just then, her phone starts buzzing, and she sighs, this is all Kaleidoscope's fault. And right on cue, the caller ID flashes with the name, Lee Se-jin. Sumin stares at the screen, unsure if she should even answer it. Meanwhile, Se-jin grows worried, figuring Si-yeon must be asleep since she isn't picking up. But the call connects, and He's surprised to hear her manager's voice on the other end. Se-jin is taken aback, realizing he's speaking with Si-yeon's stylist. Sumin immediately goes on the offensive, her tone dripping with ice as she demands to know what he's doing. She accuses him of treating Si-yeon like a disposable fan, using her feelings for his own amusement. He's completely blindsided, stammering that he never once treated her lightly. But the manager doesn't care for his excuses, telling him to stop contacting Si-yeon if he's just going to hurt her. With a final, sharp warning to never approach her again, she abruptly ends the call. Se-jin is left staring at his phone, reeling from the sudden and vicious confrontation. Elsewhere, in the quiet of the night, a different story begins to unfold. An apartment doorbell chimes, breaking the silence. And waiting outside the door is none other than Kaleidoscope's main vocalist, Han Yoon-gyeol. A woman opens her door to find Han Yoon-gyeol standing there, looking weary. She warmly pulls him inside, but he can only apologize, confessing he had nowhere else to turn. Another man greets him from the living room, casually praising his recent success. But he quickly gets to the point, asking why Se-jin isn't with him. Yoon-gyeol's expression hardens as he admits that he and Se-jin had a fight. The couple is shocked but also a little amused, noting that he's finally grown up enough to argue. They reminisce about how he used to follow Se-jin everywhere, inseparable for years. The man suggests it might be time for him to be independent, and Yoon-gyeol quietly agrees. The woman, ever the caring one, tells him to go wash up and rest, knowing he's busy with work. She offers to let him sleep in Se-jin's room, wondering if she should keep his arrival a secret. Yoon-gyeol decides against it. He'll tell Se-jin himself, because he knows he must be worried. Meanwhile, a knock echoes through the Kaleidoscope dorm. Kim Hyun-chul finds Se-jin, asking about his outing with Yoon-gyeol earlier. He relays the message that Yoon-gyeol isn't coming home, pressing to know if something happened. Se-jin tries to brush it off, but then quietly admits he might have made a mistake. Hyun-chul is taken aback. It's so unlike Se-jin to be the one in the wrong. Trying to sound confident, Se-jin guesses Yoon-gyeol just went to his family's house. He tells Hyun-chul they'll sort it out tomorrow, especially with their comeback so close. But alone in his room, Se-jin is flooded with regret, feeling like he's ruined everything. Back at the house, Yoon-gyeol is wished a good night, left alone with his thoughts in the dark. With a soft click, Yoon-gyeol finds himself in a familiar, dark room. He's back at his family home, standing in his brother's bedroom. His eyes land on the walls, a shrine dedicated entirely to Haseom. He remembers his brother proudly showing off his collection, a fan since her debut. Yoonjeol had once asked him why, out of all the idols, he was so devoted to her. But his brother was resolute, declaring himself her #1 fan. Back in the present, Yoonjeol stares at a framed photo, the words echoing in his mind. His hand reaches out, a heavy realization dawning on him. That title wasn't just about being a fan, she was his brother's first love. And with that, Yoongeol's own feelings felt impossibly, hopelessly doomed. The sun rises on a brand new day, and a brand new headache. Ha-seon wakes up, her head absolutely pounding from the night before. She's confused. How did she even get home? She's even in different clothes. The last thing she recalls is passing out by the Han River, but her manager Sumin is standing right there. Seon blinks in disbelief, as Sumin calmly hands her a glass of water. Not only that, she's already ordered Seon's go-to hangover cure, a steaming bowl of lemon udon. As they eat, Seon is full of praise, but Sumin reminds her just how much she suffered yesterday. With the food settling in, Sumin finally asks what on earth happened, since Seon was too drunk to make any sense. The memories come flooding back, and Seon can only groan in regret as her manager panics. Sumin can't believe it, asking if she really told him that she hated him. Seon explains that she tried to clear up the misunderstanding, but only made everything worse. Sumin isn't having it, telling her to just stop this whole thing before it gets uglier. She's seen this before. So many male idols are two-faced jerks who treat their fans like walking ATMs. Seon tries to defend Kaleidoscope, claiming they're different, but Sumin cuts her off. Her manager's words hit home. The end of fangirling is nothing but pain. Sumin lays down the law, no more Kaleidoscope, but just then, her phone starts ringing. She glances at the screen, and the name Kim Hyun-chul flashes, sending a jolt through her. Seon immediately recognizes the name. Isn't that Kaleidoscope's manager? Sumin frantically denies it, claiming it's just someone with the same name as she rushes off to answer. On the other end, Kim Hyun-chul picks up a coffee, wondering why Sumin is whispering. Trying to sound professional, Sumin scolds him for calling while she's with Seon. But Hyun-chul's sweet reply that he just wanted to hear her voice catches her completely off guard. He continues, mentioning he misses her, and asks if she's still free for their date on Sunday. Just then, Seon's voice calls from inside, and Sumin frantically tells him to hang up. After the call, she tells Seon to rest up and lay off the booze for a while. Seon watches her go, sighing at what a huge burden she's become. A sudden, dreadful thought hits her. She can't remember last night. Did she do anything stupid? Her eyes widen as she checks her phone, a cold sweat breaking out. There it is in her call history, undeniable proof. A call made to Kaleido's Seijin. Meanwhile, elsewhere, plans are being finalized for the group's new teaser shoot. At the agency, the manager lays out the plan for Seijin. The teaser shoot is next Wednesday. The concept needs to be locked down to unify each member's look for the music video. Seijin listens intently, knowing the schedule is tight and there's still a lot to confirm. With a full album due in 3 months, the manager warns him to brace for some grueling all-nighters. But Seijin isn't fazed in the slightest. He's just thrilled about their own full album. The manager pumps him up, reminding him of their ultimate goal, a solo concert. As Seijin gives instructions for the concept meeting, his phone suddenly buzzes. It's a message from an unexpected sender, his senior, Ha-seon, asking if he can talk. He pauses, staring at the screen, a little perplexed by the sudden, and on the other end of the line, Seon forces a laugh, awkwardly trying to ask about their phone call from last night. Seijin calmly reassures her that she didn't say much. He just wanted to make sure she was okay. He tries to bring up the real reason for his call, but his voice is heavy with unspoken thoughts. Seon, however, quickly cuts him off, claiming she has a meeting and has to run. With a few quick pleasantries, the call ends before anything important can be said. She hangs up, but can't shake the feeling that he sounded unusually distant. Seijin, on the other hand, is remembering a harsh warning he received. Don't approach her. He's snapped out of his thoughts by a noise from the doorway. It's Yoon-geol, who has just arrived and is looking right at him. Yoon-geol starts by apologizing, realizing Seijin must have been upset by his possessive behavior at her house. But Seijin explains he just wanted to clear things up, admitting he knew Yoon-geol wouldn't have come otherwise. Yoon-geol explains he acted out because he saw how upset Seon was, but then he just tells Seijin to forget it. Seijin takes his share of the blame, admitting he was being too sensitive. But Yoon-geol lays his cards on the table, saying whoever Seijin meets or gets hurt by is none of his business. He just really hates seeing people treated lightly, their feelings played with and from his perspective. That's exactly what Seon was doing. Seijin's eyes widen, quickly trying to defend her, insisting Seon isn't that kind of person. But Yoon-geol is done. He declares he's going to stop caring, ending the conversation right there. Just then, the door bursts open as a cheerful Yo-Do-Wan arrives, proudly presenting the trendy dumplings he managed to grab. But his happy entrance comes to a dead halt as he and the other members walk into a room thick with tension. Meanwhile, far away, Si-yeon stares down at a box of her fan merch, her mind made up. She doesn't like him anymore. She sits in her room, posters on the wall, realizing with finality that the end of being a fangirl is nothing but pain. She holds a small doll of him, lamenting that she got greedy when she should have just loved him from afar. With a heavy heart, she wonders if stopping everything is the right choice. Her mind drifts back to the beginning, to his comfortable smile that first drew her in. She remembers wanting nothing more than to help his dream of a solo concert come true. Every single moment they spent together, even just quietly fishing, had felt like a dream. But now, she resigns herself to the fact that Yoon-gil will probably never know how much she cared. Looking at her fan page, she decides to stop, especially if her existence is what's causing him pain. With one final tap, her account is deactivated, a quiet and sad goodbye. Her room falls into darkness, the digital glow of her fandom now completely extinguished. But elsewhere, another screen glows, where a hooded figure obsessively watches her online. This shadowy figure pores over photos of Si-yeon and Yoon-gil, their obsession twisting into something dark. A sinister smile spreads across their face, a low chuckle escaping their lips. They had warned her, and now it was time for consequences. An email is drafted with a cold, simple subject, reporting Si-yeon. With a single click, a malicious report containing her photo is sent out into the world. Meanwhile, completely unaware, Si-yeon tries to find a new path, reading a book titled, Still, I Have to Live. She passes her days quietly, trying to fill the void left behind. She practices aerial yoga, focusing her mind and strengthening her body. She builds sandcastles alone, a simple, childish act to reclaim some peace. At home, she methodically works on a puzzle, slowly trying to piece her life back together. She even tries her hand at flower arranging, anything to keep her mind occupied. Lying outside, she tries to find simple joys, like spotting a rabbit in the clouds, a T-Rex, an ice cream cone, anything to just not think. But the emptiness eventually creeps back in, leaving her staring blankly at the sky. Her eyes are hollow, her thoughts a million miles away. Suddenly, she's no longer alone in her quiet apartment. A familiar face appears. Anna, her former groupmate from St. S. Coral. Anna finds her just lying on the floor and playfully asks how long she plans to stay there. She gently teases Si-yeon, asking what she could have been busy with while she was on break. But the simple question triggers a painful memory, and Si-yeon breaks down, leaving Anna stunned. Wiping away her tears, Si-yeon asks a quiet question. Anna, have you ever liked someone? Anna thinks back to her elementary school days, recalling how she was a die-hard fan of the idol group KKDD. But when asked if she still likes them now, her answer is a cold, firm no. She launches into a rant about how her old heroes ended up in the crime section for drugs and DUIs. Si-yeon then shares her own experience, admitting her fangirl days ended because of a dating scandal. Her crush was caught secretly dating another idol, and to her younger self, it felt like a deep betrayal. After debuting, she learned the industry was a jungle where the only rule was not to get caught, which killed her interest entirely. Anna agrees, pointing out how a single photo can destroy a career, something Si-yeon knows all too well. The words sting, reminding Si-yeon of the hell she went through after being photographed with that one idol. Seeing her friend's pained expression, Anna asks why she's suddenly so curious about all this. Si-yeon confesses that after losing her one reason to live, she feels completely adrift. Anna looks at her friend, her expression full of concern. She tries to lighten the mood, asking if Si-yeon got dumped, but the silence that follows is telling. Meanwhile, in the busy streets of Gangnam, a different meeting is about to take place. Si-yeon's manager, Sumin, checks her phone, having reluctantly agreed to meet up this weekend. She steels her nerves, determined to finally tell him they should stop seeing each other when he calls out her name. And there he is, waving cheerfully, wearing that same god-awful hiking outfit. He suggests a cafe, but Sumin can't stop herself from bluntly asking if those are the only clothes he owns. He looks genuinely confused, wondering if they look weird, and explains he bought them as a set from a home shopping channel. Sumin can only cringe as he proudly explains he bought 5 more sets because they're just so breathable. And just like that, Sumin snaps, grabbing him and marching off to an unknown destination. She drags him into a clothing store and presents him with a whole new outfit, leaving him stunned. She pays for it herself, bluntly stating that she can't be seen with him in his hideous hiking gear. The shop assistant gushes over what good taste her boyfriend has, causing Sumin to absolutely freeze. The man, completely oblivious, just smiles and tells the clerk that this is their second date. Sumin is mortified, but still, she can't help but steal a glance at him. She has to admit, Dressing him up like this, it actually suits him surprisingly well. Walking out, he's practically glowing, amazed at how comfortable stylish clothes can be. He thanks her, saying how great it is to have a girlfriend who can even change his style. This is it. She takes a breath to finally set things straight when his phone starts ringing, shattering the moment. He answers, confused about some video he's being asked about, while Sumin's own phone chimes. It's a message from her boss, Kim Jae-hyung, asking if she's seen what's blown up online. Her eyes widen in panic. The subject of the scandal is none other than Ha Se-yeon. Meanwhile, at Se-yeon's home, her friend Anna is heading out for her own schedule. She tells the unresponsive Se-yeon, who's just lying on the floor, that she'll be back late. The door shuts, leaving Se-yeon utterly alone and motionless in the quiet apartment. A heavy, crushing loneliness settles over her in the silence. She wonders if this is what it feels like to stop being a fan, just an empty, boring existence. The quiet is unbearable, so she finally speaks to her smart home device. Desperate for any noise, she just asks it to play a random video from the internet. The device obliges, announcing it will play whatever's currently trending. Of all the videos in the world, it pulls up one about her Ha Se-yeon, the quintessential girl group icon. But it's not a fan video, it's a sleazy gossip show dissecting the rumors about her and Han Yoon-geol. The news is already spreading like wildfire, and a colleague is on the phone, trying to get ahead of the story. He quickly finds Sumin, Se-yeon's stylist, confirming she's also heard the terrible news. Just as she's about to rush off to the company, he calls out her name, stopping her in her tracks. And in a sudden, heartfelt gesture, he pulls her into a tight embrace, telling her not to worry. He whispers a promise to protect her, no matter what happens, his voice thick with emotion. But the moment breaks as quickly as it began, and he scrambles away, flustered by his own boldness. Sumin is left completely baffled, thinking how he's the one trembling but trying to act tough for her. Meanwhile, the other members of Kaleidoscope can't help but feel that something is deeply wrong. The tense atmosphere seems to be radiating from two people in particular. Lee Se, Jin, and of course, Han Yoon-geol. The rest of the group watches them from afar, noting the awkward distance between them. They whisper among themselves, wondering if the two had a fight, and decide to send in their maknae to liven things up. Oblivious to the real reason for the gloom, Yo Do-won puts on a bright smile, trying to rally everyone's spirits. He pulls out his phone, suggesting they do a live stream, but Se-jin quickly warns him against it. Do-won is about to laugh it off, confident he wouldn't slip up until a notification catches his eye. His face falls as he looks over at his two friends, the devastating truth hitting him all at once. They're in a scandal, and as they stand there in stare, the news is already hitting the streets, with everyone talking about Ha Se-yeon. The news spreads through a trashy rumor channel, with the public dismissing it as pure clout chasing. But the speculation begins anyway, with people questioning why a star like Se-yeon would bother with a rookie idol. In offices everywhere, the gossip turns ugly, with some cynically suggesting she just wanted to play around. Others point out that Se-yeon has a spotless record, which makes this secret meeting seem even more suspicious. Meanwhile, Ha Se-yeon herself is in full panic mode, desperately trying to shut the rumors down. She's in a tense meeting at her agency, insisting there's absolutely nothing between her and Yoon-geol, but her CEO just laughs, finding her frantic denial all the more suspicious, even as a manager tries to vouch for her. This is CEO Yoon of Dodo Entertainment, and she calmly states they're just here to get the facts straight. She pulls up the article's sensationalist clickbait. Sure, but the problem is the photos. They can't deny the proof. Cutting through the excuses, the CEO asks the one simple question: why did you even meet him? CEO Yoon lays it out plain and simple. To form a strategy, they need to know the truth behind the meeting. Se-yeon's hands clench nervously in her lap as she prepares to admit the real, and frankly embarrassing, reason. With the whole room watching, she finally confesses she's just a huge fan of Kaleidoscope. The confession is so out of left field that the CEO and the executive beside her just burst into laughter. Se-yeon flushes with embarrassment as they remark how that finally explains her sudden interest in their content. But the amusement quickly fades as CEO Yoon gets serious, reminding her that in their world, image is everything. Fortunately, Se-yeon's own spotless reputation means she's not taking any real damage from this. Kaleidoscope, however, is another matter. Since they're not widely known, the public is free to paint them with any brush they choose. And the narrative taking hold isn't about romance, but something far worse: that Han Yoon-geol used her for clout. Before Se-yeon can even process her horror, the CEO coolly decides their plan: wait, and do nothing unless the damage spreads. And Se-yeon is left with the sickening realization that for now, Kaleidoscope is going to suffer for her mistake. Elsewhere, Han Yoon-geol is getting grilled, coldly stating he has nothing to do with her and doesn't even have her number. His manager isn't buying it, demanding to know what the photo was about and why they met. But Yoon Gyeol is adamant he didn't even know Si-yeon was there, and tells him to ask Se-jin instead. The manager is thrown for a loop, questioning what another member could possibly have to do with this. Then comes the twist. Yoon Gyeol reveals he was only there because Se-jin called him out. It was Se-jin meeting with her all along. Annoyed by the mess, especially before their comeback, the manager orders Se-jin to be brought in and tells Yoon Gyeol to stay offline. Meanwhile, the other members of Kaleidoscope are watching the scandal explode online, spreading faster than they ever imagined. They're all baffled, wondering how Yoon Gyeol could have met her when the rumors are multiplying by the second. Yo Do-won stares at his phone, scrolling through the chaos as his bandmates try to get a look. Kwon Min-jin, ever the leader, tells everyone to get off their phones and focus on the album. But Se-jin is clearly worried, pointing out that their senior, Hyun-chul, is probably furious. He can't help but wonder if moving forward with their comeback is the right call. Making a decision, Se-jin stands, announcing he'll go talk to Hyun-chul himself. Min-jin simply walks. As Chang-sik and Do-won continue to chatter about the scandal, Min-jin's patience wears thin. He shuts them down with a single, chilling command to read the room. Elsewhere, someone confirms over the phone that they're heading to the meeting room. It's Se-jin, walking with grim determination down the empty hallway. He enters the room to find Yoon Gyeol, the very person at the center of the storm, waiting for him. Se-jin cuts right to the chase, telling Yoon Gyeol that Hyun-chul is waiting for an explanation. He needs to know why did Yoon Gyeol get tangled up with Ha Si-yeon in the first place. Yoon Gyeol looks away, apologizing that he never expected this, but Se-jin can sense he's holding back. He demands a straight answer, but Yoon Gyeol claims he doesn't understand the situation either. Se-jin presses harder, asking what his real relationship with the actress is. Still, Yoon Gyeol deflects, wondering aloud why she keeps getting involved with them. Frustrated, Se-jin can only fall silent, his mind racing. Yoon Gyeol takes his silence as a victory, pointing out that Se-jin has no answers either. He then turns it around, coldly instructing Se-jin to be the one to explain things to their senior. And with a final, cutting remark not to cause any more misunderstandings, he leaves Se-jin completely stonewalled. And as expected, the internet is already ablaze with rumors about Kaleidoscope and the actress. Ha-si-yeon scrolls through the articles and fan posts in disbelief, her heart sinking. In the car, she tries to dismiss it all as nonsense, but her manager, Sung Soo-min, knows it isn't that simple. Soo-min points out that with photos of them meeting out there, the public will keep talking no matter what. Se-yeon knows she's right. The speculation will only stop when the real story is revealed. A desperate idea forms in her mind. What if she just tells everyone that she's Miro? Soo-min is floored, immediately asking if she's lost her mind and telling her to think about her image. Se-yeon argues that Kaleidoscope will be hurt if she stays silent, but Soo-min warns her that being an idol's fangirl would ruin her acting credibility. Her manager then hits her with a hard question, reminding her that Yoon Gyeol supposedly hates her. She finishes by asking if Se-yeon hadn't already sworn off being his fan, leaving the actress completely speechless. And while Se-yeon spirals, somewhere in a dark room, a different kind of storm is brewing. A single malicious post hits a fan forum, spreading a nasty, fabricated rumor about Yoon Gyeol. As the comments ignite with speculation and disbelief, the anonymous author cackles, finding the chaos hilarious. This is what Kaleidoscope gets, they muse, for daring to get involved with their Se-yeon. With a satisfied sigh, the obsessive fan hopes the group's new album completely tanks. Their sabotage complete for the day, they switch over to their creepy stalker blog, ready to watch their babies. Meanwhile, completely oblivious, some of the Kaleidoscope boys are just trying to get some food. They're all out of staples, but Do-won proudly confirms he remembered the most important thing: mint choco ice cream. But the mood shifts as the conversation inevitably turns to the scandal surrounding Yoon Gyeol. And back at the agency, Lee Se-jin is doing his best to clear the air, explaining that he was the one who reached out to Se-yeon first. He confesses to his manager that he was the one who set up the meeting between Yoon Gyeol and Se-yeon. Overcome with guilt, Se-jin insists they should just post the truth to sort everything out. But his manager isn't having it, sighing as he tries to talk some sense into the idol. He warns Se-jin that getting involved himself would only throw gasoline on the fire. Defeated, Se-jin collapses in his room, wondering what he's supposed to do now. Is he just meant to sit back and watch? For now, it seems staying put is his only option. Meanwhile, at a press preview for a brand called Shadow and Bloom, the show must go on. Ha Si-yeon is the very picture of grace, putting on a brave face amidst the chaos. The designer fawns over her, thanking her for attending and praising how perfect she looks. He tells her to relax until the reporters arrive, ordering his staff to get her a drink. But behind her polished smile, the whispers have already started. Guests murmur about the scandal, wondering if Kaleidoscope's Yoon Gyeol is just using her for clout. The gossip turns nasty, painting him as a fame-hungry user with a bad reputation. Sion sits alone, the cruel words echoing in her mind. Just when he was getting popular, but as she thinks, a chilling realization dawns on her. Something feels very wrong. Her mind flashes back to the threatening letter and the photos she was sent. The informant knew her secret fan identity, and they're deliberately dragging Kaleidoscope into this. Could it be the same person who threatened her before? But then why target Yoon Jaeol and not Sejin? If she's the one they hate, she wonders, why are they going after the boys? It's a critical time for their new album, and the media is already turning on Yoon Jaeol. The pieces click into place. This isn't just slander. It's a deliberate attack to make Kaleidoscope fail. An idea strikes her, and she quickly asks Suman for her phone. She needs to check something, remembering a certain toxic account from way back. And there it is, a timeline filled with creepy, possessive comments and wishes for the group's failure. This might not be the same person who sent her the photos, but the chilling, obsessive mindset is exactly the same. It's the kind of fan who wants to own their idol, or would rather shatter them to pieces. Looking at her manager, Sion feels a wave of helplessness, but she admits that no matter what, she just can't stop being their fan. Meanwhile, Kaleidoscope's manager lays down the law. The album release is happening, so they better not mess up. The company is preparing an official statement, so their only job now is to focus on practice. And to make sure nothing else goes wrong, they're on a total lockdown, no going out, no social media, nothing. Just then, a staffer pops in to tell their other manager, Hyun-chul, that the CEO is calling for him. The reason for the sudden summons? The actress Ha Seon has just arrived at the building. This unexpected news leaves the members completely bewildered, wondering what she could possibly want. A few of them start to whisper, it has to be because of that viral video that's causing all the drama. Yo Do-won immediately starts to panic, imagining a furious Sion is here to personally cancel their album release. Hez completely spiraling, convinced they've ruined her image, and their careers are now over. Kwon Min-jin tries to talk him down, asking if she really seems like the type to do that. But Han Yoon-jeol has had enough, shutting Do-won down and telling everyone to get back to practice. Needing to escape the tension, Han Yoon-jeol tells Yo Do-won he's stepping out for some air. He walks down the hallway, the weight of the scandal clearly still on his mind. Rounding a corner, he runs into someone and explains that his side has already sorted things out. It's their manager, Kim Hyun-chul, and with him is none other than Ha Si-yeon herself. Her eyes widen slightly as she recognizes him, breaking the hallway's silence. Hyun-chul casually asks where he's headed, and Yoon Jaeol can only repeat his excuse. But the manager isn't here to reprimand him. Instead, he places a supportive hand on Yoon Jaeol's shoulder, promising this will all be over soon. He reveals that the company was about to make a move, but Si-yeon insisted she would handle it personally. Si-yeon steps forward, acknowledging how much he's been through, and finally facing him directly. He looks her in the eye, apologizing for all the suffering she's endured because of him, vowing it will never happen again. But Si-yeon just offers a gentle, radiant smile, simply thanking him. The manager steps in, telling Yoon Jaeol to get back to practice while he sees Si-yeon out. Yoon Jaeol turns to leave, head bowed, the brief and confusing interaction weighing on him. What could she possibly be thanking him for? The words echo in his mind, making no sense. And just like that, news begins to spread across the city. Ha Si-yeon is holding a press conference. People on the street are buzzing, wondering if it's about that ridiculous wrecked car rumor. But the real question is, why is she the one stepping up to the podium, and not Kaleidoscope? Back at her agency, her team looks on with concern, asking if she's absolutely sure she won't regret this. With unshakable resolve, Si-yeon confirms she won't, ready to face any harassment that comes her way. She's not doing this to clear her name. She's here because no one gets to mess with her favorite idol. With her manager at her side, she walks directly into the lion's den, the room erupting with flashes. She calmly takes her seat, completely unfazed by the press vultures circling her. Si-yeon begins with a formal apology for causing a stir with what she calls baseless rumors. But she quickly clarifies that she's not here to explain or defend herself. She flatly denies any romantic feelings or improper financial ties to Han Yoon-geol. However, just as the reporters start scribbling, she admits she did meet him due to personal feelings. The entire room holds its breath as she pauses, reaching into the bag at her feet. Because the truth is, she's actually a huge fan of Yoon Jaeol, a full-blown, light-stick-wielding, photocard collecting stan of Kaleidoscope. And while Si-yeon masterfully controls the narrative, news of her press conference spreads like wildfire. Back at their dorm, the members of Kaleidoscope are in a full-blown panic. They crowd around a phone, cranking up the volume as Si-yeon's voice cuts through the static. The words hit them like a truck. She's a fan of Kaleidoscope. They immediately call for Yoon Jaeol, the one at the center of this storm, their minds reeling. He stands there, completely frozen, as they tell him the famous actress is his #1 fan. Seon's voice continues, detailing her entire fan journey from her private social media to collecting his photo cards. She reflects on her own past as an idol, remembering the overwhelming love she received from her own fans. But she confesses that, from the stage, she never fully grasped the depth of that devotion. It was only by becoming a fan herself that she finally understood the pure heart of supporting someone. She recalls the simple warmth and happiness of being a fan. And now, in front of the world, she's ready to confess her own feelings, just like the fans who once loved her. Just as she admits she has a favorite, all eyes in the room land on a stunned Yoon Geol. On screen, Seon pleads for her sincerity not to be twisted, hoping no one gets hurt by her honesty. The reporters lean in, flashes firing, as she announces she has one last thing to say. She then holds up their lightstick, using her massive platform to promote Kaleidoscope's upcoming album. Her own manager can only facepalm, completely floored by this ridiculously bold move. The other members are losing their minds. She has all the official merch and just gave them free promo. Someone calls his name, breaking the stunned silence that has fallen over Yoon Geol. But it's Lee Se-jin who speaks up, apologizing for not telling him about this sooner. And just like that, the internet explodes with headlines praising her heartfelt fan confession. Her manager, Sumin, watches with a tablet in hand, sarcastically asking if she wasn't supposed to be leaving the fandom, not becoming a legend in it. She offers to show Seon the positive feedback, but the actress can only turn away, too terrified to look. The anxiety finally boils over into a manic breakdown, laughing that it's too late now, might as well let the world end. But the high quickly crashes, and she collapses to the floor, wondering if she's just made a terrible mistake. Sumin reminds her this was all her idea. She was the one who passionately convinced both agencies to let her do this. Suddenly, a phone rings. It's the team leader, and Sumin holds it out to a horrified Seon. But the voice on the other end is calm, asking if she's seen the articles because public opinion is overwhelmingly on her side. Stunned, Seon takes the call, hearing that even her fan cafe is flooded with supportive comments. In fact, her gamble worked perfectly. Interview requests are pouring in, and he tells her not to worry at all. And there's more. Kaleidoscope's agency also reached out to say thank you. Everything was resolved perfectly. The team leader tells her to just rest easy. They'll handle everything from here. Hanging up, Seon turns to Sumin in a state of giddy disbelief. She wasn't fired, and Kaleidoscope is fine. Sumin, already scrolling through her phone, confirms it. Public opinion has completely turned around for the group. In fact, their teaser shoot in Paju is still happening tomorrow, which leaves Seon stunned. How did she know that? Sumin just brushes it off, claiming she heard it from a contact, but Seon wonders if she actually knows someone in the group. But for now, Seon is just basking in relief, hugging a pillow, glad that she managed to protect something so precious to her. Hearing this, Sumin looks at her with a completely different expression. For the first time, she seems to see past the chaotic fangirl, quietly admitting that Seon is a genuinely good person. The chaotic day finally settles into a quiet, peaceful night. Meanwhile, Lee Se-jin sits alone in the quiet of the night, mulling over his own secret. He stares at his phone, reminding himself of the promise he made with his members. His thumb hovers over Seon's contact, a call he knows he can't make. Back at home, Seon is scrolling through an endless wave of messages from her fan community. They're begging her to come back, and one message rings out above the rest. Once a Miro, always a Miro. The sheer loyalty from her fellow fans brings her to tears. She can't just leave them behind. Clutching her lightstick, she finds her resolve, deciding it no longer matters what Yoon Jail thinks of her. Looking at his photo, she isn't a shamed actress anymore, but a proud fan. With newfound determination, she stands before her fully restored Yoon Jail zone. Lightstick in hand, a confident smirk on her face. She knows exactly what she has to do. Go to the concert. She decides a break is possible, but quitting is never an option. Her fan account is officially reactivated, but just as she recommits to her fellow fans, her phone buzzes with a call from an unexpected source. It's Se-jin from Kaleidoscope, and a stunned Seon picks up, wondering what this is about. He's calling from a quiet park bench, asking if she has a moment to talk. Se-jin cuts right to the chase, telling her that he saw her press conference. Seon immediately starts rambling, worried she came off as strange or over the top, but he reassures her everyone loved it because the entire group watched together, which sends Seon into a panic. Mortified that Yoon Jol saw everything, she feels like she can never face him again, but Se-jin tells her not to worry. He then suddenly apologizes for everything that's happened, catching her completely off guard. Se-jin feels responsible for all the trouble she's faced, from the initial phone call to the conference itself. But Seon cuts him off, telling him not to worry about her secret getting out. In fact, She confesses with a smile that she's actually really happy right now. Hiding her love for Kaleidoscope was suffocating, but now she can finally be a proper fan. She thinks back on everything he did for her, the dolls, the photo cards, even his number. Sejin listens in stunned silence on the other end of the line. Seon genuinely thanks him for supporting her so much through it all. Then, her tone shifts slightly as she mentions receiving another photo. It seems the person spreading the rumors is the same one who sent that first threatening picture. Sejin's expression hardens, and he immediately promises to investigate further. But Seon stops him, deciding it's better to just tell him everything in person. She wishes him luck on his shoot tomorrow, leaving Yoon Gyeol confused as to how she even knew. After the call ends, Sejin turns to him, finally confessing a secret he's held for too long. He explains that Seon never wanted to be a burden. She only wanted to support him from a distance. Suddenly, it all makes sense. The press conference wasn't an attack. It was an act of protection, and Yoon Gyeol, completely misunderstanding, had been nothing but cold to her. The guilt hits him hard. He grabs his phone, fumbling to type out a message, an apology, anything. But the words feel wrong, so he deletes them, starting over. He stares at the empty text box, unsure how to even begin fixing this. A heavy sigh escapes his lips, weighed down by his own foolishness. Her final, sincere words echo in his mind, her smiling face a painful reminder of his mistake. Overwhelmed, he buries his face in a pillow, completely lost and unsure how to fix his monumental mistake. But while Yoon Gyeol is stuck in his regret, the internet's venomous hate for Seon continues to flow. In a quiet room, someone is fueling the fire, orchestrating a campaign of pure, unfiltered malice. But this is Seon's manager, Sung Soo-min, and she's noticed a disturbing pattern in the endless comments. The sentence structures, the specific insults, the timing, it's all too similar to be a coincidence. She starts connecting the accounts, meticulously tracking the digital breadcrumbs, convinced there's a clue somewhere. With a look of cold determination, she vows to hunt down whoever is behind this attack. She dives deep into the web, tracing the stalker's multiple personalities across blogs and social media. Every click and keystroke is a step closer to unmasking the person tormenting Seon. And then, her eyes widen. She's found something that changes everything. The trail leads her to an unexpected place. A photo shoot for the idol group Kaleidoscope, featuring Lee Sejin. Next up is Keen, projecting a calm yet captivating aura for the camera. Then there's Han Yoon Gyeol, Seon's favorite, looking effortlessly cool. Kwon Minjin follows, his sharp gaze cutting through the lens with pure intensity. And rounding out the solos is Yo Do-won, with a soft, almost ethereal presence. As a group, they're a perfect storm of charisma, a unit at the peak of their game. Finally, the long day of shooting comes to an end, with the staff praising their hard work. Their manager gathers them, reminding them to maintain their stamina for the final push. He gives a pointed warning to Do-won in particular, not to leak their new concept. This is for their first full album, and the boys are united, ready to make it a success. Backstage, the boys are unwinding, with Yoon Gyeol complimenting another member on his new look. Nearby, Minjin watches Sejin acting oddly, thinking he must be sick or something. But Sejin's attention is suddenly stolen by his phone. 3 missed calls from Senior Seon. He opens his messages to a cryptic text. She claims she's found something important. And then, the follow-up. A simple, direct request to meet up right away. Not wasting a moment, Sejin grabs a taxi, disappearing into the night. He arrives at the location, hoodie pulled low, but a deep sense of unease starts to set in. This isn't a cafe or a park, it's a dark, foreboding, and clearly abandoned school. A shiver runs down his spine. He feels like he's just walked onto the set of a horror movie. He starts to wonder if this is a prank or a trap, just as a hand suddenly clamps down on his shoulder. A shadowy figure greets him from the darkness, and Sejin lets out a mortified shriek. He clutches his chest, heart hammering, only to realize it's his senior, Ha Se-yeon. She removes her sunglasses, admitting she couldn't see well either, and gestures for them to go inside. Sejin's gaze follows to the abandoned school, a wave of apprehension washing over him. The interior is even creepier, with a lone anatomy skeleton standing watch in a dusty classroom. Seon nonchalantly explains that the school is abandoned and rumored to be haunted. He asks why she would ever choose a place like this, and her logic is simple. It guarantees their privacy. As they walk down the creaking hallway, she notes that the silence means they'll hear anyone coming. He can't help but be impressed by her quiet thoroughness, wondering how she found this place. Then she drops the bombshell. This isn't just a random location. This was once her elementary school. She explains that even though she was young, she sometimes returns here for the nostalgic feeling. Knowing it's her old school makes the place less creepy for Sejin. But then her tone shifts. With sparkling eyes, she asks if she can just see his hair once, promising to keep it a secret. Sejin figures he should grant any request from his senior and reaches for his hood. He pulls it back, admitting he's still a bit awkward with the new, vibrant pink color. Seon is immediately starstruck, gushing over how pretty it is, leaving Sejin a little flustered. Once the fan moment passes, he asks about the real reason for this urgent, secret meeting. She gestures to a desk, where a phone sits next to a disturbing, ransom-style cutout letter. This, she explains, is what an informant sent to his harasser, likely the very same blackmailer from before. She's been tracking them, connecting malicious comments online to suspicious fan accounts. Her search eventually led her to a specific blog, one titled Fish in a Tank. The posts are formatted like a twisted goldfish observation diary, giving each Kaleidoscope member a fishy nickname. It details their every move, from packages they receive to candid photos taken from unnervingly close. Sejin's heart stops as he scrolls through the evidence and sees a picture of his own living room. But that's not the worst part. Sien's voice lowers as she points him to the most recent entry. The stalker threatens to poison the tank if the fish keep trying to escape, vowing to just get new ones. She offers to hand over all her findings, but Sejin confirms their building's CCTV has been broken for a while, meaning the stalker likely knew. Looking at the evidence, a heavy realization dawns on him. Her helping him has put her in incredible danger. He looks at her with cold resolve, stating that this meeting will be their last, much to her shock. From now on, he declares, they can't meet like this anymore, cutting ties to protect her. But instead of pushing her away, Sejin admits how frustrating it's been to keep his distance. He couldn't just step in and help her like a normal person. With a determined gaze, he confesses he wishes he could be someone who could meet her without any special reason. Seon's eyes widen, a blush creeping onto her cheeks at his sudden change of heart. Leaning in slightly, he asks if it's okay for him to get a little closer. The question hangs in the quiet classroom, a silent invitation. Her heart hammers against her ribs. This feels just like a confession. Internally, she's already agreeing, telling him of course he can contact her any time. She tries to temper her excitement, telling herself he just wants to be friends, but her racing pulse betrays her. Suddenly, the tender moment shatters as Sejin's head snaps towards the window, confirming his fears. It was seen from here. Panic erupts as they hear voices. Someone's here. Seon frantically tells him they have to hide, and fast. The intruders appear at the door. Two guys filming a ghost hunt, one hoping for a spooky encounter to boost their views. They step inside, soaking in the creepy vibe, musing how a summoning ritual here would go viral for sure. One of them gets ready to set up the equipment, warning his friend not to touch anything and ruin the scene. Hidden in the shadows, Seon whispers her fear of what might happen if a real ghost appeared, but Sejin is calm. He pulls her into his arms, flush against his chest, his voice a low whisper telling her to be quiet. Leaning in close, he murmurs for her not to move, and her world narrows to just his presence. The ghost hunters' voices drift over, their nervous chatter about triggering a real haunting, completely oblivious to the real drama nearby. Sejin's hand rests firmly on her shoulder, a silent, protective gesture that sends shivers down her spine. Pressed together in the darkness, the only sound she can hear is the pounding of her own heart. She realizes with a jolt that his heart is pounding just as loudly as hers. For all his cool confidence, Sejin is just as affected by this as she is. Meanwhile, the oblivious ghost hunters wonder what to do next, ready to light their candles. They call out into the darkness, pleading for a ghost to show itself. The suffocating closeness finally gets to Seon, and she timidly asks him to move. But as she shifts, her hand slips, accidentally pressing down on a piano key. A single, sharp note cuts through the silence, and the two ghost hunters freeze in place. Their eyes widen in terror as they stare towards the sound's origin. Seon and Sejin look at each other in shock, realizing their mistake. The ghost hunters completely lose it, screaming that a real ghost has answered their call. The ghost hunters absolutely lose their minds, yelling to grab the gear and run for their lives. They bolt out of the classroom in a full-blown panic, not daring to look back. Once the frantic footsteps fade, Sejin and Seon cautiously emerge from their hiding spot. Seon lets out a shaky breath, relieved they weren't discovered in all that chaos. But the close call has her on edge, and she quickly suggests they get out before the hunters come back. Meanwhile, in a car somewhere else, Kaleidoscope's manager reflects on his shock at discovering Seon was a fan. His colleague agrees, expressing her relief that Seon's support helped shift public opinion just before their album drop. She admits that while it all worked out, the whole situation had her worried sick. The manager, however, cuts through the relief, revealing that he's actually pretty angry about it all. He explains that Yoon Gyeol had met with Seon and said something that clearly hurt her deeply. He grimaces, revealing Seon was so hurt she even considered giving up on being a fan. His colleague sighs, noting that Yoon Gyeol can be abrasive, especially when it involves Sejin. She explains that to Yoon-gil, Sejin is the only family he really has, so he's terrified of losing him. The manager knows Yoon-gil must be regretting his words, but still questions why she's going this far. He can't understand why she would risk her own image just to protect Kaleidoscope. He then explains that just as Seon is precious to her, his boys are incredibly important to him. He's been with them since their trainee days, watching them struggle and grow as his very first group. Looking at her with conviction, he tells her they're like his real brothers. It's not just Kaleidoscope. His passion makes her realize her mistake, and she quickly stammers out an apology. But then she confesses. Her own actions are driven by an obsession she's never felt before. The manager's tone softens, asking her to please look after his boys. Seon blushes, caught off guard when he adds they'll be her brothers-in-law soon anyway. She completely short-circuits, stammering about the sudden mention of marriage. He just smirks, asking if she plans to ditch him after stealing his purity, which only makes her more flustered. Later that night, the Kaleidoscope dorm is quiet and dark. Inside, Kian pours a glass of water, looking troubled and lost in thought. He takes a slow sip, his mind clearly a million miles away, until a sudden presence in the dark makes him jump, startled to see Yoon-gil standing right there. Yoon-gil's question cuts straight to the point. Is he waiting up for Sejin? Kian quickly denies it, but his friend sees right through him, asking if they finally patch things up. Kian tries to play it cool, insisting there's nothing between them to even fix. He privately blames Yoon-gil for the drama, and his friend's silence is basically a confession. But Yoon-gil explains what really happened. He once warned Senior Seon to not toy with Sejin. Kian is floored that was a seriously harsh thing to say to a top celebrity. Yoon-gil gets why Kian's head must have been a mess, especially after her public fan declaration. The tension breaks, and Kian finally apologizes for all the misunderstandings. He tops up Yoon-gil's drink, asking if it's even possible to fix what's been broken. Looking at the full glass, Yoon-gil says they can't go back, but they can start over. Just then, a text arrives. Sejin is right outside, and Yoon-gil heads out to finally talk. His expression is set with a quiet determination, ready to face him. But instead of finding Sejin, he discovers a hooded figure tampering with a box. Yoon-gil's voice cuts through the silence, demanding to know what they're doing with their property. The person freezes, completely caught, their face hidden behind a mask. In a flash, they bolt past him, escaping into the darkness before he can react. The whole incident makes Yoon-gil's mind race back to the moment this all began. He remembers seeing Senior Seon, her expression soft and her heart fluttering, and Sejin too, with a bashful look on his face, clearly just as affected. They were in her car, and he'd thanked her for seeing him home. He then asked her to text him when she arrived, making her heart skip a beat. As Sejin wished her a safe trip home, a voice suddenly called out his name. It was Yoon-gil. Snapping back to that night, Yoon-gil had yelled that they couldn't let him get away. But without a moment's hesitation, Sejin planted himself right in the stalker's path. From the car, Seon cried out his name, her heart pounding with fear. The tackle was successful, and Yoon-gil rushed to make sure Sejin was all right. On the ground, the hooded figure was finally cornered. Seon's voice cut through the tension, asking if it was him. She stood over him, recognizing him as the owner of the fish from that day. The stalker began to mutter, his voice dripping with resentment that this was all her fault. His eyes flashed with a crazed hatred as he lunged forward, a blade aimed right at her. But before it could connect, Yoon-gil threw himself forward, pulling her into his arms. Held tightly in his arms, Seon can only stare, her mind reeling from the near-fatal attack. Yoon-gil's gaze is steady and protective, a silent promise that he won't let anything happen to her. With the police on the scene, the immediate danger is over, but the night's chaos lingers. The officer cuffs the stalker, grimly noting that without direct harm, he might just walk free. As they give their statements, the police promise to investigate and forward any evidence they find. A familiar voice cuts through the haze, and Seon turns to see who's calling her name. It's Sumin, her manager, rushing out of a car with Hyunchul. Of all people, Sumin frantically checks her over, asking a dozen questions at once, terrified she was hurt. But Seon, now assured of her safety, has a more pressing question. Why were they together? Sumin flushes, stammering that it was a coincidence before quickly changing the subject, relieved Seon is okay. But with the immediate chaos over, Seon turns her attention to the idol who saved her. She quickly thanks Yoon-gil for his help, relieved that he wasn't hurt in the scuffle. But there's more she needs to say. She bows her head, ready to apologize for their last encounter. She tells him she wanted to say sorry in person for the harsh things she said back then. Yoon-gil listens silently as she admits that words can't undo the hurt she might have caused. His expression is unreadable, but he seems to understand her sincerity. He simply tells her, "Thank you for liking them," a kindness she never expected. His gentle words break through her composure, and as tears well up, Sejin speaks up from the side. He chimes in, trying to take the blame, saying he was the one who was out of line that day. But it's Yoon-gyeol's quiet acceptance that truly resonates, a silent forgiveness that means the world to her. Ha Si-yeon is absolutely over the moon, thinking he finally understands. Now she can be a fan in peace. Back home, she's still lost in her fangirl world, but her manager Sumin is not impressed. Sumin pulls out the threatening photo, demanding to know why Si-yeon handled such a dangerous situation on her own. Si-yeon tries to brush it off, saying the threat was for her idol persona, but her manager isn't buying it. Sumin's voice softens as she reminds her that while Kaleidoscope is important, Si-yeon's safety is what matters to her. Moved by her concern, Si-yeon pulls her in for a hug, promising no more secrets from now on. With that settled, she tells her manager to get home safe and get some rest. Alone in her apartment, Si-yeon finally lets out a sigh, reflecting on the whirlwind of a day. She decides to unwind with a long soak in the bath to clear her head. But even there, she can't shake the chilling memory of the attacker, relieved he was caught before things got worse. Her mind replays the terrifying moment, thankful that Yoon-gyeol was there to protect her. But then another memory surfaces, the feeling of Sejin holding her, a sudden warmth that makes her heart flutter. Just as she's lost in thought, her phone buzzes to life, startling her from her reverie. It's him. On the other end, Sejin checks in, asking if she made it home okay. He explains that he's already reported the incident, and their manager is checking if it's the same stalker. Still soaking in the tub, she thanks him for keeping them safe, but he just brushes it off with a humble joke. Then, his voice softens, hesitantly asking if it would be okay for him to text her again. Caught off guard, Si-yeon stammers out a quick yes, telling him he can text her anytime. He wishes her a good night, a gentle expression on his face as he ends the call, and Si-yeon is left alone once more, staring at her phone with a complicated mix of emotions. Alone again, Si-yeon can't help but wonder why she's getting butterflies over him. Meanwhile, the case against her stalker is airtight. Turns out she's a repeat offender. After initially denying it, she caved when confronted with the mountain of evidence. The details are chilling. She'd been at it for ages, spreading lies, and even lived across the street. The staff confirmed that Si-yeon had also been collecting her own proof from the very same person. But now, someone else wants to see the stalker face to face to confirm something critical. That person is Anna, Si-yeon's former groupmate, now sitting across from the captured fan. With a calm but firm tone, Anna tells her there's no point in lying anymore. She then gets to the heart of the matter, asking if she was the one who sent those photos. The stalker tries to play dumb, but Anna shuts her down, questioning if this twisted obsession is really love. But the stalker just scoffs, mocking her with a twisted smile for even calling herself a fan. She looks at Anna with contempt, claiming they're no different from each other. In her mind, idols are just products made for her pleasure, to be tossed aside if they don't fit her fantasy. She remembers the old days, when Kaleidoscope was unknown, cherishing the attention she got as an early supporter. But now her tone turns venomous, furious that they've become successful and, in her eyes, arrogant. She screams that it's all Anna's fault. Without her, the group would have failed and remained desperate for her approval. Hearing this pathetic, entitled rant, a cold realization dawns on Anna. She finally understands. This person was never a fan, just a common criminal. With that, she decides she's heard enough, telling the stalker to enjoy prison because there will be no leniency. As a final, cutting remark, she turns her back, not even bothering to hide her disdain. She declares that Kaleidoscope's real fans will ensure they only rise higher from here. With a final taunt about the new album she'll miss in prison, Anna leaves the stalker to her fate. The stalker's pathetic screams of rage echo down the hall, but Anna walks away without a single glance back. And she was right. Kaleidoscope's comeback is a massive hit, their new self-produced track earning praise across the city. Fans are going wild over their comeback stage, calling the new choreography absolutely insane. Lee Sejin's new pink hair, in particular, has everyone talking. The group's entire concept change, especially Han Yoon-gyeol's sharp new look, is a certified success. Kwon Min-jin looks more charismatic than ever, owning the stage with a confident smirk. Even Keen's updated style is being called a perfect fit for their hit title track. And Yo Do-won, a fan favorite, absolutely shines, cementing his status as the ultimate bias. And as Kaleidoscope greets their fans live, the whole world is celebrating their comeback album, Mirror. Riding this wave of hype is none other than top actress Ha Si-yeon, who appears on a show just to gush about her favorite group. She even flexes her super rare trainee photocard of Han Yoon-gyeol, proving she's a true, dedicated fan. Her public adoration is all over the news, cementing her status as the industry's most successful fangirl. But later, while scrolling through her phone, she sees something that makes her entire world stop. A new notification pops up, a simple line that seems impossible. Han Yoon-gail started following you. She completely loses it, realizing her ultimate bias who follows. No one just followed her. Almost instantly, her phone is flooded with messages from friends and fans freaking out over the news. Beaming with pride, she shares the moment with the world, officially declaring herself a successful fan. And elsewhere, a certain idol looks at his phone with a faint, knowing smirk. Meanwhile, Han Yoon-gail's bandmates crowd around him, shocked to find him grinning at his phone. Lee Se-jin scrolls through his own feed, seeing the news and his friends' reactions pop up. His screen is suddenly flooded with frantic, excited texts from Se-yeon herself. He just watches the chaos unfold with a quiet, unreadable expression. One of his bandmates, Yo Do-won, walks over and asks if he's okay with what just happened with Se-yeon. He points out that Se-yeon was Se-jin's bias, but Yoon-geol just swooped in and stole her attention. But Yoon-geol, ever so cool, simply states that people are free to like whoever they want. The group's chatter is cut short, as an announcement calls Kaleidoscope to the stage for rehearsal. Backstage, Yoon-geol hands Se-jin a bottle of water, a small gesture of concern before their performance. But Se-jin looks him dead in the eyes, his expression serious as he begins to speak. He asks Yoon-geol directly if he has any feelings for senior Se-yeon, or if she's just another fan to him. Yoon-geol seems a bit surprised by the sudden question, but Se-jin just says he's curious. With a calculating smirk, Yoon-geol turns the question back on him, asking what he means. Se-jin then lays it all out, asking if he has no romantic interest. Would it be okay if he did? He asks for permission to pursue Se-yeon, making the tension between them incredibly thick. His expression is dead serious, showing just how much he means it. Yoon-geol just stares back at him, letting the heavy silence hang in the air for a moment. Then, his stoic facade breaks into a little grin. He'd finally gotten the serious face he was looking for. He throws a friendly arm around Se-jin, admitting it was all a joke to tease him because Se-yeon had shown interest. Leaning in, Yoon-geol assures him he has no plans of becoming his rival for her heart. Meanwhile, Se-yeon is frozen in disbelief. A photoshoot with Kaleidoscope? Her team lead confirms the offer is from Esquire, and the group has already signed on. Se-yeon is beyond thrilled, accepting in a heartbeat. She's already dreaming about how this will help promote their album, but her colleague gently reminds her they should be promoting themselves, too. He then turns to Sumin, asking her to coordinate with Kaleidoscope's manager, which makes her visibly tense. The team lead casually adds that he heard she and their manager, Hyunchul, seem to be quite close. Sumin immediately gets flustered, laughing it off and insisting they just became friendly during the last shoot. Se-yeon, lost in her own world, starts gushing about a fan project she's running for Kaleidoscope's upcoming concert. The scene then cuts away to a quiet, secluded spot later that night. We find Hyunchul there, his expression serious as he lays down a rule. He asks Sumin to keep their relationship a secret, warning her that rumors in their industry would just become a massive headache for them both. Sumin listens with a heavy heart as he explains that nothing good ever comes from these kinds of rumors. He just doesn't want his work life and private life to mix, and she can only concede that it's a fair point. A slight smile appears on his face, telling her she doesn't have to say anything if she's uncomfortable with it. Then he completely shatters the serious mood, cheekily suggesting a surprise marriage announcement would be more romantic later. He says he's looking forward to seeing her on Wednesday, but Sumin's mind is elsewhere. She was definitely going to break up with him. But things got in the way, and she never said the words, leaving her to wonder if it's right to just keep going like this. She thinks back, remembering how she truly hated it at first, but somewhere along the line, she started to care. She could have ended it at any point, she tells herself. She had every chance. But a memory of a warm hug makes her realize maybe she's the one who keeps putting it off. As their hands intertwine, a new possibility dawns on her that maybe, just maybe, she's already fallen for him. Her heart skips a beat as he looks down at her with a sudden seriousness. He calls her name, his voice low and steady in the quiet night. Then, he asks a question that hangs in the air: can he kiss her? He confesses it feels like he's the only one in love, since they've barely even held hands. He needs to know, does she like him? Sumin's mind goes blank. She stammers, saying it's not that she hates it, as his hand gently finds her arm. He pulls her closer, telling her that if they kiss now, it's her way of saying she likes him too. And before she can find the words, he leans in and finally kisses her. In that moment, her thoughts are a whirlwind of confusion and dawning realization. As they embrace on the bench, she admits it to herself, she really thinks she likes him. The internet is absolutely exploding over Kaleidoscope's comeback, with fans losing their minds over Keen's fierce new look. They're calling Do-won an ethereal angel, practically descended from another world. Minjin's mysterious and chic vibe has everyone completely captivated, and Yoon-geol's god-tier visuals have both old and new fans ready to worship him. Seijin, meanwhile, is at his peak, his gentle yet handsome look trapping hearts everywhere. Watching all this unfold on her tablet is Haseon, deep in what she calls sacred stan mode. She's gushing over how perfect everyone looks, especially how Seijin's styling is on point this time. But her happy fangirling is suddenly derailed by a vivid, heart-stopping memory of Seijin holding her close. She immediately freaks out, trying to force the image out of her head while in the middle of her idol worship. That was just a tense moment, she tells herself. It's not like she has feelings right as his name flashes on her ringing phone. Staring at the screen, Seon is completely caught off guard by the incoming call. On the other end, Seijin's calm voice asks what she's been doing. She has to make the embarrassing admission that she was, in fact, standing him just a moment ago. He laughs it off, smoothly transitioning to ask if she's had dinner. They chat about their busy schedules, and she finally works up the nerve to ask why he called. Her heart skips a beat as he casually says it was for no particular reason. He then playfully reminds her that she's the one who said he could call anytime. But just as she relaxes, he reveals he actually did have something to ask about their upcoming shoot. He wants to know if she'll have dinner with him afterwards, leaving her completely frozen. Flustered but excited, she manages to squeak out an acceptance. But a sudden wave of panic hits her. What if they get caught by paparazzi? He calmly explains his manager will be there too, and her relief is almost comical. But Seijin, ever the smooth operator, decides to playfully tease her. He asks if she was secretly hoping it would be just the two of them. Seon immediately short-circuits, frantically denying it a little too convincingly. He lets her off the hook, ending the call with a simple "see you Wednesday." The moment the line goes dead, her phone drops from her trembling hands. She stares into space, completely mortified by her own transparent reaction. She curls into a ball of pure cringe, wondering how she'll ever face him after that. But on the other end, Seijin simply stares at his phone, completely unfazed. In fact, a small, knowing smile plays on his lips. He thinks her panic is adorable. The day of the Esquire photo shoot arrives, the studio buzzing with staff and lights. And to everyone's surprise, Seon has come bearing gifts, adorable custom desserts. She presents them to Kaleidoscope, congratulating them on their comeback success. The boys are genuinely touched, insisting they're the ones who owe her for her support. When they ask if there's anything she wants, a hopeful sparkle ignites in her eyes. Her one true wish, she declares, is for Kaleidoscope to finally hold their own solo concert. Energized by her faith, the group promises to work hard as she vows to cheer them on. Seijin playfully tells her she's not allowed to ditch them halfway, laughing that he's not going anywhere either. He holds her gaze with a confident, charming smile, making it clear he means it. Then he shifts the blame, joking that as long as Do-won doesn't say something dumb, she'll have no reason to leave. Standing off to the side, Han Yoon-gyeol watches the lighthearted banter unfold. A gentle smile graces his lips, touched by her genuine passion for their future. But Seijin's expression turns a little more serious as he continues to look at her. He and Yoonjol now stand side by side, their attention completely focused on Seon, and she is absolutely beaming, basking in the glow of her idol's heartfelt promise. The camera flashes, capturing Seon as a queen on her throne, surrounded by the 5 members of Kaleidoscope. The concepts shift, showing her in a candid shot beside the cool and distant Han Yoon-gyeol. Then she's all swagger and fun, matching sunglasses with the playful Yo Do-won. And finally, a moody, artistic shot, standing back-to-back with Kwon Min-jin. With the group shots done, a staffer briefs her and Seijin on their dedicated unit shoot. The theme is a warm, dreamy concept, with Seon cast as Seijin's personal muse. As the crew prepares the set, Seijin stands beside her, his gaze soft and focused entirely on her. Seon, ever the professional, studies the reference materials, a small smile on her face as she gets into character. But just then, Seijin calls out to her, his hand reaching gently toward her face. With a soft touch and a low voice, he tells her not to move, brushing an eyelash away in a quiet, intimate moment. Seon stammers, trying to play it cool, while Seijin smoothly explains her hair was just in the way. But the intensity of his gaze startles her, sending a jolt right through her. Her heart won't stop pounding. Suddenly, she can't even bring herself to look at him. Her mind flashes to another idol, Han Yoon-gyeol, looking warm under the studio lights. His gaze is just as intense, but cold and sharp, a stark contrast to Seijin's gentle focus. Back in the present, the photo shoot is underway, with Seon and Seijin posing like perfect professionals. From behind the scenes, the staff murmur in approval, directing her to get the perfect shot. But amidst the focused work, her manager, Soo-min, feels a sudden tap on her shoulder. It's Kim Jae-hyung, leaning in to ask if they can have a private word. He leads her outside, away from the set, wanting to know why she just stepped away like that. He brushes off her questioning, claiming it was just stuffy inside. But really, he just wanted to see her. With a sly smile, he then suggests they grab some coffee together. And just like that, he reveals a full-blown coffee truck, a celebratory gift for the idols. Handing her a drink, he beams as she correctly guesses it's a gift from his sister, the actress Ha Si-yeon. He confesses that seeing her in person is so much better than just texting late at night. Then, leaning in without warning, he gives her a soft kiss on the cheek, catching her completely off guard. She jumps back, panicked that someone might see, but he calmly reminds her they're alone. Looking at her flustered face, he then softly asks if he can hug her for just 1 second. He pulls her into a warm embrace, sighing contentedly that he feels completely recharged now. Tucked against his shoulder, her heart thumps wildly as she wonders why she's enjoying this so much. But just as she's lost in the moment, Sumin flinches, realizing they're not alone. A figure stands nearby, coolly observing them, and asks what the two of them are doing. It's Kwon Min-jin, one of the idols, and they spring apart like they've been caught red-handed. Jae-hyung stammers out the oldest excuse in the book: there was a bug on her back. He swears. Min-jin doesn't even blink, simply telling them to carry on before turning to leave. Jae-hyung breathes a sigh of relief, noting that Min-jin is the most tight-lipped guy in the group. Elsewhere on set, the main event is about to start as Han Yoon-geol is called for his shoot. He joins Ha Si-yeon by a prop bathtub as the staff outlines the concept for their scene. The theme is calm and comfortable, a gentle ripple, so they should act naturally. Leaning close, Yoon-geol whispers Hez, looking forward to it, sending Si-yeon's heart into overdrive. Yoon-geol asks if she's tired, but Si-yeon just laughs it off. This is nothing compared to her past schedules. He nods, saying he understands the need for stamina, especially with their solo concert on the line. Taking the chance, she finally asks the one question that's been burning in her mind. Why is she his bias? His gaze turns serious as he points out her close relationship with Si-jin, even adding that Si-jin likes her. Si-yeon immediately short-circuits, frantically denying everything and leaving Yoon-geol completely baffled by her reaction. Calming down, she confesses the real reason she first noticed him was his smile. She explains how he always seemed so stoic, until she saw a clip of him looking so relaxed with Se-jin. In that one unguarded moment, she felt a powerful urge to protect that happiness. She just wanted to see him always comfortable, always laughing without a single care in the world, because for her, a bias is simply the one person you wish the most happiness for in the entire world. Her sincere wish for his happiness leaves Yoon-geol completely speechless. But their moment is cut short as the staff calls for the photo shoot to begin. The director suggests he lean on her shoulder, causing a flicker of hesitation in them both. But Si-yeon just smiles warmly, patting her shoulder and telling him it's okay to lean on his fans. Her genuine support melts his defenses, and a soft, rare smile graces his lips. With the mood set perfectly, the camera shutter clicks, capturing the electric chemistry. The shot is perfect, an effortless and intimate pose that looks completely natural. Watching the monitor, the staff and his bandmates are blown away by how good they look together. Lee Se-jin, in particular, points out something incredible on the screen. It's Yoon-geol's face for the first time. He looks truly, completely at ease. With a final flash, the photoshoot officially wraps up. The staff can't stop gushing over how incredible the photos came out. But as everyone disperses, Si-yeon calls out to Yoon-geol, stopping him in his tracks. She nervously pulls out her phone, asking if they could take a quick selfie together for promotional purposes. She admits she deleted their last one because of the bad memory, and a flustered Yoon-geol promises to take 100 more if she wants. With a soft smile, she lifts her phone, ready to capture a new, better moment. The camera clicks, and this time, the picture is perfect, two people comfortable in each other's presence. Si-yeon is absolutely beaming, excited to share the behind-the-scenes shot with her fans. But just as she's admiring her handiwork, Yoon-geol speaks up again. He looks at her directly, asking her to send him the photo, because he wants a copy for himself. Si-yeon offers to just DM him the picture, but before she can, he cuts her off, telling her to just give him the phone. He swiftly takes it from her hands, his intentions suddenly becoming very clear. Instead of a simple DM, he tells her he'll just give her his contact information directly. Si-yeon is completely stunned, her heart pounding as she stares at her phone now in his hands. A moment later, she's staring at a new message thread, her mind reeling. She can't believe she's actually about to text Han Yoon-geol. She immediately finds her stylist, Sumin, gushing about getting his number and wondering what cute name she should save him as. But Sumin is far from impressed, giving her a sharp warning not to become his personal ATM if he suddenly asks for money. Their conversation is cut short when Lee Se-jin and another staff member arrive, ready to take them all out for a meal. The staffer flashes the CEO's corporate card with a confident smirk, announcing that the sky's the limit for tonight. He jokes that they should eat well enough to uproot a pillar of the company, as Si-yeon makes sure her wary stylist is coming along. As they walk, Lee Si-jin casually asks Si-yeon what she'd like to eat, though she insists anything is fine. He then thoughtfully suggests beef tartare, a choice that makes her pause in surprise. Her eyes light up, it's her absolute favorite food in the world, and she wonders how he could have possibly known. With a confident smirk, Se-jin simply says that when it comes to her, they know everything. A little flustered but pleased, she gathers her resolve, ready for a proper celebratory meal. The group arrives at a beautiful, traditional-style restaurant, the atmosphere perfect for their big night. As the meat sizzles on the grill, one of the members jokes that it's been 4 years, and thanks to her, they're finally living in luxury. They all celebrate their first time charting on the top 100, crediting their passionate fans for the achievement. Another member earnestly tells Si-yeon how reassuring it is to have her support, but she humbly gives all the credit back to them. Riding the high of their success, he daydreams about a solo concert, with Si-jin happily agreeing it would be amazing. Si-yeon's curiosity gets the better of her, and she asks about the stalker they helped catch. Kian confirms the man was booked but explains they're keeping it quiet to avoid any bad press. The situation was handled so discreetly that even their own management company wasn't aware. He then reveals that Se-jin told them everything, including how Si-yeon herself chased the culprit down. Se-jin adds that the person they saved was desperate to thank her properly for her help. That's why they insisted on this dinner, but she just brushes it off, saying a future concert ticket is payment enough. The very idea of a solo concert gets her all emotional, but her thoughts are cut short by a vibration from her phone. She looks down to see a notification, and her breath catches in her throat. It's a reply from her ultimate bias, Han Yoon-gail, sending a simple thank you. She completely short-circuits, fumbling over how to respond, all while Se-jin watches her amusing meltdown. Noticing her strange behavior, Se-jin gently asks if everything is all right. She quickly dismisses his concern, praising the food while he watches her, not entirely convinced. As dinner wraps up, Kian heads off to pay and get the car, while Si-yeon's manager makes a quick trip to the restroom. Seizing the opportunity, Se-jin suggests they wait outside together, and she agrees. They stand in a comfortable silence, a quiet melody drifting through the air around them. He asks again if she's okay, noting that she seemed worried earlier, but she just brushes it off with a smile. Internally, she debates telling him about Yoon-geol's number before a familiar song catches her ear. He recognizes it instantly, an old song she sang at a concert years ago. With a soft, serious gaze, Se-jin confesses that he started his entire music career because he watched her perform. In fact, that very song was the one he sang for his first audition, his all-time favorite. He looks her in the eye, confessing that while her acting is great, he liked her best when she was singing. Back then, seeing her on stage connecting with fans, she looked the absolute happiest. Si-yeon's expression softens. She agrees with him, admitting she also loves singing the most. She explains that she grew up lonely, but strangely, singing made her feel like she wasn't alone. It felt, she says, like someone was out there cheering just for her. Se-jin's gaze turns earnest as he reveals his dream. Someday, he really wanted to sing with her. But the timing was a cruel joke. Right as he debuted, St. Coral disbanded, and she switched to acting. He looks away with a sad smile, figuring he must have been just a little too late. But Si-yeon immediately refutes that, telling him it's not too late at all, they can sing together now. She insists they could do a cover or a duet, pointing out that Kaleidoscope is so popular it would definitely help her. She practically shouts for him to use her to his heart's content. He can't help but laugh, finding her sudden business-like proposal adorable, though she insists she's dead serious. His playful demeanor vanishes, replaced by a quiet intensity. He looks her in the eye and formally asks if she, his senior, will finally sing with him. He makes a bold declaration. If she agrees, he'll compose the most beautiful song in the world just for her. And with their pinkies intertwined, a promise is made. A confident, satisfied smirk spreads across Se-jin's face. He's got her. Later, riding in the car, her manager Sumin calls out to a distracted Si-yeon. Sumin points out her face is completely flushed, asking if she's been drinking, but Si-yeon just blames the non-existent heat. But as her manager discusses her acting schedule, Si-yeon's mind is already somewhere else entirely on singing with Se-jin. Her heart is still fluttering from Se-jin's promise, completely drowning out her manager's voice. But a sudden realization cuts through the haze. She forgot about Yoon-geol's message. Frantically, she grabs her phone, remembering a reply had come in earlier. Her eyes widen as she finally reads the screen. It's from Yoon-geol, thanking her and sweetly promising to work hard for their concert. She turns to Sumin, her voice trembling, unable to hold back the sudden wave of emotion. Tears of pure, unadulterated joy begin to stream down her face. Her manager is completely bewildered, asking why she's crying if she's so happy. And just as she's overwhelmed by private joy, their public collaboration drops. A stunning Esquire cover. The internet immediately explodes, with fans gushing over the unbelievable chemistry between the two stars. The media tour continues as Kaleidoscope guest stars on the hugely popular Idol's Visible Radio. They're promoting their first full album, Mirror, and the group formally introduces themselves to the listeners. In the control room, the staff are buzzing, marveling at the incredible public reaction to both the album and the photo shoot with Seon. The host, sensing a juicy topic, turns directly to Yoon Gyeol, asking how he feels about his famous senior fan. Yoon Gyeol, ever the professional, gives a flawless Idol answer, expressing his deep gratitude and promising to work even harder. Not letting up, the host then asks him to say a few words directly to Seon, who might be watching at that very moment. And of course, she is, her face glowing as she hears him publicly renew his promise to hold a concert with her one day. But behind the scenes at ZN Entertainment, an even more immediate plan is already taking shape. A producer pitches a brilliant idea, a duet song with Seon, a quick digital release to capitalize on all this buzz. Lee Se-jin doesn't hesitate for a second, agreeing that it's a great promotional move and he'll get the teams to coordinate it immediately. And just like that, Yoon Gyeol's called into a meeting with Lee Se-jin and a staffer. The news is big. An offer for a role in a drama has just landed on his desk. It's a supporting role in a rom-com, and best of all, a direct casting offer, no audition needed. The staffer speculates that it's all thanks to how amazing he looked in that recent pictorial. Yoon Gyeol's mind instantly connects the dots, the photo shoot with Seon. Then comes the real kicker. The lead actress of this new drama is none other than Ha Se-yeon. As they leave the office, Se-jin voices his concern about Yoon Gyeol's already packed schedule. But for Yoon Gyeol, the decision is simple. Since senior Seon is in it, he has to do it. He recalls how nice she was, and admits that he's looking forward to working with her again. Then he turns to his Hyung, casually asking about the duet they're also doing, catching Se-jin by surprise. Se-jin, however, just stares blankly, thinking that things are about to get busy with senior Seon. A moment later, Do-won cheerfully pops in, calling out for his Hyung. He eagerly asks if they can finally get some ramen, reminding him how hard their schedule was today. But Se-jin is completely zoned out, headphones on, watching a documentary about the cosmos. Realizing he's not being heard, Do-won awkwardly tells him to just forget it and carry on. Too late. In the kitchen, Yoon Gyeol and Min-jin are already prepping the ramen, asking how many they should boil. A sudden dread washes over Do-won's face. Oh no, did they do something wrong today? He rushes to the others, explaining that Se-jin is watching his brooding documentary, immediately sparking panic and accusations. They desperately try to recall any recent mistakes, with Do-won lamenting that their ramen night is definitely cancelled. But alone in his room, Se-jin simply smiles to himself, admitting that he also likes the idea of working with Seon. But Se-jin can't stop thinking about Yoon Gyeol, wondering what this strange feeling is. He questions if it's really okay for Yoon Gyeol to like senior Seon. Had brushed it off as a joke before, but now, perhaps Yoon Gyeol is more serious than he let on. Shaking his head, he tells himself to forget it, stop with the useless thoughts and just focus on work. After all, they have a promise to keep, to make the most beautiful song possible. The scene shifts, and we find Min-jin acting as a one-day MC for their own special content. He explains the game. Members will pair up and try to guess their teammates' answers to personal questions. The first team is announced the chaotic water and oil duo, Kien and Do-won. And as fate would have it, the second team pairs up the quiet Se-jin with the very person on his mind, Yoon Gyeol. The game begins, and Do-won asks his question, only for Kien to slam the buzzer instantly, screaming that he knows the answer. Min-jin shuts him down flat. The correct answer was simply to take off his shoes. Kien immediately starts bickering with Do-won, yelling about who would make such an obvious, everyday action the answer to a quiz. As the chaotic duo begs to switch teams, Min-jin just smirks and moves right along. Now it's Yoon Gyeol's turn, and when asked how Se-jin would react to a huge mistake on stage, he doesn't even hesitate. And of course, he's correct, prompting Kien to complain that it's unfair since Yoon Gyeol is basically a Se-jin stan. With the game wrapped up and another successful shoot in the can, filming finally comes to a close for the day. The PD gathers the boys, beaming with pride. Their self-produced content is absolutely exploding in popularity. He explains that ever since the Jeju Island trip with actress Ha Se-yeon, the public has been surprisingly supportive. While the others discuss how Se-yeon's good reputation is helping them, Se-jin quietly checks his phone with a thoughtful look, and on his screen is the real story, a private message from Se-yeon herself, confirming their secret duet project. He immediately calls her back, and Se-yeon is surprised he found the time right after filming. Walking through the company halls, Se-jin confirms the great news. His CEO gave the duet a green light. A wave of relief washes over him as they start coordinating their busy schedules for the project. Si-yeon agrees to let their agencies handle the boring contract details, but she has a creative proposal. She tentatively asks if he would be interested in writing the lyrics for the song together. A confident smile spreads across Si-jin's face. He believes a true collaboration from the start will yield the best results. He promises to bring a demo to their next meeting, and they wish each other well before hanging up. After the call, Si-yeon stands by her car, a thoughtful and pleased expression on her face. This project is something she's genuinely looking forward to. But her peaceful moment is shattered when her manager rushes over, phone in hand, with breaking news about her next acting role. It turns out her co-star is the actor Nam Do-hyung, and Si-yeon's face freezes in horror. Her manager, Sumin, is just as confused, reminding Si-yeon that this is the one person she absolutely detests. Si-yeon's good mood evaporates as she recalls their unpleasant history from her St. Coral idol days. He was the creep who somehow got her number, and relentlessly pestered her, until she had no choice but to block him. Sumin can hardly believe it, since his public image is that of a complete gentleman. Trying to convince herself, Si-yeon mutters that it was 7 years ago, surely it will be fine now. But all her excitement for the project drains away, and Sumin can only offer some weak words of comfort. Despite her dread, time waits for no one, and the day of the script reading arrives. She finds her way to the designated room for the project, titled Matchmaking Agency. Inside, the room is already filled with the low hum of conversation as the cast and crew settle in. She's greeted warmly by the director, who looks forward to working with her. The crew is buzzing, especially about how hard they worked to cast the male lead, Nam Do-hyung. Just then, the director spots him arriving, and calls him over for an introduction. And there he is, the very man she was dreading. Actor Nam Do-hyung, smiling like nothing's wrong. He approaches her with a slick smile, remarking how it's been a long time. When asked how they know each other, he casually mentions her entertainment squad days, a clear jab at her idol past. The conversation shifts to seniority, with someone noting Do-hyung's 1-2-year acting career. Since Si-yeon debuted 13 years ago as an idol, the director wonders if that makes her the senior. But Do-hyung cuts in smoothly, saying since this is acting, not singing, his career takes precedence. Si-yeon forces a bright smile, calling him her senior while internally screaming about how much she hates him. Nam Do-hyung tries to play it cool, suggesting they drop the formalities since they're close in age anyway. But as Si-yeon listens, another voice joins the conversation, and she immediately freezes. She knows that voice. Her jaw nearly hits the floor as Han Yoon-jeol himself introduces himself as one of the cast members. The director grins, revealing she cast him as Si-yeon's younger brother, as a last-minute surprise. Yoon-jeol gives her a dazzling smile, respectfully saying he looks forward to working with his senior. Si-yeon's brain completely short-circuits. Her ultimate bias is going to be her co-star? A single, powerful thought cuts through the haze of her fangirl panic. I want to get married. Her mind flashes back to a time she gushed about finally meeting her one true ideal type. She remembers describing how her heart raced the moment she saw him, the moment he called her Nuna. And there he was in her memory, her perfect man, cheekily asking if this new guy was cooler than him. And back in the present, her heart hammers in her chest as she sits across from him. During the script reading, she gets so flustered that she blurts out a line completely wrong. The male lead, Nam Do-hyung, can't help but laugh, teasingly asking what on earth she's doing. She apologizes profusely while Yoon-jeol just smirks, telling her not to bring personal feelings into it. The session finally wraps up, with everyone applauding a job well done. But Si-yeon is mortified. She's a professional. She never makes mistakes like that. Her brain malfunctions, replaying the moment Yoon-jeol called her Nuna on an endless, heart-pounding loop. Just then, he approaches her, smoothly complimenting her on her hard work for the day. He admits he was nervous since he hasn't acted in a while, and her presence made him feel at ease. She forces a smile, thinking she'll be the one causing endless retakes. But he just asks why she'd ever be the problem. And in a moment of weakness, she blurts out the honest truth. Hearing him call her Nuna makes her incredibly nervous. His calm, handsome face seems to sparkle, and her fangirl heart just can't take it. Yoon-jeol listens, then smoothly suggests a solution. They should just get more familiar with each other. He leans in, a playful glint in his eye, saying she'll get used to it if he just keeps calling her that. And to top it off, he gives her his number, framing it as him needing her help any time. The man is a pro. Her mind replays the mortifying confession, wondering why she would ever admit something so unprofessional. But she can't shake the image of him looking at her, his expression unreadable but captivating. His words echo in her head, a suggestion that was both a tease and an invitation. He'd effortlessly turned her flustered state into an opportunity to get closer. With a final, charming request for her to take care of him, he leaves her completely stunned. But her thoughts are interrupted by the lead actor, Nam Do-hyung, who asks if she has a problem with Yoon-jeol's friendly approach. He glances at Yoon Gaeol, a flicker of judgment in his eyes as he recognizes him as the idol in the cast. Shaking his hand, Do-hyung offers some senior advice, noting that he overheard the reading and thinks Yoon Jaeol needs a lot of work. He smiles, a smug little grin, dismissing the title of senior, because what they do is different. Si-yen's face hardens. Oh, it's one of those actors, the kind who looks down on idols. She quickly cuts in, reminding Do-hyung that she was a former idol too, and she just so happened to win an award last year. He just chuckles, asking if she's defending him because they have a shared background, but their tense exchange is cut short. It's time for the photo shoot, and Si-yeon has to plaster on a professional smile, though internally she's raging. As the cameras flash, Do-hyung suddenly leans in, closing the distance between them. Her smile falters for a split second. What is he doing? Why is he getting so uncomfortably close? After the awkward encounter, it's Yoon Jaeol's turn for his solo shots, and he poses silently for the camera. The photographer then calls him over to join Si-yeon for the shots where they play their sibling roles. Leaning in close, Si-yeon whispers, asking if the lead actor is always such a piece of work. Yoon Jaeol admits he's uncomfortable too, but what can they do? Si-yoon's expression hardens with professionalism. She owes it to the people who cast her to do a good job. He watches her, a flicker of admiration in his eyes, agreeing that personal feelings have no place here. With a newfound understanding, they nail the pose, and he genuinely calls her Nuna, impressed by her cool demeanor. Naturally, the news goes crazy, hyping up the story of a fanboy getting to act as his idol's brother. Later, Si-yeon animatedly recounts the events of the script reading. She's blushing and flustered, reliving the moment Yoon Jaeol just suddenly appeared before her. She gushes to Sejin about how Yoon Jaeol called her Nuna, and he admits he knew but had to keep it secret. He asks if she had a good time, but she confesses she was a nervous wreck and made a ton of mistakes. Even after working together so many times, she just can't get used to it, feeling she fangirled way too hard. But Sejin's gaze softens, and he tells her that being with her is what feels like a dream to him. The unexpected confession makes her heart skip a beat, leaving her completely stunned. She apologizes for not being more professional, but he prefers this side of her, the one no one else gets to see. He explains they're in a private space owned by a model friend, so no one will bother them. It's a place where they can be completely at ease, with no prying eyes around. He then leans in, asking if he can sit right next to her, sending her mind racing once again. But it's just to look at some reference material together, and she quickly agrees, trying to hide her blush. Sejin shares a new track he's composed, admitting it's just a rough draft so far. As she listens, she immediately picks up on the distinct, cozy vibes of a winter song. He confirms it's a winter ballad, centered around Christmas trees, a theme he picked just for her. Of course, she knows everything, even proudly recalling that his birthday is on Christmas Day. Feeling a surge of inspiration, Si-yeon is confident she can write incredible lyrics for a theme she adores. But as she starts to discuss their schedule, she realizes he's not paying attention to her words at all. Instead, his gaze is fixed solely on her, a soft, unreadable smile on his face. Trying to break the sudden charged silence, she asks a random question about his perfume. He leans in just a little, a playful glint in his eyes as he turns the question around. It's not him, he says, being this close. He can tell it's her who smells so good, making her heart skip a beat. Completely flustered, Si-yeon stammers that it's just a simple floral perfume, but Sejin insists it's nice. He leans in closer, telling her it suits her well, and her mind just goes blank. She tries to get a grip, scolding herself for trembling at his touch. This is a betrayal to the fandom. Desperate, she tries to focus her thoughts on her one true bias, Han Yoon Jaeol. And as if on cue, a phone starts ringing with Yoon Jaeol's name lighting up the screen. Sejin glances at the caller ID, realizing it's his phone, and coolly tells her to answer it for him. He takes the call, and it's Yoon Jaeol on the other end, asking where he is. The urgent matter? The other members are desperately begging for permission to eat ramen. Sejin can't help but laugh, telling him to let them eat, but only one bowl since they have a show tomorrow. With the boys celebrating their victory in the background, Yoon Jaeol confirms Sejin will be home by 2. Then, Yoon Jaeol confirms Sejin is with Si-yeon and makes a simple request. Put her on the phone. Sejin casually hands over the phone, explaining that her number one bias wants to talk to her. Her mind racing, she nervously brings the phone to her ear with a shaky hello. And from the other end, Yoon Jaeol's smooth voice playfully warns his Nuna not to cheat on him. The call ends just as abruptly, leaving Sejin to ask what on earth he said to her. Si-yeon is completely starstruck, her cheeks flushed as she mutters that she thinks she's been tamed. The two of them just sit there, frozen in a shared moment of stunned silence. The scene shifts to the ODBC broadcast building, where Kaleidoscope is finishing their last music show. With promotions wrapping up, the boys are already hyped, talking about having a celebratory party. But as Sejin gets ready, he gives Do-won a stern reminder not to make another slip of the tongue. As he makes his way through the sterile backstage hallways, Lee Sejin is suddenly stopped in his tracks. An excited voice calls out, belonging to a junior idol who seems starstruck. She introduces herself as Luna from the group Ririkara, gushing about being a huge fan. She then boldly asks if they can follow each other's private social media accounts. Playing it cool, Sejin says he doesn't have his phone but offers to follow her if she gives him her ID. He takes her phone, exchanging pleasantries as if he's just being a kind senior. Luna wishes him luck on Kaleidoscope's final broadcast, and they part ways. Sejin turns and walks off, the brief encounter likely already fading from his mind. But the moment his back is turned, her innocent fan expression melts into a sly, triumphant smirk. With the final broadcast done, Kaleidoscope and their manager gather to celebrate. Their manager, Hyun-chul, raises a glass, reminding them that even without first place, their journey has been a miracle. The whole group is in high spirits, enjoying a well-deserved meal as he calls for another toast. He claps a hand on Sejin's shoulder, acknowledging all the hard work he put in as the group's leader. He then turns to Keen, praising him for holding the tough position of the second oldest. Sejin listens, a small, genuine smile on his face, as their manager declares how proud he is of them. The sentimentality gets the best of Hyun-chul, who starts tearing up, calling them his little brothers. He makes a drunken, heartfelt vow to see them hold concerts and tour the world before he ever leaves. Do-won playfully pulls out his phone to commemorate their manager's drunken state with a picture. Laughter fills the air as they all crowd together, a snapshot of a team that's become a true family. Yoon-gail teases Do-won for wanting the picture, noting it's rare for him to ask first. The celebration finally winds down, with their manager drunkenly shouting his love for Kaleidoscope. As they head out, the boys have to support a swaying Hyun-chul, who's clearly had a bit too much. Min-jin notices their manager's phone has been buzzing non-stop, and his eyes widen at the caller ID. Cutie. Before anyone can get too nosy, Kien calmly steps in, holding out his hand for the phone. He answers, only to be met with a frantic voice demanding to know why no one was picking up. On the other end, a panicked Sumin reveals her identity, clearly worried sick. Kien, ever the professional, smoothly explains that Hyun-chul is a little drunk but otherwise fine. Sumin stammers, trying to play it cool, but her relief is palpable. With a slight smirk, Kien asks her to keep this little incident between them, a silent promise hanging in the air. After Kien hangs up, Sejin can't help but ask who is on the line, but Kien just brushes it off. A playful smirk crosses Sejin's face as he teases, wondering if it was their future sister-in-law. The others chime in, curious if their manager is finally dating. But Kien shuts it all down with a single word: secret. Meanwhile, in her apartment, Seon is busy practicing her lines. She's on the phone, telling someone to stop worrying about her love life, since her ideal type doesn't even exist. But as she glances down at the script, her train of thought comes to a screeching halt. The stage direction is clear. Her character is supposed to step on Yoon-gail's character. Her mind short-circuits. How could she possibly step on her ultimate bias? She can't even handle him calling her Nuna. She flops onto the couch, overwhelmed by anxiety, wondering if she can actually perform such a scene. The reality of it all still hasn't sunk in. Being in the same project as Yoon-jeol feels like a dream. She remembers Sejin's confession, how he said being with her felt like a dream. A sudden thought strikes her. Could his feelings for her be like her feelings for Yoon-gail? The question hangs in the air for a moment. Does he still like her? But she quickly dismisses the idea, convinced Sejin's crush couldn't have survived. After all, she reasons with a sigh, he's seen her at her absolute worst too many times. Just then, her phone chimes. It's a message from Sejin, sending a group photo from their last broadcast dinner. They exchange a few casual texts, with her wishing him a good rest after a long day. But then another notification pops up, this one from a contact simply labeled Yoon-jeol. Her eyes widen as she sees he sent the exact same photo. Her fangirl heart nearly explodes. Her ultimate bias just messaged her first. Seon immediately spirals into a panic, wondering how on earth she's supposed to reply to him. Meanwhile, on the other side of the city, the man himself is just relaxing in his dorm. Her reply comes through on Yoon-gail's phone, a perfectly polite and professional thank you. She keeps the conversation light, and he smoothly texts back, playing it cool. He ends the chat with a simple good night, a faint smile on his face. Just then, his roommate Sejin comes in to let him know the bathroom is finally free. Heading off to shower, Yoon-jeol tosses his phone to Sejin, asking him to plug it in. Sejin takes the phone without a second thought, moving to connect the charger. But just as he does, the screen lights up, flashing a new notification that stops him in his tracks. His eyes widen. It's a goodnight message from Seon, addressed directly to Yoon-gail. Sejin's mind races, trying to piece it together. When did they even exchange numbers? He knows Yoonjeol better than anyone. He's not one to open up to people so easily. Drying his hair, he recalls how his friend keeps even their own group members at arm's length. A bittersweet feeling washes over him. Does Yoonjeol really like her that much? The thought sends him spiraling back into a memory from their trainee days. A friendly batchmate was trying to organize a get-together, suggesting they all play some basketball. He tried to introduce himself, but Yoonjeol was as closed off as ever. The guy even threw an arm around him, insisting he needed to get out and make some friends. But Yoonjeol's reply was chillingly simple. He didn't need anyone who wasn't family. Then he turned to Sejin, his eyes full of conviction, saying that his Hyung was the only family he'd ever need. Back in his room, Sejin gets a notification and remembers Luna asking him to follow her back. He pulls up his requests and, with a simple tap, accepts her follow. His phone immediately buzzes with a flood of messages from the rookie idol. He sends back a polite message, promising to cheer for her group, Ririkara, as well. Across town, Luna kicks her feet in glee, thrilled to have connected with her senior. Her roommate enters, drying her hair and asking why she's grinning so much. Luna proudly explains that she just got a follow back from Sejin's private account. With a sly smile, she vows to show everyone how to be a successful fan, just like Ha Seon. The scene changes, and we arrive at Paju Studio for the first day of the drama filming. A massive, glittering coffee truck is already there, sent to support Yoongeol and Seon. Seon beams, touched that her own fans, the Miros, sent a truck to support her. Her manager, Sumin, teases her before heading off, warning her not to write any cringe-worthy captions. But the moment is ruined by a familiar, condescending voice. Her co-star, Nam Do-hyung. He smirks, bringing up the old dating rumors and her well-known status as an Idol's fan. He leans in, questioning if she's a bit immature to still be liking idols at her age. He even suggests she's trying to get with a younger junior, and Seon's face hardens with disgust. She's just about to put him in his place when another voice cuts through the tension. Ilgu, Raftagu, it's Eungeol holding a script, politely asking if she has a moment to practice their lines. He completely ignores Do-hyung, suggesting they review a scene with matching emotional beats. The smug actor is left speechless as Seon is gracefully led away, his little power play completely dismantled. The scene begins, and Yoongeol's character stares her down with an unnerving intensity. The set erupts with Seon's character shouting his name. She storms in, accusing him of secretly reading her diary. She wrestles him onto the bed, demanding to know who else it could have been, but he just smirks, turning the tables by smoothly calling her Nuna and mentioning her secrets. The sudden shift completely catches her off guard, a genuine blush creeping across her face. And cut! The director praises her authentic reaction, calling for a costume change. Her stylist, Sumin, approaches to get her ready for the next scene, but Seon is totally frozen. In fact, she was so into it that she's now sporting a massive nosebleed from the sheer shock. But hey, personal embarrassment aside, the first day of shooting was a resounding success. Later that day, her male lead, Nam Do-hyung, calls out to Seon. He suggests they grab dinner together to get closer, but she's a little taken aback. He smirks, reminding her she ignored him once and shouldn't do it again. Does he really intend to make the entire shoot uncomfortable for her? She stammers that it's just a bit sudden, but he simply waits for an answer. Just then, her saviors arrive. Yoongeol, Sumin, and their manager, ready to eat. Seon quickly uses the interruption to politely excuse herself from the awkward situation. Relieved, she happily agrees to join her friends, thinking she's in the clear. But Do-hyung is persistent, following right behind to ask what kind of food she likes. The group ends up at a fancy restaurant, with an uninvited guest tagging along. But their plans hit a snag when the hostess informs them the only tables left are for two. Their manager, Hyun-chul, immediately seizes the opportunity, grabbing Do-hyung and leaving the actors to sit together. Seon can't believe her luck as she's guided to a table, alone with Yoongeol himself. Trying to break the ice, she awkwardly comments that filming will be easier since he's not in the next shoot. He immediately picks up on it, asking if she finds him uncomfortable, but she stammers that it's the opposite. He's so amazing she can't focus. Yoongeol then softens, asking if she's feeling okay after hearing about her nosebleed earlier. Seon admits that this quiet moment reminds her of their complicated past. The comment sends a jolt through Eungeol, forcing him to recall the day he harshly rejected her. He finally apologizes, explaining that he'd been dealing with sleazy sponsor offers and wrongly assumed she was one of them. With a new understanding dawning, she looks him in the eye and asks if he really hated her back then. He looks down, genuinely confused, asking if she wasn't disappointed after he said such cruel things. But Seon's reply is immediate and simple. Not at all. With a gentle smile, she explains that a fan's heart is deeper than he could ever imagine. She looks right at him, confessing that she truly, genuinely likes him. Her unwavering sincerity leaves Yoon-geol completely speechless. He decides to open up, telling her about his time in an orphanage and a volunteer he once knew. This woman was like a mother to him, and he foolishly believed she might one day take him home. But one day, she simply stopped coming, leaving a young Yoon-geol waiting alone. It was then he realized a painful truth. If it's not real family, it's meaningless. And ever since that day, he's needed absolute certainty that anyone he lets close won't just abandon him. He explains that in the past, only his bandmate Si-jin ever accepted him like true family. But lately, Yoon-geol admits to Si-yeon, he started to get that same feeling from her. It's a sense of stability, a feeling that she's someone who will never change. He confesses that he's been searching for exactly that kind of person his whole life. And so he asks her, with all his heart, to please keep staying by his side. Flustered but resolute, Si-yeon promises to fangirl over him forever, swearing she'll never leave. He chuckles, playfully asking if she really means forever, and she immediately confirms. As he genuinely thanks her, calling her Nuna, the sudden closeness catches her completely off guard. But just a few tables away, Nam Do-hyung reveals to Kien that he brought them here on purpose. Kien, looking deeply uncomfortable, just wants to know what Do-hyung could possibly like about him. Do-hyung begins, explaining that he likes Kien precisely because he's not the type to be overly sweet or cute. He admires his work ethic, remembering how Kien, despite his seemingly frail build, was always so serious and dedicated. He even found it endearing how Head pretend to be indifferent, only to fiercely protect his people with emotions he couldn't hide. Kien is completely floored, blushing at the realization that Do-hyung had been paying such close attention to him. With his own feelings laid bare, Do-hyung leans in with a smirk and asks Kien what he likes about him. He even cheekily brings up the kiss they shared, sending Kien into a flustered panic. Kien stammers, grasping for an answer, but his mind suddenly goes blank. Wait, why does he like this guy? He looks up and has to admit the truth. Honestly, he doesn't really know. Do-hyung listens intently, his expression unreadable for a long moment. Then, a gentle smile spreads across his face as he calmly says he'll just wait for Kien to figure it out. And Kien is left with one simple, undeniable truth. No matter the reason, it means Do-hyung likes him. Meanwhile, at ZN Entertainment, a different conversation begins to unfold over the phone. Lee Se-jin is catching up with Ha Si-yeon, assuring her the first shoot went off without a hitch. She's thrilled to hear it, admitting she was so nervous sitting with Yoon-geol she barely ate. But she thinks they got closer, and Se-jin is surprised to hear that Yoon-geol was laughing so easily. He figures his normally stoic bandmate must have been in an exceptionally good mood. Shifting gears, Si-yeon eagerly asks to hear the new melody he's been composing. As the beautiful notes play through her phone, she's completely captivated by the sound. She gushes over how pretty it is, and Se-jin just chuckles, saying of course it is. Because, as he casually reveals, he wrote the entire song while thinking about her. Si-yeon is left completely flustered, suddenly remembering his promise to write her a song. He continues, admitting he'd wanted to work with her today but held back because of her filming. His words hit her hard. He felt greedy just for wanting to be with her. Her heart pounds in her chest, the confession echoing in her ears. Trying to regain her composure, she mumbles that he must be tired too. But Se-jin just smiles, cutting straight to the point and asking if she wants to meet. Without a second thought, she blurts out that she'll meet him right now. Then she immediately second-guesses herself, thinking it's too sudden, and he has a schedule. He stops her backtracking, gently pointing out that it's too late and dangerous for her to come out. With a confident smile, he declares that he'll be the one to go to her. But while Se-jin makes his move, someone else is having a restless night. Back at the dorm, Han Yoon-geol sits in his room, trying to focus on his script. The lines he's practicing feel a little too real, describing a man who thinks he knows best. A faint smile crosses his lips as he realizes he's going to struggle with this scene, given his own feelings. Just then, their manager Hyun-chul enters the room with a casual update. He tells Yoon-geol not to wait up, because Se-jin will be working late tonight. The words hang in the air, forcing Yoon-geol to confront the question he's been avoiding. Is he allowed to like her? He remembers the moment he confessed, telling Si-yeon that he wanted her to stay by his side. Now, alone in his room, he's crushed by the weight of it all, wondering why he's feeling this way. Meanwhile, at a luxurious apartment complex, Si-yeon is having a full-blown panic attack. She scolds herself in the mirror, thinking she must be crazy for making such an impulsive move. Asking him to meet so suddenly was one thing, but inviting him here? She worries he'll get the wrong idea, but reasons that there was nowhere else to go this late. Just then, the doorbell chimes, and her heart leaps into her throat. He's here. Standing at her door is Se-jin, looking effortlessly cool as he greets his senior. He strolls inside, explaining the one-time pass she sent got him through security without a problem. He even mentions he's been to this building before, which helps to cut the awkward tension. Feeling bad for coming empty-handed, he hands her a small package he grabbed on his way out. Her inner fangirl screams when she sees it's a rare B-cut photocard set, and he just smirks, knowing exactly what he's doing. Sejin casually compliments her spacious apartment, and Seyeon explains she chose it for the security. She offers him a drink, and he politely asks for some warm tea to ward off the evening chill. He then admits he was a bit surprised she invited him over to her house, making her blush instantly. She trips over her words, insisting it was just late and they needed privacy, with absolutely no other meaning. But he leans forward, his hand resting on the counter, smoothly suggesting that he might have one. The words hang in the air, a silent challenge as he looks at her, another meaning indeed. He questions if it's really okay for her to invite him over, especially when she's all alone. Her eyes widen in pure shock, her professional composure completely shattered. Seeing her panic, he laughs it off, raising his hands and apologizing, saying it was just a joke. But his smile fades as he quietly warns her not to trust him too much. Because, he admits with a soft intensity, when he's with her, things might just be different. The air suddenly feels thick, and Seyeon, completely flustered, suggests they move to the terrace to cool down. With warm mugs in hand, they settle in, the previous tension melting away into the cool night air. He gets them back on track, suggesting they just talk, believing good stories will naturally emerge from conversation. She asks him why he likes trees so much, and he answers simply that it's because they always seem to shine brightly. His words spark a memory for her, and she recalls her favorite part was always the big, shining star placed at the very top. She remembers being a little girl, looking up at a Christmas tree so tall the star seemed as distant as one in the actual sky. Then her father would lift her high into the air, a vivid memory of finally seeing that brilliant star up close. In that moment, to her young eyes, it was the most beautiful and radiant thing in the entire world. But as she smiles at her happy memory, he quietly shatters the mood, revealing that when he was 10, his parents divorced. Her mother left, leaving a young Seyeon to live alone with her father. But he was always away for work, so she was passed around between relatives' houses. Feeling uprooted and alone after transferring schools, she became more and more withdrawn. Then one night, an idol performance on TV completely captured her attention. The way they shone under the bright lights looked just like that Christmas star from her memory. Watching them sparked a new dream. She wanted to become someone who could shine just as brightly. That's why seeing a tree, she explains, still brings back that pure, earnest feeling. She laughs it off as a boring story, admitting that the reality of idol life wasn't always so glamorous. But he's captivated by her tale, finding the imagery of a shining star on a tree beautiful. Suddenly, an idea hits him for their project, a concept he calls Christmas star. She finishes her story, explaining that the star on the tree represents a dream that can one day be reached. Turning the tables, she asks Sejin if he ever had a dream he earnestly pursued. His answer is immediate and confident. He has one, too. Then comes the confession that stops her heart. His dream was always her. Seyeon is completely floored, trying to process his words as he explains his goal was to stand in the same spot as her. He wanted to reach a place where he could finally meet his idol, his senior, once again. Flustered, she points to herself in disbelief, but he just calmly states that his dream has now come true. He tells her he'd longed for this simple moment for years, just sitting face to face, talking. Back then, she was a true star to him, shining on a stage that felt impossibly far away. But now, the distance that once separated the fan from his idol has finally closed. And now, he says softly, he can reach her just by stretching out his hand. She can feel her heart skip a beat. To him, she was like the star on top of the tree. He leans in closer, admitting there's something else he's wanted to tell her for a while. A secret about the two of them, from a long time ago. But just as he's about to reveal it, a phone starts buzzing, shattering the intimate moment. Snapped out of her trance, Seyeon points out that he's getting a call. Sejin glances at the screen, a little annoyed by the poorly timed interruption. The name flashing on the screen is unexpected. Luna, the idol from Ririkara. Seyeon peeks over, curious, but he quickly dismisses it as a junior he recently met. He claims she must have dialed the wrong number. But Seyeon isn't so sure a call this late usually means trouble. Seeing his hesitation, Seyeon insists he should answer it, just in case it's important. Reluctantly, Sejin apologizes and agrees to take the call for just a moment. As he turns away, Seyeon is left with her heart pounding from his confession just moments ago. She can't get it out of her head. Sejin actually held her hand. Her daydream is shattered, however, when she overhears a cheerful girl's voice calling his name. Panicked, Sejin quickly tries to shut the conversation down, claiming she's dialed the wrong number. But the girl on the other end, clearly Luna, playfully questions what he means. She cuts right to the chase, telling him to stop stalling and come quickly. Luna reminds him that they had already decided to meet up today. Hess left completely stunned as she announces she's already waiting for him right outside his company. The call ends abruptly, leaving Sejin staring at his phone in complete silence. Seon can tell something's off and asks what happened, so he explains the strange conversation. He tells her it was a junior idol from Ririkara, a girl who debuted last year and said she was his fan. She demanded he come meet her, acting as if they were old friends despite only having spoken once. He dismisses it, figuring she must have mistaken him for someone else with the same name. But Si-Yin's mind jumps to a far more sinister possibility. What if it was a coded cry for help? Overcome with a sudden sense of dread, she frantically tells him to call her back immediately. Startled by her urgency, Sejin quickly redials Luna's number. They both wait in tense silence, the sound of the ringing phone filling the room. Then, a faint, desperate voice crackles through the speaker, crying out for her senior. But the voice on the other end isn't panicked at all. It's Luna, apologizing for the late and strange call. She explains she was in a tough spot. A trainee from her batch wouldn't stop following her. Needing a quick escape, she called Sejin to pretend she already had plans. And thankfully, it worked. With a promise to buy him coffee next time, she wishes him good night and the call ends. As she hangs up, a small, knowing smile plays on her lips. Sejin relays the story to a stunned Si-Yeon, who can hardly believe that was the reason for all the drama. He just calmly advises that you have to be careful with strange people, his kindness making Si-Yeon's heart ache. She can't help but admire how sweet he is, worrying about a junior he's never even met. Seeing that the crisis is over, Si-Yeon notes the evening chill and suggests they head back inside. As they walk, she reassures him he's done his part for their project, leaving her to handle the lyrics. Touched by his kindness, she tells him to ask for help anytime, even though she knows he's busy. But Sejin just smiles, saying that simply getting to sing with her is all the help he needs. As they near the stairs, he playfully warns her to watch her step, reminding her she tends to fall. She scoffs, boasting this is her house. She could walk it with her eyes closed, and immediately her foot slips. A shriek tears from her throat as she tumbles backward, gravity taking hold in an instant. But before she can fall, Sejin lunges, catching her and pinning her securely against the wall. Her heart pounds in her chest, stunned by the sudden, intimate proximity as he looks down at her. He leans in just a little closer, his voice low as he reminds her that he told her to be careful. His hand covers hers as he gently asks if she's all right, and she can barely manage a response. He holds her for a moment longer, murmuring that the fall could have been genuinely dangerous. She can barely stammer out a thank you, her face burning hot from the unexpected intimacy. But Sejin just looks down at her, a knowing, confident glint in his eyes. He finally releases her and heads for the door, telling her to get home safe. With a charming tip of his cap, he promises he'll be in touch and wishes her good night. The door clicks shut, leaving Seon standing there, completely stunned and speechless. The moment he's gone, her strength gives out, and she slides right down the door in a heap. Clutching her chest, she tries to calm her racing pulse, thinking her heart nearly exploded. The next day, the consequences of that sleepless, heart-pounding night are clear. In her waiting room, Seon looks utterly drained, like she hasn't slept a wink. Her manager immediately notices, teasingly asking if she was up all night watching videos of Yoon Jeol again. But Sumin knows better, correcting her with a knowing look. It wasn't Yoon Jeol. It was Sejin, wasn't it? Her manager's voice echoes in the room, absolutely floored. Lee Sejin came to her house? Seon frantically explains they just worked on their duet song on the terrace since they had nowhere else to go. Sumin's teasing demeanor vanishes, replaced by genuine concern as she asks if anything happened between them. Seon's mind flashes back to that heart-stopping moment against the wall, realizing with a jolt that yes, something definitely did. Her manager wisely warns her to be careful, because things between men and women can get complicated fast. Then she drops the real question, asking if perhaps Seon is starting to like Lee Sejin. Seon panics, saying she could never dare have feelings for him, but Sumin just scoffs, saying he's the lucky one. Their tense conversation is cut short when a staff member calls from the doorway, announcing it's time to start filming. On set, the bright studio lights flare to life as everyone is called to get ready for the shoot. The director lays out the next scene, emphasizing the need for raw emotion as her character falls for the male lead. Si-Yeon glances at her co-star, Nam Do-hyung, and despairs internally. Act like she's falling in love with him? But she forces herself to focus, clenching a fist. This project has to succeed, for Yoon Jeol's sake. She can do this. She lands on a simple, if slightly unhinged, strategy. Just imagine it's Yoon Jeol sitting in front of her, and with the cameras rolling, she slips into her role as manager Jong Seon, greeting her client with a polite smile. The moment she truly looks up, however, her professional mask begins to crumble, because in her fantasy, The man introducing himself as Anki Hyok is none other than Han Yoon-gyeol. She stumbles through her lines, her character suddenly flustered while reviewing the profile of her dream man. But then her imaginary client goes completely off script, catching her off guard by asking if she has a boyfriend. He leans in, his voice a low whisper, asking what if she wasn't seeing anyone at the moment. And then her imaginary Yoon-gyeol drops the ultimate bomb, a marriage proposal. Seon's world stops, her cheeks flushing as he clarifies it would only be for a single year. But the spell breaks as the director calls cut, snapping her back to the film set. Her co-star, Nam Do-hyung, praises her performance with a knowing look. He teases that her acting was so good, anyone would think she'd really fallen for him, causing her to blush for real. A smug little smirk plays on his lips. He definitely enjoys seeing her so flustered. Elsewhere, in a quiet studio, Kaleidoscope's Lee Se-jin is completely absorbed in his music. Hes so deep in thought, Hes oblivious to the presence sneaking up behind him. Suddenly, an arm wraps around his neck as Han Yoon-gyeol ambushes him with a playful chokehold. Yoon-gyeol just laughs, teasing Se-jin for being so focused he didn't even notice him walk in. Yoon-gyeol offers him a drink, casually asking if the challenge video filming is wrapped up. Se-jin confirms it is, explaining he's now just polishing the lyrics for their duet song. The conversation shifts as Se-jin asks how often Yoon-gyeol and Seon meet up for work. Yoon-gyeol flips the question, noting that he heard Se-jin has been getting quite close to their senior lately. A thoughtful, almost calculating look crosses Se-jin's face as he processes the comment. He looks at his bandmate and cuts straight to the point, asking if Yoon-gyeol still has feelings for Seon. Yoon-gyeol gets defensive, questioning why Se-jin keeps asking him the same thing over and over. Se-jin hesitates for only a second, his expression hardening with resolve. Yoon-gyeol watches him, the air growing thick with unspoken tension, sensing a serious declaration is coming. And then Se-jin drops the bomb. He's asking because he thinks he likes Seon too. Se-jin continues, admitting he's not even sure if it's romantic love or just a deep desire to be closer. He reminds Yoon-gyeol that he's not someone who forms attachments easily outside of his bandmates. But with Seon, everything feels different. He feels a profound sense of comfort. He just knows he wants to keep spending time with her, as Yoon-gyeol listens with a heavy, unreadable expression. Then, Se-jin asks the crucial question. Is it even okay for him to like her? Yoon-gyeol finally responds, questioning why Se-jin needs his approval, asking if he'd really back down if the answer was no. With unwavering sincerity, Se-jin explains that it's because his bandmate is still his #1 priority. Later that night, the gravity of their talk lingers in the quiet darkness of a parking garage. Alone in the van, Yoon-gyeol is haunted by Se-jin's question, his words echoing in his mind. He remembers his own cold, decisive answer, that he has no right to control his feelings. It's every man for himself now. He tells Se-jin to simply treat her preciously, because that's all he can do. After all, he thinks to himself as he puts his phone away, the final choice belongs to Seon. Meanwhile, the film crew has wrapped for the day, heading out for a celebratory dinner. The main cast and director gather, a meal organized to help everyone get closer for the long shoot ahead. It was her co-star, Do-hyung, who suggested it, and the director is already trying to force a friendly vibe. But Seon is immediately on guard, suspecting this is just his petty way of getting back at her for rejecting him before. Her manager, oblivious, praises her performance, saying her portrayal of falling in love was incredibly realistic. Seon smiles, knowing it was only because she was channeling her feelings for Yoon-gyeol. The director, however, completely misreads the room and starts pushing the idea of her and Do-hyung as a couple. As he insists that Do-hyung is single, her phone suddenly lights up with a message from Yoon-gyeol. Her heart leaps in her chest as she sees his name pop up on the screen. Saved by the bell. She feigns an urgent call, quickly excusing herself from the suffocating dinner. Once outside, she learns he wants to practice the script with her, and she immediately agrees. He then asks if she'd be free to meet up on Sunday, a perfect opportunity. On his end, Yoon-gyeol waits for a reply, casually asking if her filming for the day is over. He reads her response. She's at a post-filming dinner with the director and actor Do-hyung. Her message calls the gathering uncomfortable, and a subtle darkness crosses Yoon-gyeol's face. With a sudden coldness, he just tells her he'll see her on set Monday, ending the chat. Seon returns to the group, trying to leave, but the director is determined to play matchmaker. He insists the two leads go for another drink, before he and the writer wave goodbye, leaving them alone. Do-hyung smoothly puts an arm around Seon, promising the others he'll take good care of her. Internally, however, she's seething, sick of him being so sneaky. He suggests they find a place for another drink, but she immediately makes an excuse to go home. He pushes, offering her a ride, but she politely refuses, saying her manager is already nearby. She even points out that he's had plenty to drink himself, which seems to be the last straw for him. Suddenly, his friendly demeanor vanishes, and he snaps, asking her to just tone it down a bit. He drunkenly accuses her of acting high and mighty when she's obviously interested too. Then he tries to backtrack, asking why she can't just go with the mood and talk for a bit. Si-yeon calmly states that he's too drunk for a conversation and turns to leave. But he's not done, shouting after her and grabbing her wrist to stop her from walking away. Do-hyung's drunken ramblings turn nasty as he accuses her of always acting this way. Si-yeon struggles against his grip, demanding to know what he's doing and telling him to let go. But before she can break free, another hand forcefully separates them, pushing Do-hyung back. It's Han Yoon-jeol, now standing protectively beside her, telling Do-hyung that he's the one who needs to tone it down. Elsewhere, under the quiet night sky, another story is unfolding. Lee Si-jin stands alone, leaning over a railing, completely lost in his thoughts. He stares at his phone, a message from Si-yeon on the screen, as a realization dawns on him. He likes her too. He admits to himself how comfortable he feels with her, how much he wants to keep being by her side. A memory surfaces of him telling Yoon-geol to do his own thing, because he was going to do his. Se-jin leans on the railing, a wry smile on his face, thinking how funny it is that he's trying to act so cool. He tortures himself with the thought that if Yoon-geol confesses, Si-yeon will definitely say yes. In his mind, he can already see it. To her, Yoon-geol will always be number one. Just then, his phone buzzes, shattering the quiet moment. It's Luna, calling again. Remembering Si-yeon was worried about her, he figures he should probably answer. He picks up, wearily asking if there's another problem. But Luna cheerfully says she just has something to tell him. She asks if he's free on Sunday, wanting to buy him that coffee she promised. He tries to decline, but she begs for just 10 minutes, explaining she wants to get his autograph in person. Then she hits him with the line that it was her dream to meet him, a true fan's earnest plea. But for Si-jin, that word dream only brings back memories of his own dream being with Si-yeon. Despite his conflicted heart, he agrees to a brief meeting, and Luna can hardly contain her excitement. To keep things professional, Si-jin tells her to coordinate with her manager, as he'll be doing the same. He hangs up, figuring a brief, supervised meeting couldn't possibly cause any harm. On the other end, Luna is absolutely losing her mind, excitedly dancing around her room. Oh, and she's already decided this is a date, vowing to dress even prettier than Ha-si-yeon. Meanwhile, at another location that very night, Si-yeon is surprised to see Han Eun-geol, who's been waiting for her with a warm drink. She asks how he knew where she was, and his answer is simple. He was worried. He couldn't stop thinking about that rude actor and how carelessly he spoke to her. Si-yeon is left completely speechless, touched by his genuine concern for her safety. He came all this way, just in case something like that happened again. And it all clicks into place for Si-yeon. She thought he was just asking for a restaurant recommendation, but before she can process it, he's already shielding her from a couple of guys who recognize the famous idol. Yoon-geol is clearly annoyed, not by the fans, but by the actor's terrible behavior. He makes a promise right then and there. If that guy ever bothers her again, she just needs to call him. Later, as she's driven home, Si-yeon can't help but think that Nam Do-hyung is a seriously weird person. Her manager, Soo-min, agrees, revealing that the actor tried to send her away earlier. He'd insisted he would take Si-yeon home himself, claiming they had actor things to discuss. But Soo-min's instincts screamed that something was off, so she thankfully decided to wait nearby. Of course, this leads to the million-dollar question. What was Han Yoon-jeol doing there with her? Si-yeon explains that he came to help because he was worried, a fact that leaves her manager utterly speechless. Soo-min then drops the bomb, asking if maybe, just maybe, Han Yoon-jeol is into her. Si-yeon is immediately flustered, denying it completely, but her manager sees right through it. She calls her out for being oblivious, stating it's obvious both Lee Se-jin and Han Yoon-geol have feelings for her. Soo-min presses further, asking who she would choose if they both confessed. Si-yeon stammers that she's never thought about it, which gets a deadpan response from her manager. She's a motsol, a relationship virgin, a natural monument who spent her entire youth just working. After dropping her off for the night, the conversation lingers in the air. Back in her room, Si-yeon gets a text from Yoon-jeol, checking if she got home safely. They exchange a sweet goodnight, and he says he'll see her on Sunday. But as she puts her phone down, her manager's words echo in her mind. Yoon-geol likes me? Her mind flashes back to Yoon-geol's earnest promise, a memory that now feels heavier than ever. But a buzz from her phone pulls her back to the present. It's a message from Lee Si-jin. He wants to meet on Sunday to review lyrics the very same day she's supposed to see Yoon-geol. Suddenly, her manager's teasing question echoes in her mind, demanding an answer she doesn't have. Meanwhile, a quiet disappointment settles in. So, he's the second choice. He glances at his other messages, realizing he's also scheduled to meet Luna from Ririkara that same day. For a moment he considers backing out, but he quickly dismisses the thought. He'll make it work. As he confirms the meeting, his bedroom door swings open, and his rival appears. Yoonjeol asks where he's been, and the air crackles with the unspoken tension between them. Without hesitation, Sejin admits he went to meet Senior Seon. He explains he was worried because her co-star was giving her a hard time. Yoongeol listens, and to Sejin's shock, he simply says he did well. He then tells Sejin not to give up on his feelings just because of him, admitting he's not even sure of his own. He just wants to be honest because he hates hiding things. Sejin looks at his rival with new eyes, telling him not to worry. He understands. With a new fire in his heart, he declares he has no intention of quitting, either. The scene shifts to ZN Entertainment, where their manager, Hyun-chul, starts a meeting. He runs down the numbers, and they're incredible. Sales are up 5 times, and Yo Do-won's challenge video went viral. Riding this wave of success, Hyun-chul wants a new single immediately, as Do-won smugly basks in his I told you so moment. But Kwon Min-jin pipes up, suggesting they try a different concept for the new single. He's got one specific image in mind. A mature, sexy vibe. He argues that with Sejin being 27, the whole sparkly idol thing feels a bit forced. While the youngest, Do-won, cheekily declares he's still a baby, Sejin admits fans would want variety. Their manager, Hyun-chul, listens intently, seriously considering the bold new direction. He agrees, reminding them that since they bloomed late, their average age of 25 is a reality they should embrace. With the concept decided, he assigns Kian and Sejin to start working on song samples. As the meeting concludes, however, Sejin quietly approaches Hyun-chul, asking for a private word. He awkwardly asks about the manager's plans for Sunday, mentioning a junior idol wants an autograph. Then he drops the bomb. It's a member of the famous group Ririkara, and she's a huge fan of Hyun-chul. Hyun-chul flatly rejects the idea, stating he has his own plans for Sunday. But then, with a slight blush, he flips the question back on Sejin, asking if he's the one going on a date. The manager immediately panics, demanding to know how Sejin found out about his plans. Sejin admits Minjin let it slip, and Hyun-chul begs him not to breathe a word to a Miss Sumin. The name instantly clicks for Sejin. He's talking about Ha Si-yen's stylist, isn't he? Hyun-chul freaks out again, but Sejin clarifies Minjin only said he was dating someone. Cornered, the manager grabs Sejin, swearing him to absolute secrecy. When asked how it happened, Hyun-chul just dismisses the 7-year-old idol as a kid who doesn't need to know. Elsewhere, Sung Soo-min gets the news over the phone, shocked that Sejin was the one to find out. She sighs in her closet, lamenting that at this rate, their secret relationship won't be a secret for much longer. On the phone, Hyun-chul urges Soo-min to come clean to Seon, but she absolutely refuses. She knows Seon would drop everything to worry about her, and she can't be that kind of burden. He smoothly pivots, reminding her of their hiking date on Sunday, much to her internal horror. With a sly smile, he tells her that even things you hate become enjoyable with someone you like, and his cheesy line works perfectly, leaving Soo-min a blushing, flustered mess. Before she can protest, he promises her good food and hangs up, leaving her no room to argue. She stares at his name on her phone, completely exasperated by his pushiness. But a moment later, she can't stop the blush from spreading, thinking about how they really don't match, yet her heart flutters anyway. Her thoughts drift to the very reason for her secrecy, the radiant actress Ha Si-yeon. It's for her sake that Soo-min keeps her own troubles hidden, letting the star shine without distraction. With the photo shoot concluded, it's time to move on to the interview portion of the day. The interviewer thanks Ha Si-yeon for her time, complimenting her on the stunning pictorial. The topic quickly shifts to the drama she's filming with her idol bias. Han Yoon-geol. Si-yeon smiles warmly, explaining that their on-set chemistry is excellent. It's noted how strange it is that his fans actually cheer for her, showing a screen of supportive comments. She believes it's because of the bond she formed with them as Miro, long before her identity was revealed. Since the drama is a romance, the interviewer decides to probe a little deeper. Si-yeon is hit with a classic question. Would she choose the person she likes, or the person who likes her? Her thoughts seem to drift away from the studio, landing on a sun-drenched mountain path. Just as someone begins their hike, a single step forward onto the rocky trail, and her mind flashes back to a memory of her manager, Sung Soo-min, looking absolutely defeated. She was huffing her way up a mountain, complaining about having to suffer on a golden holiday while Hyun-chul teased her. Soo-min couldn't see the point, asking why they should bother going up if they're just going to come down again. Hyun-chul just smiled, admitting she had a point but promising the view from the top changes everything. He even offered a hand, cheekily asking if she needed him to hold her. But Soo-min, ever stubborn, brushed him off, determined to reach the end by herself. She did, however, warn him that the chicken soup at the summit had better be amazing. He just watched her go, a fond smile playing on his lips. As she marched ahead with renewed purpose, he couldn't help but think she was really cute. Back in the present, Sion mulls over the question, a thoughtful expression on her face. She has to meet both Eun-geol and Sejin. And suddenly, her entire wardrobe feels inadequate. She tries to calm herself down, arguing it's just work, so why is she overthinking it like it's a date? But her manager's words from earlier creep back in the idea that both of them are actually interested in her. Imagining the two of them, she wonders if she could even choose between such perfect guys. Snapping out of it, she tells herself not to be so self-conscious and mistakes simple kindness for something more. They're surrounded by young, beautiful idols every day, there's just no way they'd look at her. But upon arriving at her destination, a familiar voice rings out, playfully calling her name. Despite all her protests, Sion is dressed to the nines, looking cuter than ever. A friend, the untouchable Lee Sia, playfully grabs her, immediately guessing she's there to meet a guy. Sia then reveals she's secured a private room for her, even turning off the security cameras for total privacy. Sia gives her friend one last piece of advice. If you like the guy, just go for it, much to Sion's flustered denial. But their conversation is cut short by a polite hello from the entrance. Standing there is Han Eun-geol himself, having arrived a little early for their script reading. Sia, ever the bold one, immediately shakes his hand, introducing herself as the friend Sion likes so much. Her inner thoughts, however, are far more predatory, thinking he looks delicious, while Sion jokingly warns him that Sia is a vampire. With her work done, Sia smoothly makes her exit, leaving the two actors alone to have a good time. Sion can only praise her friend's personality, while Eun-geol half-jokingly asks if she's really a vampire. Getting comfortable on the couch, they turn their attention to the scripts, ready to begin their practice session. Sion admits she was unsure how to approach a certain scene and wanted to hear his thoughts on the tone. She begins to explain her own take, delving into the backstory of the siblings who grew up relying only on each other. She describes an outwardly prickly brother who secretly wants his sister to be happy, but is terrified of her leaving his side. Eun-geol mulls over this complex character, a man with truly ambivalent feelings. To help him find the right emotion, Sion tells him to just think about his bandmate, Sejin. After all, she points out, Sejin is like family to him, isn't he? The character's heart would be the same, just a simple wish for someone precious to find happiness. But then, her voice softens, admitting that even so, she thinks she'd hate to let them go. Eun-geol's eyes lock onto hers, turning the script practice intensely personal, as he asks what she would do if he told her that. Sion is left completely frozen, the sudden weight of his question hanging in the air. Elsewhere, in the halls of their agency, a question is posed about who needs to book a studio. It's Sejin, asking a producer if he can use the recording booth for a bit, claiming he just has some work to do. The producer, DD, grumbles about being busy, but Sejin tells him to wait, as he has a guest coming. An idol? DD scoffs, only for Sejin to casually confirm that a member of Ririkara is coming for an autograph. The producer's tune changes instantly. He admits he's a huge fan of Luna from that group, and as if on cue, Sejin confirms that Luna is the one who's coming, sending DD into a full-blown panic. He suddenly feels underdressed, but Sejin just smirks, amused at how seriously his friend is taking this. The door swings open, and there she is, Luna, arriving with a bright smile and a coffee carrier in hand. DD is completely starstruck, barely able to process that the real Luna is right in front of him. After a brief, flustered introduction, the producer makes his escape, and Luna settles in with Sejin. She explains that her manager just dropped her off, and will be back to pick her up later. She then offers him a coffee, thanking him for helping her before, though Sejin humbly insists it was nothing. Sejin takes the coffee, relieved she's safe, but advises her to be more careful from now on. Luna is absolutely smitten, asking if she can contact him again, but he gently redirects her to her company. Then she remembers her true purpose for being here, digging into her bag for something important. She pulls out an entire arsenal of fan merchandise, from light sticks to custom photo cards of him. Hez stunned by the collection, and she proudly explains it's proof of her longtime dedication. She presents the prize of her collection, an ultra-rare photo card from his trainee days. Sejin is genuinely shocked. He doesn't even have this photo of himself. Flustered, Luna apologizes for calling him Appa out of habit, but he's just touched to have such a devoted fan. He gets ready to sign it, asking what name he should write down for her. With a brilliant smile, she asks him to make it out to Sejin's wife, completely short-circuiting his brain. She sheepishly explains it's her fan account name, and a flustered Sejin can only agree. But then she drops another bomb, telling him this isn't the first time they've met. Her story takes us back to her middle school days, crying outside the ZN building. An accident had made her late for an audition, and she thought her chance was gone forever. That's when a young Sejin, still a trainee himself, appeared before her. He saw her crying, took her to the director, and vouched for her so she could still audition. Overwhelmed by his kindness, all she could do was thank him again and again, and he left her with a parting promise that they should meet again on stage after she debuted. Luna confesses that even though she failed that day, his words became her singular motivation. Sejin is left stunned, realizing her entire journey was inspired by a moment he'd long forgotten. And her dream, she continues, is still very much alive. Looking him dead in the eye, she declares her ultimate goal: to marry him someday. She smiles, completely earnest, leaving no room for doubt about her feelings. Sejin is utterly speechless, the confession hitting him like a truck. But after a moment of stunned silence, he can't help but let out a snort of laughter. Luna is immediately flustered, but he waves it off, explaining it just reminded him of his younger days. He assures her he isn't making fun of her. He once said something just as bold himself. He asks her age, and upon hearing she's 21, he gently suggests it's a bit early to be thinking of marriage. There's a subtle sadness in her eyes as he tells her she'll probably find someone else she likes more. He dismisses her feelings with a chuckle, telling her to come back in 3 years if she still feels the same. He remembers his own past, a gentle smile on his face as he thanked a girl for remembering him so fondly. But she had let him down easy, telling him she would accept his feelings, but nothing more. Meanwhile, at a script reading elsewhere, emotions are also running high. Han Yoon-geol and Ha Si-yeon are practicing, when he suddenly leans in with a question. He asks her what she would do if he said he hated the idea of her meeting someone else. Si-yeon's fangirl brain completely short-circuits. She can't possibly defy his will, but Yoon-geol just laughs, clarifying he was talking about their characters, not himself. He rephrases, if Suho begged her character not to get married, would she listen? Flushed with embarrassment, she quickly tries to play it off, saying she's just curious how her character would react. She starts fumbling through an answer, trying to get back into character as he watches her intently. Gathering her courage, Si-yeon admits that she just seems to laugh a lot when she's with him. She immediately worries, asking if he thinks she's just a funny woman, but he tells her that's not what he meant. With a soft smile, she clarifies that as long as he's laughing, then she's happy with anything. Yoon-geol listens, a quiet realization dawning on his face. Her laughter simply means she's happy. He processes this, concluding that her character must truly like the senior to feel that way. The scene then shifts, posing the real question: what about the feelings of Sejin and Yoon-geol? Elsewhere, their managers are walking together, and Sumin shares her theory that both men have feelings for Si-yeon. Kaleidoscope's manager, Hyun-chul, finds this hard to believe, especially regarding Yoon-geol, who's so picky with people. He recalls it took 2 years for the idol to warm up to him, while Sumin notes that as men, the two suitors are polar opposites. She muses that Yoon-geol is the type to charge forward, while Sejin approaches things slowly and with consideration. But when asked about Si-yeon's chances, Sumin can only sigh. Her friend has never lived a truly honest life. Hyun-chul warns her to manage Si-yeon well, because while they're linked by work now, you never know what can happen between a man and a woman. Sumin cheekily asks if he means a situation like us, as he casually takes her hand. The romantic moment is promptly ruined by her complaining about the hike, and him joking that a defibrillator is just up ahead. The scene then shifts, leaving the bickering managers behind on their trail. We find ourselves with Yoon-geol and Si-yeon, as he sees her to the door, promising to see her on set. He then asks if they can meet like this again, and she immediately brightens, telling him to call her anytime. With a soft click, the door closes, leaving him alone with his thoughts. He lingers for a moment, a thoughtful silence hanging in the air. But before he can leave, Si-yeon's voice cuts through, telling him she needs to check something. He turns to face her, and she asks, almost shyly, if she could hug him just once. It'll only take a moment, she quickly adds, her expression a mix of hope and nervousness. With his unspoken consent, she takes a small step forward, closing the distance. As he embraces her, her eyes widen, her heart suddenly pounding in her chest. He pulls her into a warm, firm hug, his hands resting gently on her back. The world seems to fade away, leaving only the sound of her own racing heartbeat. And as he holds her, a quiet, almost melancholic look settles on his face. He gently steps back, his hands leaving her shoulders as he calmly says he's checked. Her heart is still racing, but Si-yeon manages to whisper a thank you, completely flustered. With a cool glance over his shoulder, Yoon-geol says he's leaving and will see her tomorrow. She's left alone in the hallway, stunned, trying to understand what that hug even meant. Her hand instinctively goes to her chest, feeling the phantom warmth of his embrace. Meanwhile, in another part of the building, a different farewell is taking place. Lee Si-jin holds a door open for Luna, who confirms her manager is on the way. She gives him a bright wave goodbye, promising to contact her oppa again soon. Sejin watches her leave, a little perplexed, wondering when they became that familiar. He steps into the quiet of the recording studio, alone with his thoughts. Pulling out his phone, he sends a quick message to Si-yeon, telling her he's arrived. He lets her know he's in the back booth and will be waiting for her. As he waits, his mind drifts back to Si-yeon's earnest face, remembering her dream. He recalls her confession, how he was the reason she pushed herself so hard. But then, his thoughts shift to Luna, remembering her equally fierce determination. A soft, knowing smile plays on his lips as he connects the dots. He realizes that in their passionate drive, he sees a reflection of his younger self. Just then, the door swings open, but it's Luna, who says she forgot something. Sejin asks what she's doing, and she explains she dropped a lip balm gifted to her. After a quick search, she triumphantly holds it up, having found it. But with a sly look, she admits there was one more thing she forgot to do. She pulls him close, ready to snap a quick selfie with her appa. At that very same moment, a hopeful Si-yeon arrives, looking for the right room. She spots the innermost recording booth, thinking she's finally found him. Pushing open the door, she calls out Sejin's name with a bright smile. She explains that she wanted a photo to commemorate their meeting today, but her words die in her throat as she sees him in a cozy pose with another girl.